All right. Another Saturday night. Shoot the breeze. I want to thank all of you who are here already. I see Kevin Carrell there in the chat. Want to say thanks to all of you who will be tuning in. I see a few people lurking already. That's cool. Make sure to hit the like button, guys. Share the episode to your social media. Share it via email. Let people know what you're tuned into on a Saturday night. Shoot the breeze. I actually just got back in town. So I just hopped off of a couple trains to be here to set up the show tonight. And so that's why we were a couple minutes late. But I'm glad to be here and we're glad to see all of you. What are we discussing tonight? Tonight, we're going to discuss the rise in Black homeschooling. We're going to talk about a toy brand that's aligned with the modern Black experience. We're going to talk about something Tucker Carlson said. We're going to talk about the idea that your ancestors owe you reparations, not the crown. We're going to look at a kind of a funny story with a trans teacher and prosthetic titties for some reason. We're going to talk about the Woman King a little bit. I still didn't do my review yet. And I was waiting on someone to maybe join me for the review, but I haven't heard back from them. I'm still going to drop it maybe tomorrow. But we're going to talk about the Woman King tonight a little bit. We're going to answer the question, can two Black men knowingly share the same woman conflict-free? How? I hope Tanzan tunes in tonight. We're going to ask who's in the wrong for a particular situation. We're going to ask, why are so many red, black, and green flags at the African American Day Parade? Why aren't they on code? So those are basically the prompts that we have tonight. Again, I want to thank everyone who was here. I hope you guys can hear me. Drop a 1 if you can hear me. Jay says he can't hear. Oh, okay. Maybe he has a lot of loud noise in his background. But drop a 1 for me just to reassure me that everyone can hear me who's here. But those are the shows that we have. Those are the topics that we have tonight. So I hope you guys are excited by those topics. Let me drop the link for those who want to join. For those who want to join the panel tonight. And again, we're simulcast on KWAZ Radio, Twitter, as well as here on the Bitter Medicine podcast YouTube channel. So you have all sorts of ways to tune in, to join us. Click the link if you want to join the panel. What we will do now is I will actually officially start the show. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Also, tune into Tanzan African Mind on Tuesdays. I think the new time is 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. Check out Brother Bakari. He's been putting in a lot of work lately, dropping a lot of different clips on his YouTube channel. Check out the forecast as well. I saw them on this week. I wasn't able to join because I was out of town, like I said. But make sure you guys subscribe to all the channels. Click the bell to be notified when they have something new going on, and make sure to check out the matron as well on Mondays. You'll get a few of the folks tomorrow, I'm sure. Only from the pro-black perspective. Brother Bakari should be on. Casidra Cheeks should be on as well, and the Harsh Reality Podcast should be on as well. So Sundays is usually a fun day on KWAZ Radio. Let me welcome my folks, man. Let me welcome the family. Kevin Carey, how are you this week?
I'm great. Just a little tired, but great. How are you? How was the rest of the panel?
I'm good. A little bit tired. Like I said, I was out of the state and just got back in time to do the show. So I'm a little tired, but I'm glad to be with you guys. Mr. Untouchable, how are you this week?
Oh man, I'm so happy. I'm lucky to be here. I'm glad to hear from you all, good brothers. BPL give us a 9-hour one last night. No electricity. So you know what it is. You and Pauline know what it is.
Yeah,
so I'm glad to be on tonight.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Untouchable, nothing some Appleton can't solve, right?
Yeah. You know what it is, Kevin.
Yeah, for those who don't know, well, from both sides, like I didn't realize in America and a lot of these states and stuff, man, they have power outages too. I didn't know that until I came up here. I always kind of thought if anyone had it solid, it was them. But yeah, back home, current going off is a regular occurrence for us. And it could be, I remember one Christmas many years ago, Christmas season, current was off for like 2 weeks, basically. So yeah, we kind of know that. Speaking of Pauline, Daily Affirmation by Pauline is in the chat saying good evening. We have Black Beauty saying good evening all. Kevin Carey is out there saying no Abronis allowed. Forecast is there. Peace to the forecast. Make sure you guys check him out. Learning Curve is out there saying greetings to Kevin Carey. Trigger Happy is out there. NYC Beauties. Lero's there, of course, saying peace and love. Kevin Carey and NYC Beauties. So our people are here tonight. Jay is here. I think what's going on by him, there's a lot of noise, so he can't really hear the show, but he still tuned in. I appreciate that, brother, for that too. Right. Trigger Happy 262 says he hasn't watched The Woman King yet. Yeah, I saw it. It was to me that could have been a mini series on TV or something, as far as I'm concerned. But I'll break it down in that review I plan to do probably tomorrow. You know what? Let's cut the talk. Let's go into Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 1. Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 1 is. Hold on, it's coming up. Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 1 is about people's thoughts on this thing. So, what are people's thoughts on this observation? Here you go. This is Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. What are people's thoughts on this observation? Does Whitey know? Let's share the link with you guys out there tonight. Let me get my energy up. Hold on. Let me get myself together here. All right, let me share the screen. Bear with me. It takes us to a tweet from Blair Nathan. He says, I think integration and affirmative action had the presumably intended effect of killing off this kind of black nationalism. It created a black leadership class living among and socialized and patronized by white liberals, a kind of GAE liaison cadre for a client group, Obama's, for instance, I guess. So there's a tweet that says, white and black dissidents in the U.S. are only united on opposition to the regime. In this sense, they resemble Russian and Ukrainian nationalist dissidents in USSR. So let's go back again. Let me make sure I get this correct. So this was a tweet saying white and black dissidents in the U.S. are only united on opposition to the regime. In this sense, they resemble Russian and Ukrainian nationalist dissidents in the USSR. So this white guy here, Blair Nathan, responds, a white woman, I can't tell. Yeah, it could be a white woman. Blair Nathan says, I think integration and affirmative action had the presumably intended effect of killing off this kind of black nationalism. It created a black leadership class living among and socialized and patronized by white liberals, a kind of GAE liaison cadre for a client group, Obama's. Do you guys think there's a similarity here between these two phenomenon that you see on screen? By the way, we got the brother Oni is with us tonight. Oni, how are you this week?
I'm gonna say peace. By the way, I think it's a thread, so you got to scroll through all three.
Oh, it's a thread?
Yeah, I think so.
Like
I think they said, yeah.
Okay, so
yeah, I'm pretty good otherwise.
All right, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate it. So again, let me read it again. Yeah, I kind of screwed this. I think integration and affirmative action had the presumably intended effect of killing off this kind of black nationalism. It created a black leadership class living among and socialized and patronized by white liberals, a kind of GAE liaison cadre for a client group, Obama's. The next part of the tweet says, this creates black leadership that is simultaneously housebroken and radicalized because they can enjoy the same cheap grace as AWFLSs. Why not signal against cash bail when you're not the one who has to live in the inner city and get murdered by some dangerous perp? Radicalized also because their job is, in some sense, performative grievance for the good white versus bad white morality play. No doubt the black girl at Harvard complains about systemic racism more than some black Joe Schmo from the Cotton Belt does. That's what she's there for, right? So that's the breakdown of folks who are in black leadership. This is her observation of folks who are in black leadership who are among white folks, right? So the idea then is, they're compromised, essentially, is what she's trying to get across here. They're compromised. Kevin Conroy, what say you to this?
I agree. And you made a good point earlier. Obama, that guy did nothing for us. Only thing he did, if he observed Obama in all 8 of his years, he spoke down to black people. But when it came to other groups, yes, I'm here to help you. But black people, well, a rising tide, right, lifts all boats. This guy, he has been compromised since he came, look at his mother. She's white. Of course he's gonna take on the side of his white parents, but and being, going to the university that we went to, we saw it in the 90s, how the people, they'll come around you, oh, we're your friends, and they want you to do something for them. As soon as they get what they want, they kick you to the curb, man. But as in what you're saying with the integrational part, that was a weapon that destroyed the black community in America. Because every other group they'll integrate, but at the end of the day they go back to their own community, and you're not allowed there. While we're always the ones left holding the bag. But I'm gonna pass this on.
Yeah, Lero's confused, and I may have contributed to that confusion because I didn't realize it was a thread. But yeah, when you take the whole thread into account now, it's just talking about black leadership being compromised because it's been around, it's been integrated around whiteness. So therefore, how effective is it going to be, especially when it comes, how nationalistic is it going to be, right? It's not. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
Yeah, for me, I don't like to delve too deeply into the internal politics of a country that I don't really live in and pay taxes in. But what I would say is this: there has always been a push and pull from what I have read, and I kind of like understand. There's always been this push and pull between people who wanted to be a separate group, separated from the dominant society as far as nationalism and things like that. Mm-hmm. And there's always been people who wanted to integrate with the dominant society and just become just an amalgamated group within that American paradigm. And I think that with Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement, I think that it's been a really effective. I think that has been a lot of integration. Black people have integrated into the greater American society, and I think that with this whole idea, from what I'm seeing right now, presently, from what I'm seeing right now, the idea of integration has taken on almost like a militaristic national, like a radicalized integration perspective now, with new groups forming and saying America and nothing else. They trying to disassociate themselves from nationalism, them being Africans and everything else. They're trying to completely disassociate from that. So I'm saying that this is the last step with what integration is, to completely disassociate yourself from the idea of what blackness is or African is, and just being integrated with the greater society. That's what I'm seeing now with these kinds of groups. Now, we do have smaller communities that exist. Well, my brothers and sisters in America have smaller communities that exist that's still trying to resist and fight against the fray of that, and trying to say, well, listen, I am African first. Yes, I am an African in America, but I am African, and they stand by that. But I feel like those numbers are dwindling. And what I'm also seeing is there are a large group of people who have lived in America are now migrating actually to the continent itself. So I don't know if that's the next evolution of Black nationalism and Pan-Africanism. The people who wanted to remain separate and separate themselves from the greater society say, well, this is a far gone conclusion. This is a lost cause. We can't necessarily do the things we want to do here, so we're going to do it someplace else. So I'm seeing that dynamic being created within the American social structure. But I'm eager to hear what the Black Americans think about it.
In the chat, the forecast says, I say integration was a move by them, not by us, to destroy us more. I agree with that as well. I think they charmed a lot of Black folks with it, but they ultimately allowed it to happen to destroy Black folks a bit. Forecast goes on to say they can't be effective if we don't pick our leaders. I just talked about the Moynihan report. Yeah, that was the last episode I listened to of the forecast. You guys make sure to tune in to that episode as well. Lero says folks see integration or assimilation as a way to rid the construct of race. Faulty, however. Oni, what say you to all of this?
Yeah, so I thought this white lady, she read the writing on the wall, to some extent, in the sense that she's saying, look, we did integration and affirmative action to kill your Black nationalism. We created a Black leadership class that's patronized by our white liberals. And I think she went on to say, the person who really complains about racism is the Harvard student who don't really experience it the same way, who don't really experience it, but they complain about it because they're taught to complain about it. we pretty much have these people under control. And the thing that I like about it, is that it's coming from the horse's mouth. It's not like, it's not like me saying, oh man, I think that they're trying to control us with integration, because sometimes, kind of like what Forecast sometimes says, y'all don't want to hear from me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So it's just from the horse's mouth. The horse is telling you, I don't know if y'all know where that phrase is from. Apparently it's like, it's like if you're gonna bet on horses and you're like, who's gonna win? And you're like, well, it's gonna be that horse. I heard it from the horse's mouth. Like the horse itself said it. So so like, yeah, this is it. It's like, these white folk are like, hey, we created integration, in order to destroy the black nationalism. We created the leadership class. That's housebroken.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They're like, oh yeah, you going, they're like, oh yeah, these black folk are going to signal against, cash bail because they don't give a fuck. They're not even in that area.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And then, I guess the third one is, their performative grievance. And I mean, I see that like that's like all the damn time. It's like, oh man, look at this. Look how y'all did this. Oh, you mistreated this person. Oh, grievance, right? But I mean, these same black folk, the same ones gonna call the police on you. The same ones, oh, I don't like police and blah, blah, blah. They're the same ones gonna call the police on you. You know what I'm saying? It's just, as she said, they are complaining about the systemic racism more than the people who are experiencing it. And that's how they're taught to do. And it's all performance so that they can get more money from these white liberals and keep things into control. And this is what the white person is telling you. You know what I mean? The white person is telling you this. It's not, me, oh, I think it's this way. This is like, oh yeah, this is why we did it. And we okay with it. So I could, when I see things like this, I just like, I don't comment on it. I don't make them know that I'm reading. I don't make them know that I'm watching. I just say, oh, okay. And I bring it. This is intelligence gathering, because sometimes we think, oh, we're going to teach them what they do to us. Oh, slavery was bad. You know what you guys did during slavery? They're like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, we know.
I got the knuckle prints when I punched. You know what I'm saying? When I punched your mother in the face, like they know they punched your mother in the face. Mm-hmm. It's you who's like, what? You punched my mom? like, yeah, motherfucker. Like, you do it again. So when they tell us what they do, it's like, just take notes so that in the future. You know what I mean? Like it's no longer conjecture. This is what it is. We created the black, like we set out to destroy black nationalism. Mm-hmm. We created your leadership class. We make the black girl complain because we make her complain about systematic racism because that's what she's there for.
She's programmed to do that.
Exactly. We're paying her. We set up Harvard. Mm-hmm. Okay? We set up Harvard. We gave her the scholarship. We gave her the courses, the classes. We gave her access to that library. We gave her the books she's reading. So she's coming out, oh, what? Did you know about Audre Lorde? Yeah, we paid Audre Lorde too. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? like it's all in game, fool. You know what I'm saying? Performative grievance, you playing your part. And all in all, it's like the black nationalist, that's the one that's losing. The African nationalist, that's the one that's losing. So, it is what it is. But I'm just saying, like, this is the horse's mouth, and it's on repeat. This is on repeat. It's like don't fix what's not broken or something like that. Or
don't fix what's not broken.
Yeah, that's it. All right.
To add to what Oni is saying, Koku, one of the most insidious things to hear sometimes is when a white person asks a black person, whether it's on a news station or whatever, say, teach us about racism and slavery. Yeah, it's so insidious because it's like they have all the information in the world as to what they did in Africa. In fact, they wrote it down and they put it in the institutions. They know exactly what goes on in Alabama, in Mississippi. They know the amount of deaths, they know the statistics, but they pretend as if, well, we don't really know what's going on. Could you please tell us so we could do something about it? This is the insinuation. And the black person sits there and tries to educate the white person on slavery and the history of racism in America sometimes. It is so insidious to sit down and listen to that. You a news station. You have access to all kinds of information but yet you want some professor to educate you on what you do. Teach me about my crimes. Is it serious? Is it serious? But I feel like we pretend to, we want to continue this little game of back and forth. Who is the bad guy? Who's the good guy? And really nothing gets done because we really don't want to do anything about it, because all of us are really benefiting, whether you, the victim who indirectly benefit from the skullduggeries that America does or the West does, and the person who is instigating all the violence and crime all over the world, and pretend to say, well, we really have nothing to do with that. We're just liberals. We are away from all of the crimes that we. Not, it's just a game that these people play, and I'm like hands off. I don't want to play that game anymore. You know.
You guys ever saw this video of a black brother? He's a barber. I forget where now. It could be Chicago. And I think he went on to be like an elected official in that area, wherever it is. Could be Alabama. And he's talking to this white guy, and he's hitting him. He's hitting him with with these words, man. You guys are the ones who come in and destroy and blah blah blah. And you see the white guy with this look on his face like he's taken aback by it. But if you haven't seen it, I'll try to find it and repost it on the community tab this week. But it's an example of like, we think that's fighting against what this white guy is doing to us. We think delivering nice verbal jabs is fighting the system, and it's really not. You're just preaching to the choir. These guys have hymns on the type of shit they did. They know exactly what they did. You know what I mean? Let's welcome in the Forecast this week. Forecast, how are you?
Yo, what's going on? Peace, everybody. Amani,
Forecast.
Amani, bro. Amani Mungu.
Amani Mungu.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Forecast.
Yeah. And I always say that. Well, let me say, I'm not gonna act like black people, like people that look like us, haven't always had this welcoming kind of energy with everybody, and not that we're fools or nothing like that, but I always said that, like for me, and this is just my assertion, I get it from nowhere else, but integration was a move by them, and it was like calculated, and when you think of integration, you think of like the black civil rights leaders, which is even crazier how they did it, in my opinion. But like, if you just go through like how history went down, like, and then if you look at it, like, we know about Black Wall Street and all of that, but it was every black city had to be that way. My city was like that, and you don't think those people was like, recognizing them building schools and doing all these other things, you know what I'm saying? And then you get to like, like with the 50s and stuff like that, then you had the war, like World War II, like it's a whole history thing, but let's just go to the 50s, like you had things like, the art of selling to the Negro to get them accustomed to taking black people's money because they realized they had an untapped market here. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Black people circulating their dollars in their own community. And even in the 50s, before all of that, they was talking about the, how to sell to the Negro, how to get their money or whatever. And then you look at, stuff like the Highway Act in the 1955, which really destroyed black black cities and stuff, because they built it right through the middle of the cities and then put like the projects over there, you know what I'm saying? So it really destroyed like the economic base, and then they talk about, like the people's issue was not about trying to integrate. It was about them taking their tax money, but them not getting equal funding, like with the schools or whatever, everything, all of that kind of stuff. Because then you look at the Brown versus Board of Education, you know what I'm saying? And that's like the integration thing. Like in Thurgood Marshall, like the first case, they actually was like, separate but equal and stuff like that, and okay, so that means it wasn't equal. So they was willing to pay the money, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you know, like there was a movement down south, you know what I'm saying? It was the school equalization movement, and South Carolina and Mississippi built like it's like South Carolina built like 700 schools and like 60% went to black children. You know what I'm saying? Now they was missing books and desks and all of this stuff, and that's what it was about as far as like black people. But you know, they used that kind of stuff against us. You know what I'm saying? And then you know, you had the whole. And if you look at Martin Luther King, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you notice, like, it wasn't so much the turn the other cheek crowd that was making moves, you know what I'm saying? It was more riots the year before Martin Luther King got killed than the Martin Luther King riots, you know what I'm saying? The summer before that was even bloodier because people was coming back from war and they was tired of having their stuff taken and stuff like that, and in no taxation without representation. But like, you know, but they had the whole school equalization movement. But you know, now we are affected by integration, and I think that integration was probably since like slavery, you know what I'm saying, like the worst thing that has happened, you know what I'm saying, because and then everything that happened afterwards, like with the feminist movement of the 70s and the independent stuff, and then the 80s with the crack epidemic, which we still like kind of coming back from now, and then like, you know, but I'll pass the mic though.
No, I appreciate that forecast. I think that's kind of dope. You went through that. It reminds me, I have a poll up right now. It has 47 votes, so that's cool. Right now, 98% of you says you prefer an in-person African-centered school versus an online African-centered school. That's good stuff to know. We got a Real Black Gentleman here this week. Real Black Gentleman, how are you this week? Is your mic working? I'll unmute your mic.
Yeah, I just sent a message. I got to step away, but I'll be back.
Oh, okay. All right. I see Gas Him Up is out there in the chat. Bobby Wright reminded me is the 1968 documentary Time to Burn. So I put it up on the screen. I want to actually play it. It's about 6 minutes long. I want to play it just to show you what I was saying about, you know.
Hey, Coco, can I say one thing real quick? I forgot.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because only mentioned affirmative action, and nobody got more affirmative action than white girls. You know what I'm saying? And it's ironic they the biggest ones against it. You know.
Yeah. So let's check out this. It's called Dropping Knowledge.
I wish you would follow.
It's called Dropping Knowledge to Radical Baba. So the guy's name is Ernie Chambers. He became an elected official somewhere as well. Let's check it out.
The problem exists because white people think they're better than black people, and they want to oppress us, and they want us to allow ourselves to be oppressed.
This is I agree with you perfectly. This is the basic problem.
Then what do you
that white people think they're better than others?
I can't solve the problem. You guys pull the strings that close schools. You guys draw the boundaries that keep our kids restricted to the ghetto. You guys write up the restrictive covenants that keep us out of houses. So it's up to you to talk to your brothers and your sisters and persuade them that they have a responsibility. We've assumed ours for over 400 years, and we're tired of this kind of stuff now. We're not going to suffer patiently anymore. No more turning the other cheek. No more blessing our enemies. No more praying for those who despitefully use us. We're going to show you that we've learned the lessons you've taught us. We've studied your history, and you did not take over this country by singing "We Shall Overcome." You did not gain control of the world like you have it now by dealing fairly with a man and keeping your word. You're treaty breakers, you're liars, you're thieves, you rape entire continents and races of people. Then you wonder why these very people don't have any
People, the white boy face says like, yeah, I know all this, guy. Like, why are you taking the time to list this off, right?
Confidence or trust in you. Your religion means nothing. Your law is a farce, and we see it every day. You demonstrated it in Alabama, and I can say you because you're part of the whole system. You profit from it. In fact, you make your living from it. You couldn't walk around and talk to people, stand up in your pulpit on Sunday and preach nice little songs and say, now we're going to give thanks to the Lord for he is good and old Jesus be among us. As far as we're concerned, your Jesus is contaminated, just like everything else you tried to force upon us is contaminated.
Well,
so you can have him. And here's what I'll say. I wish you would follow Jesus like we followed him. Because if you did that, then we'd be in charge tomorrow. I think the problem is so bad that we can have no understanding at all.
You think it's gotten to the point where there can never be that reconciliation? Then?
No. You talk about justice, and it means one thing to you, and we talk about it and it means something else to us. And it'll always be that way. And I'd like you to know I have a terrible feeling against preachers because I think you guys are the ones who are largely responsible for the problem in the first place. and you can accept it or not any way you choose. And for you, this may be an excursion, you know, across the line.
What about the person that wants to listen? I genuinely feel that I want to listen.
Well, if you listen and try to do something, you get kicked out of your church. See, that's where your people are.
Well, we can make changes, right? I mean, so the change that have come have been drastic.
God bless you, little brother. Come back and see us again sometime. And don't look back in anger. Thanks for taking it so well. He thought we were going to do in here like they do to us. If we went in one of their places, everybody would have jumped out of their chairs and got some ropes together and hung one of us. We couldn't even go in one of their places like this.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that. I don't know if you guys had seen that before. You guys on the panel, had you seen that clip before?
Nah, I ain't never seen it. He's all, why if you follow Jesus like we follow Jesus, why we'd be in charge. Practice like, well, then I guess I won't follow Jesus. What the fuck?
That's why I don't follow Jesus.
Like, I mean, come on, man. Like, what is your bargaining chip? Like, you're not even like you literally said, well, if you change your ways, you'd lose power. And he's like, oh, okay, I'll keep it. Oh, thanks for the tip. Come on.
Yo, you know what this remind me of? When I used to watch the WWF in the 90s. Remember the Attitude Era? Where people were like, yeah, man, look, Stone Cold is beating the hell out of Vince McMahon, his boss, man. It's all farce. Yeah. That guy was, if you look at his face, he looked like he's trying to hold back laughter.
It is laughable because when you hear this message, you think that this guy he is right on point with his thoughts and views. But all that same white gentleman needed to do was go into that same community to the regular black church, and most of the people there would usher him up front. In fact, they would have invited him to sit up front. In fact, they would have invited him to the pew to speak and make a speech. See, this is one man's sentiment, and if this was the real sentiment of the whole community itself, you would have seen it in the actions of the people. But soon as civil rights came and say, okay, guys, y'all could integrate in the establishment, you could eat to Johnny May Cafe down the street, we ran. We say the white man's ice is colder. And despite the fact that we've been eating in Mama Ray's Chicken Shack for our entire existence in America, we're going to cross over and eat into Karen's delicatessen now because we have the ability to go eat in there. Even though the food is worse, even though she don't know how to make chicken, fried chicken and all that shit, we want the comfortability to feel and accepted and integrated into the greater society. So not enough people had his sentiments and views because you see it play out in reality. Now where we are a place where young men wearing dresses. They wearing dresses, literal dresses, and cutting off the penises. Young boys, prepubescent boys. You know what I mean? Dwayne Wade's son walking around here like a girl. This is the result of having this integrationist mindset, and this is where we are because we wanted to be accepted and in with the so-called normal society. So I like I say, the sentiment is good, but not enough people not only thought like this brother, but acted in kind.
Yeah, I feel you on that, Untouchable. Azuliism is in the chat saying, are y'all making fun of that man? No, we're not making fun of the guy per se. We're making fun of the idea that he's telling this white boy everything the white boy already knows. In fact, the white boy might be even a little bit surprised how well he understands it, and how well he could repeat it back to him, And there's people like us today who might be repeating what this black brother is saying, this barber at the time. But we're repeating that to our folks. We're not trying to convince this white man to be better, to do better, to act right. We don't have that. We don't have those conversations. I think that's the key difference here. Brother Bakari's in the chat. He says, white people got some ice. He says, money to the panel in the chat. Yeah, I just want to share that you guys are going to watch the rest of that. That video is entitled Dropping Knowledge, The Radical Barber, 1966, Ernie Chambers. Thanks to Bobby Wright for reminding me where that clip does come from. Does anyone have any last words they want to share?
Yeah. Can I say something?
Yeah, of course.
Like, yo, I would say now, like, maybe he could, but like even in his time, he couldn't just walk in any Jones. There are some that he could have, but there are times where he probably couldn't go into a black neighborhood or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But often we do let other people in. You know what I'm saying? But yo, that's not the like voice of the people, kind of like though. Most people was not trying to be integrated. Like, black children, like it's still integrated or segregated. If you really come here, you'll see like most of the schools are still segregated anyway. You know what I'm saying? But they just have like 3 white dudes there and 3 black people there. You know what I'm saying? But most people didn't want the integration part. You know what I'm saying? And like, I always, just to end it, with the Thurgood Marshall thing, I like to repeat that, you know what I'm saying? Because when he first went to board versus education, he actually won equal funding, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, they would have had to fight, but they fought to get into schools. But he and the NAACP said something interesting. He said things could never be equal if we don't have the same connect. How like if you go to Yale or Harvard, you get certain connects. But he was saying black people will never have equality if we don't be able to have them as connects. You know what I'm saying? I disagree with that. I think we'd be better off if we have our own connects with each other. So
yep, I agree with that. I appreciate that forecast. I agree with that 100%. Yeah, Bakari was saying that the white man has cold ice. You know that old analogy. Black folks will run across the street to the white man's gas station to buy ice, as if his ice is colder than the ice at the black gas station, But a lot of us do believe in the white man's ice being colder. Real Black Gentlemen should be back. Real Black Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on this first prompt tonight?
Well, that's the thing. I didn't catch the beginning, so it's not fair to me to speak on it. I'd just be wasting time.
All right, let's go to Shooter Breeze prompt number 2 tonight, if there's no last words on that prompt. Shooter Breeze number 2 tonight is Rise in Black Homeschooling. This came with a link as well. Let's check it out. I think the link takes us to an article. Hold on, let me just double check. Yeah, the link takes us to actually a YouTube video. So it's actually Roland Martin. So let's see what Roland's got to say here. Let me share this with you guys. Yeah, so let's take it in. On the other side, we'll discuss the prompt and the video.
All right, folks. A growing number of black families have started teaching their kids at home. The COVID pandemic and the growing concern of racism in schools are a couple of reasons for the dramatic increase. The Census Bureau's Household Pulse survey found in April 2020, 3% of black households homeschool their children. By October 2020, it was up to 16%. Those numbers may not be completely accurate, the Bureau noted, because a lot of children were learning at home in 2020 due to COVID. So part way through the survey period, the homeschooling question was expanded to clarify that homeschoolers did not include children enrolled in public or private school. Even so, the numbers signal a significant increase. Jennifer Duckworth and Yolanda Chandler, co-founders of Black Homeschoolers of Birmingham, join me right now. How y'all doing? So,
hey, doing well. How are you?
Doing great. So, why did y'all? First of all, when did you start making the decision to homeschool your children? Why did you start this organization?
Okay, well, thank you for having us. Well, I started homeschooling. I have 2 sets of kids. The first set, we started homeschooling when Black homeschoolers were really an anomaly. So back in 2005, we did that all the way until my kids were seniors in high school, juniors, and almost a senior in high school. And then I had another set of children, and we've been homeschooling for about 4 years now.
Yes, and we started homeschooling when my son was going into kindergarten. He's in 5th grade now. And we have 3 kids. One is in 3rd grade and my youngest is in kindergarten. And we started because we just wanted the opportunity to build a solid foundation for them that we could trust.
Now, obviously, a lot is required to homeschool. That means one of the parents is not working. That means, and so for folks out there who are single, how does that work? Does it have to be the parent? Could someone actually, let's say, if they have the resources, hire a tutor to homeschool their child? How do the rules work?
Well, it actually depends on, homeschool is governed by each individual state. There is no federal mandate for homeschooling. So it's actually each parent, and if you're interested in homeschooling, what we advise them to do is check the laws within their state. Here in Alabama, really homeschooling is about an individual choice for family members. So even though we may outsource certain subjects, it's really difficult when you're talking about sending your child to someone else to homeschool, because really the importance of the homeschool, we always say family first, school second. So the whole idea of homeschooling is not to get traditional education in the sense as if you're sending your kid off to be taught by someone else, but the parent has lots of involvement with the child and is able to pick up on that child's strengths and weaknesses and really ignite what their passions are. So if a single person or someone who wants to homeschool, we would really suggest that they first look at the laws within their state and then reach out from there.
Questions from the panel. Let's see. I'll start with Matt. So I don't want Matt to follow Kelly and Michael. So go ahead.
Thank you, Roland. I appreciate that. Thank you, sisters, for joining us. The quick question I had is, are there federal or state monies that you've seen in Alabama or otherwise that Black families can utilize to subsidize the cost of homeschooling? So books or resources, are there monies out there if I'm interested in doing this that will help me defray the cost I might have to teach my children at home?
Well, there's no, as I said before, because there's no federal mandate for homeschooling, it's really an individual choice. So when a family chooses to homeschool, they're really opting out of all of those free resources and the things that you would generally get if you were in a public school setting. The great thing about the pandemic, if we could say that there was anything great about the pandemic, because of course, you know, it was very stressful and traumatic for all of us. But one of the things that came out of homeschooling for homeschooling families was that because the entire country was homeschooling at a certain point, in a sense. So there were a lot of things that families who traditionally homeschooled before the pandemic, we had to pay for. But we were able to take advantage of all the things that were free. But one of the things that I would advise anyone who's interested in homeschooling is, don't jump into thinking that you have to spend hundreds or even thousands of dollars to homeschool. If you have a library card, if you have access to a computer, if you have access to members within your community who are willing to talk to your kids, those are great starters. So it doesn't really cost a whole lot to homeschool if that's what you decide to do. Homeschooling, of course, is big business, but just like anything else, you don't have to put the horse before the cart. You can homeschool with the minimal amount of money spent. You can get your friendly with your local librarians, as we have. We spend a lot of time in our local libraries. There's lots of free resources that you can get in that way.
And one thing I might add is the reason why we started the Black Homeschoolers of Birmingham is because Yolanda and I were looking for a community that fit our cultural needs. And from the past 3 years that we have been together, we have had families to step up and actually say, well, hey, I can create a design class, or hey, I can create a debate class, or hey, I can create a music class. So that in itself creates what some might consider a community co-op, and the resources are not as expensive because it's in-house within our own community, and it helps offset the cost, and also it helps with community and the social aspect that most people are hesitant when it comes to homeschooling. So we've had a lot of success, and we're so grateful for our moms and fathers that volunteer within our community.
Let's see here. Michael.
All right. Hello, Jennifer and Yolanda. This is Michael Imhotep. So thanks for coming on today.
Michael, you're going to do a whole damn introduction, man. Ask the question.
No, I'm asking the question. Well,
Michael, ask the question.
Roland, I talked about them.
Michael, but you're going to do a whole got it.
No, I'm not. I'm rolling. Come on.
I've already said your name.
Okay.
Only thing your ass didn't give was your zodiac sign.
It's Gemini, but
don't let him do you like that, Michael.
Damn. Now ask the question.
So, what type of resources do you all use when you teach, like history, science? Because that's one of the problems. I speak at a Black Homeschooling Expo usually each year. And this is one of the problems that parents have, trying to find resources, curriculums, things like that, especially when it deals with history. So what type of advice can you give?
Well, I could say that, like Yolanda said, we utilize our library a lot. And we have actually started working with our local library to create programs that are specifically for our culture, the Black and Brown community. And they have been so amazing about saying, well, what is it that you need? And we actually did a field trip where we took a tour of our local library, and the librarian told us about the online resources that were available to us. All you had to have is a library card, as well as the in-house resources like the homeschool section that they have. Like, that's another thing. When Yolanda was talking, curriculum is something that we like to say is a tool. So you need to learn what your goal and your vision is for your family and the environment that you want to set up for your children and your family before you just hop into any kind of curriculum, because that's how you lose money, because you're like, oh my gosh, this doesn't work. Oh my goodness, I don't like this. I don't even want to teach it. And so therefore you've wasted like 6 weeks of your study time when you could have gone to the library, or you could have gone to your local Barnes and Nobles, picked out a book, saw if it worked for your family. And if it didn't, you could say, oh, well, that was a library book, so we can return it. And it was not as much in our pocket, because like Yolanda said, we do have to fund that. And if we have those resources, then that helps a lot with the learning process.
And let me just add, my first year homeschooling with my oldest son, I had no idea what I was doing, but I knew that he was struggling in school and that I needed to do things differently. So what we did was we focused on 2 subject areas, math and reading. So I went to Barnes and Noble and I got a workbook. We took our time, we worked through that. There's a great program online that you can go to that's free, that provides free math resources. And that's what we did. I didn't know any different. I just knew that my son needed some undivided attention that he wasn't getting in the private school that I was spending so much money sending him to. So I just took my time with him, and that's the beauty of homeschooling, that it's a journey. So we don't have to cram everything into one school year, or separating it into semesters or 9 weeks or whatever. It's really a journey. So if my child really needs extra help with math, then I can take my time and I can do that, and I can zero in on the areas that he needs, and not just going through an entire workbook or an entire textbook because someone else says that this is what my child is supposed to be learning at this stage.
And I might add just real quick that that's the beauty of our homeschool community, where I have a Yolanda in my life. I have several other moms who are older in the homeschool journey, and they can say, girl, please do not even waste your time.
Right.
And then they might also say, we had a lot that we learned from this particular book or workbook or system, and it helps a lot just for us to kind of go on that journey, and we're not alone.
Kelly.
All right, I think we get the idea here. That still had about 8 minutes left. But I wanted to play enough of it so that some of the questions in the chat could be addressed. And it might not be African centered, but it's, that liberal black and brown type thing going on. And something you notice with these, even with the African centered schools that are around too, by the way, you'll notice that they use a lot of cookie cutter stuff, like online resources that, this white guy put together. Like, where are the people who are really focused in on how to teach, how to instruct our children? Where are the people who are studying that and reporting back on that stuff? Because that's what we need, not the cookie cutter. She also mentioned that they focus in on reading and writing. I get it, but can't we do a little bit more than that? Can't we push our kids a little bit more than that? But that's something we have to be aware of. We can't just use the same tools that these folks are using in the public school system and think that we're going to use it in a better way somehow. The tool does what it does. But with that said, let's welcome Gaston up this week. Gaston, how are you this week?
I'm good. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm good. If you guys could just politely skip me for about 2 people, I just want to handle something real quick. But I'm still on the panel. Just skip me for 2 people. Thank you.
Do you think, real black gentleman, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What say you to what you saw? I saw you had some comments in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually I think that homeschooling is actually the natural step. However, again, it is supposed to be, we're supposed to homeschool away from natural indoctrination of the curriculums in the schools. If you kind of like transfer that online and, like you say, cookie cutter it, what I'm saying? It's just the same information that you would otherwise get in the textbooks, just in an online again, there's some variation, but how would I say it? It's like homeschooling isn't so much about doing, kind of going through the rote material at the house as so much as making sure that your child is developed into a full, vigorous, competitive adult in the world. You want to make sure that your child is taught the things that as a parent that he or she needs to know by the time that they're done. Not necessarily like what is popular, what is all the other kids learning. That's not gonna win. That you'll teach your kid to be a sheep like that. You gotta teach your kid to be the tiger out there, to be out there, to be on top. Right, at least not on top, about to be.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they mean well, and I think they're doing good things. Again, it's just a caution about how homeschooling can turn into, instead of your desk, you're just at your home, and your home becomes the desk, and instead of the teacher is decentralized into, various experts who kind of produce stuff that, hey, your kid can, this is, if you want to homeschool, just go ahead and do this. That's, that's my take. Oh, I would say, as an aside, I live, I had a high school teacher who won a Teacher of the Year, the National Teacher of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
This year, actually, in 2022.
Okay.
His name is Kurt Russell. He won the Educational Association Teacher of the Year. I just wanted to say that. He's a black man.
Okay. Kudos to him.
He's not homeschooled, but I just want black men, black folks are out here, doing what they can do to, shine up. I mean, that's all I had to say.
Yes, sir. In the chat, Arthur says, great, they need curriculums. Trighabi 262 says, the only thing is, are these homeschools African-centered is the question? Probably not. Bobby Wright said, if the curriculum is the same as the European school system, it makes no difference. All right. Real Black Gentleman said curriculums and syllabuses don't matter on the job site or in the boardroom. Arthur said a lot of opportunities in this space. The Gemini guy talked about a quote-unquote black homeschool conference he attends each year. The opportunity exists to see where they are and change their direction. That's an excellent point, Arthur. So I like that. That's an excellent point. To go get involved and kind of, maneuver your way into a position to kind of change their gaze a little bit. That's a nice point. Forecast in the chat said to Bobby Wright, that's still good, especially a black man teacher. Matron says, hopefully they are teaching these children how to think. That's important too. Forecast, what say you to all of this?
I say, well, I hope they, like everybody else, I hope they have like the right curriculum. But I would say this though, seeing as how we don't really have systems, or like if we don't have our own school, there is black schools you can enroll your children in online. Cassandra brought it up. Cassandra brought it up. I remember she said that, but at least they're doing something, you know what I'm saying? So I got to give them shots out for doing something, you know what I mean? But that go back to what we were saying before, like, having black teachers and, especially black teachers that can teach black pride and the truth about history, you know what I'm saying? That's a good thing, like me, I went through like history, like, just like since like the latest thing where we are now, you know what I'm saying? The last slave trade we got caught up in, because we got caught up in multiple slave trades in the last 1,000 years, which is crazy. But I went through that, and I tried to document everything that I could find. I still couldn't do everything, you know what I mean? But then you have people outside of this, like Cassandra, she has programs trying to help young children get like apprenticeship for like any kind of trade that they could get, like dentists, plumbers, any kind of trade, especially under black people, you know what I mean? And then like people like Bakari is trying to train them to like use weapons and guns, like I think school and everything needs to be revolutionary, especially at the point that we are, but also teach them how to be business people, you know what I'm saying? Like how to own and not be a worker, you know what I'm saying? Make them excited about science instead of them going to school feeling like, oh, I can't do this, you know what I'm saying? Show them people that look like them that do positive things, you know what I'm saying? Real life heroes, you know what I'm saying? You can even show them black comic books if you want to, but I think it should be used as a revolutionary thing. But at least they're doing something. And they're just talking about they don't want to bend. They said CRT is gone, but like the anti-racism, which don't really make a difference, but it just shows you these are the teachers. And last thing I'll say, on the video I played on the last one, this Jane Elliott white girl said, what's his name? The dude, Steve Bannon, had put up $600,000 to run 50 school board members, you know what I'm saying? And that's interesting. He himself did that. And then all of these groups can put their money together. And while we waste our time, and so he put in the school board member, and Bakari always tell people, go to your school board meetings, you know what I'm saying? And even though I don't have it, I should be doing the same thing. So I'll pass the mic.
No, I appreciate everything you added there. One of the things I think black folks really lack in, and interestingly enough, one of these ladies kind of mentioned it. Black folks don't understand branding. Black folks don't really take that business approach, very serious kind of business approach to all these things. There's industries here. These white folks know how to create a cottage industry. Look, I was out of town and I took a train and to connect from one Amtrak train to another, you have to order an Uber, right? Now Amtrak could have made that connectable or whatever, but they created a little industry in there where now if you're willing to pick folks up and stuff like that, you can make some money, right? We have to look at these things and realize that in African-centered education, there's an industry there. You start to employ the researchers, the scientists, the writers. Who's going to write the books and the textbooks that the kids are going to use? Who's going to do the instructional videos? and stuff like that. And then this gives, folks an opportunity to be a little bit competitive and create the best products available for the learning of these children and stuff like that. But we're not doing that. Again, we're just doing the easy, and I mean, they're doing something. So I got to give it to them. I'm not trying to shit on them at all. But we got to understand now it's a little bit beyond just doing a thing. And now we got to start understanding how to apply, the things that we want into these things, man. So, I'll just end it there, and I'll go to Oni next. Oni, what say you to this?
Yeah. No, I mean, like, I think the people were asking some good questions about, well, how are you going to handle the cost? It sounds more like they were going into homeschooling because their kids, were
home.
Well, that too, right? No, I think she said that her older kid was like not doing well in school. They weren't teaching him, or he just wasn't passing or whatever, and so she decided to pull him out of school, so that she could teach him reading and math, and that's a real thing. I want to say that, realistically, like, even if you're talking about academic subjects, like, I could say that in my class when I was in high school, right, most of the kids were like you could have been illiterate and you could have been in high school, like it wasn't really anything if a black kid didn't know how to read and was like a 9th or a 12th grader, because nobody really cared. And like as long as you got your 65 or whatever, you passed, you know what I mean? And you could make it up with homework and begging and whatever. So I mean, like, because I could even say for myself, like, I barely knew how to write by the time I got out of 12th grade. You know what I mean? Because we were pretty much we were just bound to be the underclass. Fortunately, I was able to do math at least, but like reading, writing, like, I wasn't good at it because they wouldn't teach us. So, on the one hand, I want to say for the, like, if you're a parent and you notice, hey, look, my kid is being purposely failed, or my kid is just failing, whatever it is, it's a good thing that you step in. But I mean, it's kind of like, yeah, you got this shitty system. I mean, it goes to that Chris Rock joke, I guess, although I guess Chris Rock ain't all that anymore, but where it's like, hey, look, I educated my child, that's what you're supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? like I don't know where or why we think we're not supposed to be educating our child. Like, this is not the exception. It reminds me of there's like a video, I think there's like a image circulating where these women are sitting down and they just got their natural hair. And the caption is professional hair for professional settings. And it's like, you're supposed to be in your natural hair. Like, when I see these two women, I'm just like, what are they doing? Like, what are they doing? So it's realistically, I would think that I believe that Black folks should be participating in homeschooling and homeschooling collectives and homeschooling expansion and so on and so forth. But I think we should be at the point where it's like this should be expected, and it should be more so like kind of like if a woman's wearing her we should be looking at her like, why do you have that on your head? And the same with like if a child is going to the public school system, we should be like, well, why is your child in the public school system? You know what I'm saying? And I mean, everybody knows why some parents do, and sometimes they make excuses too for most people, but yeah, like realistically, we as a community, at least if nothing else, should be educating our own, however that may work out. But we don't, and so that's the big joke.
I feel you on that. Let's see if Gas is available now. Gas, are you there?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think everything has been touched on. I'll just say two quick things. I think everyone said what needs to be said. The first thing I'll say is just rather briefly about the school system. I I think, in my opinion, most important skill you can teach your child other than mathematics and reasoning in terms of, things like puzzles and even riddles and proverbs and old African sayings. Those actually, teach your child a lot of reasoning skills that they'll need. I think the most important thing is actually reading and writing, because any other subject, whether it's science, whether it's history, it's engaged through the concept of reading and writing first. So if you can master your reading and writing and comprehension, and your reasoning of what you're writing and comprehending what it is that you're reading, I think that allows the doorway. So maybe a child is not the best in one particular subject, but they're able to muster enough, you know, um, skill to, for lack of a better term, to be able to at least get a decent enough grade if you decide to put them in that school system. But what I wanted to point attention to was, did you guys notice what? And this is from a manly thing, right? Shout out to the sisters, but this is a masculinity thing I want to touch on. And shout out to my Black Pentagram, Jose J. Bronze. But did you guys notice what this guy, Roland Martin, did when the other brother, and he didn't even, he just said, my name is John Emotep or something like that. He didn't say anything long winded. He just said, that's his name. And Roland Martin was like, God, man, are you going to give her a whole resume, blah, blah, blah. And he just showed what and who he is. And I'm at the point where I'm sick and tired of Black men acting like that towards each other, treating each other like that, thinking that's masculinity. It's disgusting. It's sick. It's silly. It's, in my opinion, quite feminine that you got to put down another man to big yourself up. And I think Black men have to restructure what we think is masculinity. If there are pretty women around us, I don't have to insult another Black man. I don't have to put down another Black man to make myself feel good and get the women. It is corny, and I think we need to start checking each other on that behavior. Like what he's trying to do is that fake alpha thing, because it was totally unnecessary. Totally unnecessary. You could have said, hey, dude, we don't have enough time for that. Not trying to diss you or anything. He could have approached it in a different way. And these are the people that are so-called gonna, be leaders. And to me, when I observe a man, particularly any man, it's those little actions, that I use to determine how I'm gonna be around you. Like, yeah, I could tell if this dude had any opportunity to have any slight advantage over me, this is how he would behave.
Right.
This is how they would act. So that was what I wanted to just bring to the attention, particularly of the men, but even the women too. Your son, your nephews. Tell them that's not masculinity. That's corny, in my opinion. I just want to bring that out there.
Yeah, I did take note of Roland's sassiness during that little exchange there. And he tends to be sassy like that a lot too. It's very questionable. And we definitely don't want that to be the norm of manhood going forward. Let me get to Mr. Untouchable next.
Yes, sir. Koku, there is enough teachers and professors on this panel to really, I think that I could leave it to the professors and the teachers on this panel as far as the in the analysis of homeschooling and things of that nature. But what I would say is, first of all, shout out to Forecast, because I think that his political analysis on different things and topics is maturing, and I think that not to say that it wasn't developed before, but I could hear that there's a political sophistication to a lot of his analysis of late, and from what I've been listening to, and I eager to see where he takes that talent and development in the next 5 years. I'll just say that, and I'd also say this too. In hearing this video, a few things dawned on me. As far as online schooling, my question is, what are you trying to produce as far as homeschooling is concerned? What are you trying to produce? When you leave it to the teachers, what are you trying to produce? If I'm going to the school of Robert Williams, I'm trying to produce a bunch of champions. So his school might be a little bit different from another homeschool who is trying to produce a particular thing. You know, teaching is just not teaching. Teaching is trying to create a specific outcome. You know, so for me, you know, as a novice, as far as teaching is concerned, pedagogy and all that nonsense, but well, not nonsense, but all of that stuff. You know, it's you trying to produce a particular thing. The next thing is, I think it's too early. For me, I think it's too early to really. And shout out to the sisters who actively have taken action and actually got up and done something about what they see. I have no disrespect for them. I think it's a good thing to take action on things. But the second thing I have is, for me, it's too early, because you have to prove what you are actually teaching. Is what you teaching effective? And I think that you should give people time, maybe 5 years, to really show, well, this is what we have done, and this is the end result of it. We have created these kinds of things, and if it's successful, can it be duplicated, and can it be spread? Can it be the format itself be spread to others, where they could learn that format, that system, and spread it on to other people? That's another thing, you know what I mean? And one last thing I would say is, in teaching for me, you know, teaching can't just be teaching for teaching's sake. Teaching is, when I'm teaching a child something, am I developing him to solve a particular problem within my community? You know what I mean? And that might be flighty to say, but for me, like I say, as a novice again, I want to train people to solve problems that exist in my community, so I can make my community better. Now, that might not necessarily fit into the curriculum of the so-called thing of taking SATs and trying to get into college, but eventually, like the Jews and other people, if I have particular issues or ailments that exist within my community, I want to create people or produce people who are able to solve these issues if I can't do it myself. So if we have a shortfall of people who are financially incapable, illiterate, or whatever, I want to be able to produce these kinds of people, so they will in turn help my community get better. If I have shortfalls in technology, if I have shortfalls in medicine, etc., etc., etc. So I want to produce people who will be able to solve issues and problems within my community. Like I say, I'm a novice. I'm not a teacher like all of your brothers. So, you know, I am eager to hear what you all think about that.
No, absolutely. That's what education is for. Education is for the uplift and the upkeep and the connectivity between yourself, your environment, your traditions, you know what I mean, and to use those things to make the community at large better, you know, to solve the problems that can occur and do occur. You know, that's the whole point of it. And so, which is why I go back to that, what I said earlier about that cookie cutter stuff. You're just using the same shit that's basically in the public school system. Where are our people who are putting in that time, putting in the rigors of, you know, studying our kids? I remember there was a book that was out a couple of years ago, How to Teach Black Kids Math or something, or science. I think I have, I think it's 2 volumes, right? You know, where are those people who are saying, well, this is the way we need to teach our kids? Not just this old cookie cutter stuff that you could just go to the damn school that they have open, if that's what you're going to do. Like Bobby Wright in the chat said, if it's going to be a Eurocentric education, what's the point? You know, so that, you know, what's the point of homeschooling, where yes, you can put more attention, more care into the students at home, you know, for whatever reasons. But, you know, what's the point of doing all of that if you're still not getting from them someone who has a potential to really change the course of your people, man? You know, that's what we have to be about. Let's go to Kevin Carre.
Sorry, Kevin, go ahead.
We'll come back to Mr. Untouchable. Kevin Carre, are you there? If you are,
no, let him speak. I'll speak after Mr. Untouchable. Go ahead, Mr. Untouchable.
Thanks, Kev. I just was what I was just really saying is we don't just want to be preparing children or readying them for white corporations. You know what I mean?
Right.
For a job in a white corporation. For me, that is not enough. You know, because I just look at other communities and maybe I should just focus on my own plate sometimes. But when other communities prepare their children, they prepare their children to make their communities better. What we have been doing is preparing our children to be good workers in other people's corporations, making these corporations successful, more financially stronger, while we sit to the sideline begging for a situation to happen to us after they graduate from high school or college or wherever. And I feel like that's ass backwards, especially in a so-called free economy. You don't need to do that. But I'll stop there, Kev. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, sorry, bro. Yeah, I'll make it short. But the one thing I don't hear we saying to the one thing we really need to teach kids is critical thinking. You know, we can give them all the books and history, but we must teach them how to see things for really what they are, and you know how to navigate the society. You know, but as in homeschooling, I mean, it's a great idea because the other thing I noticed was what someone said earlier about them not being able to write up to the 12th grade is the system works perfect. It just wasn't really meant for you. It's meant to destroy you. But I'm gonna pass.
All right. In the chat, Bobby Wright, I just want to shout this out. He said a Coben Institute in Atlanta has an excellent African-centered full-time school and homeschooling program. So I just want to shout that out, right? But earlier, Bakari said Roland said he checked Khalid Muhammad and had to put him in his place. Nobody believed him when he said, yeah, that happened a couple years ago. No one believed it when it was said. Does anyone have any last words on this prompt here? If not, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 says, hold on. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 says toy brands that align with the modern Black experience. Let's check out the link that came with this. It takes us to an article. Purpose Toys partners with Just Play to introduce 2 contemporary toy brands that align with the modern Black experience. Purpose Toys, one of the largest Black-owned toy startups, announced today the release of 2 new purpose-driven toy lines, Naturalistas and HBC YOU, in partnership with Just Play and Kidfinity Inc., a Just Play affiliate company. Both lines will be sold and distributed by Purpose Toys for retail launch globally in fall 2022, with additional collaborations planned for spring 2023 and beyond. Purpose Toys was founded by entrepreneur, brand specialist, and business development executive Dee Wright Ward with a mission to partner with promising Black toy creatives to produce contemporary products that align more closely with the modern Black experience. Dee's playground in entertainment and fashion provides a distinctive expertise to bring culture-based initiatives to the mainstream. So this is some of their work over here on the right. The Naturalistas, created by Dee, is a line of natural hair fashion dolls designed as a celebration of natural coils, curls, and crowns. HBCYOU dolls, created by Purpose Toys mentee Brooke Hart Joan, are 18-inch dolls that aim to share the magic of historically Black colleges and universities by advancing the concept of higher learning to young children through play. Through Naturalistas and HBCYOU, Purpose Toys has captured a medley of cultural subtleties, including the uniqueness of Black beauty, and hair textures, gorgeous hues of black skin tones, accompanied by authentic storytelling, clear to the black community. I think we get the idea here. This is, I guess, the naturalista stuff. Just giving them a little shine. Someone who comes along this video might want to spend their money that way. So it's giving them a little extra shine. But yeah, so that should be topic number 3 tonight. Toy brands that align with the modern black experience. Real black gentlemen, what do you think of that? You're muted if you're talking.
Oh, okay, my bad. Purpose source. I mean, let me wait. Let me think about it for a second.
All right, Oni, what say you?
Okay, sorry, I missed this. Wait, you saying is this a black owned company?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It looks like it's a toy. I mean, it sounds like a good thing. I don't know. A black company makes black toys. Like I said, like some things is like I think one of the issues we have, particularly in America, is that you can just do like the normal thing, and it's just like, what? You know, like, yeah, a black toy making, like a black toy company making black toys. It's like that should have been a thing. Like that already was a thing. Like Garvey did that already. So I don't even know. Like I actually don't even know what we're supposed to take away from this. Like I mean, it might be that story where it's like a dog biting a man ain't really a story, but a man biting a dog is a story. You know what I mean? Like it's more of a story that black folk don't make toys for their kids than it is for black folk to make toys for their kids. You know what I mean? Like, and kind of reminds me though, like, there's this song I heard my son singing. It goes something like, can you get the color? No, like, is it red? Is it blue? Is it green? No, I could be red. I could be yellow, something like that, right? And so I hear him singing this, so I look it up because I'm like, what are you singing? Right? I look it up, and it's a bunch of white people are making a bunch of content with this song, and it's just like, yo, white people are on top of educating their children, just the same as that, Baby Shark song, so on and so forth. But then you can't, and it's not to say black folk don't do it, because black folk do, but it's like you're supposed to. Like you're supposed to. Like the weird thing is my son listening to this cracker shit. That's the weird thing. Not, if my son is listening to some black folk music, if my son is watching Akili, that's not weird. That's what he's supposed to do. So I don't know. When it comes to this, okay, black folk, one of the largest black owned, yeah, okay, cool. Like, good for y'all. I mean, I like to hear that, and I think it's good to spread it. But as far as what I think about it, it's like, yeah, you're supposed to. Like good for you. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, I write down purpose toys. I'll write it down,
Mm-hmm. But Bakari in the chat says school should teach reading, writing, counting, tech, and the children's interests. Brother Bakari said this is a great story. Yana B, she's out there. She says, way better than the white dolls I used to play with. And the coils really look like mine. And so you see, she really, Yana B really took to the story, it seems. So in case when someone comes along and checks out just Shoot the Breeze in the future, they'll be able to look up that company and see what they got going on and support. It's good to make toys and whatnot in your own image, and with your own stories. Gas them up. What say you to this?
Yeah, shout out to them. I hope they make a lot of money. But I'm always looking from an occult lens. I personally wouldn't recommend anyone give their child a doll. If you look at the etymology of the word doll and idol, and
break it down for us.
Yeah, you start to realize that it ties into a graven image. In the old days, it was only the medicine men and the elders who had idols or dolls in their possession, because it's interesting what you create the idol that you create is what you align yourself with. And so, I'm not against it, but I find it interesting that you never saw it. Um, we don't see, for the most part, examples, at least from what I've researched. I could be wrong, but we don't see that many anthropological examples of young children being given dolls to play with in um, non-European societies. I could be wrong. Don't hold me to it. I'd have to sit down and do the research. But yeah. So like I said, I hope they're successful as a company. But I personally wouldn't give a doll to a child. I think there's a very strong occult practice that's there, and it's not a coincidence that a little black girl will pick up the white doll and say that the white doll is pretty and the black doll is ugly, right? So these are all things that I look at. So this is my little 3 cents.
I appreciate that, Gas. Forecast. What say you to that? What do you think of what Gas had to say about dolls in general?
Well, I would say that well, I don't know about like, the culture or the history about it. I know kids, play with toys or play with things or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like I know kids play with boxes or whatever, but like, I would say that at least is a step in the right direction to have a black idol than or idol that looks like you than one that doesn't, you know what I'm saying? And I would say to this story, I agree with with Oni and Gassam up is saying, we all wish him, but I think that this is a great story, and I think you did a great job playing it because it's up to us. It's our job also to put it out there because I've never heard of Purpose Toys, and I've never heard nobody mention it. So like, I think this is a great job. And I always say, whatever you feel is the most important thing that will help whatever group you're trying to help, go out there and like do it and create it, whatever it may be. You know what I'm saying? It could be a safety pin, a diaper, you know what I'm saying? A water bottle. It may be the cure to some kind of disease. It could be anything, you know what I'm saying? Go out there and do it, you know what I'm saying? And, so if that's what they feel, you know what I'm saying? I support that. Like we should have things that's for us, but I'll pass the mic.
I just want to mention too, earlier in the previous prompt, Forecast was talking about Cassandra Cheeks and the work that she's doing. I just want to post it in the chat. I'm pretty sure it's realminthebush.com, right? That mentorship program that she has going on, where she's trying to get black children to do internships with black businesses and whatnot. I think that's a real good thing she's doing, and you guys should check out her website too. Maybe you could link up with her as well. Real Black Gentleman want me to come back. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Yeah, I would say, as my brother Bakari usually say, support black business. I'm all for it, and where I am with it is when when Meghan Markle got married to Prince Harry, there was a lot of celebration with many black women. Many black women celebrated the fact that Meghan Markle, who was supposedly a black lady, married Prince Harry. And I feel like one of the reasons for that is when most of these girls are young, what they play with? They play with Barbies. They've been playing with Barbies since childhood. And who is Barbie natural mate? To find her Ken, her Prince Charming. And the fact that a grown person, when they get older, they are able to live vicariously through Meghan Markle and say she has been able to actualize what we've been dreaming about, playing with, and fantasizing about since childhood. And this is really coming straight from Mattel, straight from the Barbie doll. This is the reason why Barbie has been able to garner billions of dollars, not only from the black community, from the white community, but the black community too. So I think that having black dolls can be a bad thing. I don't think well, for me, it's a form of propaganda.
Right.
It's a form of propaganda, and it needs to be used to counteract. I understand it's almost like a drop in the ocean, because many of our sisters are still gonna get the white Barbie dolls. Why? Because the child want it. You know what I mean? They've been conditioned from very, very young. So you need to have some things that would be able to counteract that kind of programming and conditioning. You know, the only thing I would say is the marketing needs to be expanded. And I would say that if we could get, I remember back in the day, then LL was advertising Fubu, and Fubu became popular. And I remember Vibes Cartel advertising Street Vibes. Street Vibes was almost competing with Bacardi in Jamaica. That's unprecedented. That is unprecedented. That regular street artist off of the street could get the liquor, a new liquor he created to compete with Bacardi, which has been around for many, many years. So I think that we need to use marketing. We need to use the same protocols and strategies sometimes these people use to influence or convince our people to put their dollars elsewhere. Let me put it like that. And I think that if we could use these soundboards within our communities to make certain things popular, you know, it would be good. Unfortunately, these guys don't really control their own fate and destiny. That's a whole other argument. But I would also say that if the market is saturated with black dolls in the United States, I would say expand your market. Expand that, because you need black dolls inside of the Caribbean. You need black dolls in Africa. You need black dolls in South America. You know, people, especially in South America, people want to see themselves, and they want to have an option. Give them an option. Maybe it may go, maybe it may not go. Maybe a mother may decide to buy that black doll. Maybe she may not. But it's because she's actually going to spend the money. So it's with her and the mother to convince the child, this is better for you. It's a pretty doll, eh? I like how this doll look. Look how she have a nice little college thing on her. Look how she wearing her. You need to convince it. The mothers need to convince their children, and they need to spend their dollars in different directions, in different places. But I would also say, for me, it's a marketing problem. I think they should expand their market and not let it just exist within the United States itself, because it's saturated, and people are gonna buy whatever the hell they want to buy anyways. But at the end of the day, we are playing a economic game. We are playing a game on propaganda itself. I remember watching a contemporary thing of the doll test. Don't you know young black children still picking these little white dolls, saying that it's better because they white? In 2022, and we seeing that play out right now, where the lady, what's her name, Cardi B, Nicki Minaj, calling herself a Barbie, yeah, and have an audience of Barbies, so-called Barbies. It's propaganda. So I think that propaganda needs to be counteracted in some way. You can't just do nothing, you know. But that's where I am with it, man.
In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 says, I really don't want to rehash an old topic because the current topic is something different. But if Meghan Markle is questionable and not black, how are we actually debating Cindy Breakspear? Forecast laughed at that. And Trigger Happy 262 says, caught him red-handed. So I'll give Mr. Untouchable an opportunity to speak on it.
What? Who?
With what? Yeah, the if Meghan Markle is questionable in terms of being black at all,
No. Let me be clear. What I said is that many black women recognize or was celebrating the fact that Meghan Markle married Prince Charles. Many black women perceive her as black. It's not me, it's them. So if you don't question anyone, you should question them. The black women who are celebrating the fact that she married Prince Charles. As far as Shakespeare, Breakspear was concerned, if I believe a particular thing, and I still believe, and I hold my ground in it, I think that she's a black woman. If you differ from that opinion, that's okay. This is an opinion show. But for me, I would like brothers to come on sometime from time to time and challenge my opinions and beliefs. You can't just throw stones in the audience, brother. Come on and let's contend with one another in the conversation.
Mr. Atta, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Is Meghan Markle black?
If she has a black mother, I believe that she's black. Yeah, I mean, she have a black mother. Yeah, I mean, she have a black mother. That's how I see it. Even though she have a black dad, she have a black mother. In the UK, I live in the UK. In the UK, she would be considered a so-called mixed race. But even the mixed race people in the UK still get treated like niggas. You know what I mean? They're indistinguishable. They're indistinguishable. So, and another thing too is I am not responsible for how Meghan Markle come to this planet because her mommy decided to sleep with a white man. What that got to do with me? She can still be treated like a nigga in England, even though she's a light skinned person. Why? They still recognize her as a black woman. That's why she had to leave. She had to leave the UK. Don't you know the Queen and Prince Charles were calling their child a monkey?
Yeah, but
for me, that's a language. That's a nigga language. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying, but I'll leave it here though. This is my last question though. Like,
no worries, brother. No worries.
So, like, why would it be a bad thing if she's black? Why would it be a bad thing to celebrate her? You know, being what she is. You know,
to celebrate her being like a black person.
He was like black woman is like happy because she got like, you know, a black person.
They were happy. I'm seeing it. For me, I was disgusted with it, but they were happy because they don't understand context. They don't understand who the people who are celebrating. They just seeing the queen. They just the so-called queen of the UK. They just seeing her power. They just seeing her influence. Not understanding that there are many black queens. There was a black American woman who married an Ethiopian king. There was and no one even knows who she is. No one says nothing about her. The same black American women didn't say anything about her. But the fact that this black lady married this white man, she's to be celebrated now. I see a problem with that. For me, I see a problem with that. They didn't because they think they attached to her power, influence, money, etc., etc., etc. I see a problem with it. I don't think that there should be a celebration. In fact, the queen has done, not the queen, what the crown represents is misery. It represents torture. It represents brutality to their own people. So I don't think it's something to celebrate. But from their spectacles, from their purview, they think it's something to be celebrated. I don't feel that way, you know?
Okay, I got you. So you pretty much just saying like black women celebrating like being part of that family, not so much because she was like I got you.
It's a horrible thing.
Brother Untouchable, I'm confused though. I'm a little confused. Sure. Is blackness because then what is black? Is it you know? So she's black because her mother's black.
For me, from my standpoint, you know, a black person is not only the fact that you have black ancestry. You know, I think it goes a little bit beyond that because I think that you have to have a black mindset too. You know what I mean? You have to have a black mindset. What is a black mindset?
So, but does she have a black mindset?
No, but I'm saying the women who see her, and me myself too, because she has a black mother, and maybe that's my shortcomings. When I see her,
don't cupcake for her, man, because she got a black mother.
No, bro.
Don't have any sympathy for her, man. Remember, we had a lot of revolts on the plantations, and some of these women in Brazil turned their back on us. Out there's one plantation riot, and these women were the first ones snitching.
Yes, I know in reality that if I was to approach this woman, she would call security for me. I know that for a fact. But I'm saying that even though I may see a particular, the world sees her as black too. The world sees Barack Obama.
But you see, but you see the problem, right? You see, this is what I'm saying, and it's a tough thing to say, but black people have to get away from blackness. Blackness is a silly thing, in my opinion. As much as it comes with beautiful soul music and Marvin Gaye and all that beautiful stuff it can come with, and good food and the so-called black experience, I think that it leads to a problem where, so for example, uh, on one hand, one can say there's problems with so-called tribalism and things of that nature, which that has problems of its own. But if you have this universal concept of blackness, right, just like whiteness is a universal concept, uh, now you can't delineate who's within the tribe. There's no, like on the show yesterday, I was talking about how um, black people or Africa doesn't. If you look at it from a cellular level, right, your cells don't allow any type of molecules to just come inside. You can't just get inside your cell, right? It has to be active transport along your cell wall. So your cell has to recognize what it allows into the cell body. And so if blackness is this thing that we can just allow anybody inside because somebody's mother was horny, then we have a problem.
But yes, if we say that blackness is a level of consciousness, right? Now, not to say that you saying that. If we say that blackness is a level of consciousness, then Rachel Dolezal is a black woman. Then
Of
Rachel
course,
Dolezal is a
but
black
she
woman.
is black. There's nothing wrong with Rachel Dolezal being black, but that's what I'm saying. That's why the definition of blackness is silly. Blackness has to be it has to go back to a tribal thing, in my opinion. Because when you make it tribal, now you can say, wait a minute, this is who we are, right? We are A, B, and C. We do A, B, and C. But if you leave it at the level of blackness, then anybody, like I said, anybody's mother can be horny and sleep with, Shaggy from Scooby Doo, and now they're one of us. Any white girl could get a tan and braid her hair, and now she's one of us. So, but if you say, wait a minute, Rachel, wait a minute, Megan, do you do the natural duties, as the guy was asking that lady on the show in, was it Uganda, on YouTube, right? He said, do you perform the natural duties? Do you do these traditional rites of us from this region in this place? Well, if you don't do that, then you're not one of us. I'm sorry.
Good. So you attaching
You
it to
have to
culture. The problem I have
say,
with
am I attaching it to what?
culture.
It has to be.
Sure.
That's the only way you can,
So when Uni B says that, okay, they need, because her a level of blackness is they need to have two black parents. Okay, so if they have two black parents, but one grandparent who's a black person, white person, now what happens to the blackness? Now what happens to the blackness? Is this a black person or is this a diluted?
Well, I remember, I'm not talking of blackness.
No, not you.
I'm saying,
I'm just answering the question.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Blackness, to me, any conversation of blackness, you run into these circular, you end up in these cul-de-sacs, right? So for me, blackness needs to be thrown in the trash can. As wonderful as it is, I love blackness, but throw it in the trash can. That's why, when you look at what Dubois wrote, he wrote the Philadelphia Negro, because the Negro in Philadelphia had a behavior that was distinct from the, Galveston Negro, from the St. Louis Negro, from the Oklahoma Negro, from the Brooklyn Negro. So there was different concepts of blackness. But what's happened today is, and this is again a cult, right? This is this universalism. So all these kids all sound the same. I remember growing up in the 90s, it was a sin to be a biter. You didn't want to copy anybody's style. But now you listen to all these kids, all the music sounds the same. They all talk the same. Oh God, bro, this, right? They call police 12. Remember when we were growing up, different regions described police. Some call them the fuzz, some call them 5-0, some call them the popo, but now everyone calls them 12. They all say, "On God, bro." All the girls, wear the same thing, and so blackness is this universal thing that's really manufactured in some white guy's, film or music studio.
I agree.
And so that's what I'm saying. If you get away from that, then you can start to say, "Wait a minute, you're not one of us because you don't perform these functions."
I agree with what
like I could put a yarmulke on my head, right? And I can curl the sides of my hair.
Yes.
And I can go to Eastern Parkway. I'm not a member.
Sure.
But any white boy can sit down there and do the shimmy and, dance with our girls and grind on them during Juve, and he's one of us.
Sure.
What's wrong with us?
My problem is, and I agree with that, if we say that we're going to limit this term of blackness to culture, let that be a universal understanding between all of us all. But when I hear blackness, I hear this Just this vast expanse. It depending on who you talking to, you can hear, okay, they must have a mother and a father who black. Then it goes to they must have 4 grandparents who black. It depending on who you talking to. Then it's
But that definition is a white definition. That's that one drop rule
no,
definition.
but I've heard black people have these kinds of
You know, black people don't read, man. You know,
Hey,
us black
I got a
people.
question for both of y'all though. So why isn't Meghan Markle white?
She's half white. She's half black. Her daddy white.
Why isn't she white?
I don't know what she is. I don't talk about mongrel monstrosities. But all I'm saying is she doesn't perform the natural function. If you don't perform the natural functions of women from, what I'm hoping should be the new ethnicity that should be regionally based and locally based, throw her in the trash can. Oh yeah, Meg Thee Stallion, you look like us. Meghan Markle, that's great. You look like us. You got our skin. You even sound like us. But I'm sorry, you're not one of us. Why is it so hard for black people to do that?
Because we don't have a universal understanding of this idea.
But you don't need a universal understanding.
Yes,
you need a local.
Yes, we do.
You need because if you create a universal understanding, then that's going to cause problems. Because the Negro in Florida is not necessarily going to agree with the Negro in Trinidad. So blackness can't be universal. Blackness is only universal in our experience of whiteness because white people create a universal whiteness. But even white people reject that. You go to Spain, the Basque region or Catalan, they hate Spain, right? They hate the Castilians. So I'm saying that for me, at least in just my little opinion, black people have to come up with new definitions of self that come with behavior, that come with structures, that come with rules, regulation, authority, hierarchy. It has to be that way, in my opinion.
I respect that. I respect that. But until we get to that impasse, I think that right as it stands right now, it depends on who you speak to, what defines the term of or idea of blackness. And I could get with when you say that it should be based on terms of culture. I could get with that. I could get with that tomorrow, but I'm knowing that the regular person on the street doesn't see it that way. The majority of people on the street doesn't see it that way. And so why would you walk with the mindset of the majority of people on the street? The masses are asses. Yes, but I won't be able to relate to the regular. If I'm speaking as I am right now to a African American, predominantly African American audience, they don't see blackness like how Caribbean people see blackness. You see, so here lies the issue. Here, because when I say
and most Africans don't even really know what blackness is until they leave the continent.
They don't even discuss it. It's not even.
They don't even know what it is until they leave the continent.
It's not even an issue. Yeah, it's not even an issue. So you have some nuances, you have some complexities, and sometimes this is the reason why I don't like to get into these kinds of arguments and debates, because it's not like you say, it's not a universal understanding of the idea of blackness. And we could discuss these kinds of things until 4 o'clock in the morning, and we still won't agree.
In the chat.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm coming to you next. I'm coming to you next. In the chat, Bobby Wright says FBA Negroes use that tribal analogy also to what Gas was saying when he was up. He said,
I wanted to ask him if you support. I'm not saying whether you do or don't. I don't care. I'm just saying, do you support ADOS?
My personal answer, yes. I think FBA ADOS is a brilliant thing, but unfortunately, the ideology and the minds behind it are morons. It's not, it's a Tariq Nasheed, it's a Yvette Carnell, but I do think that black people in America should be able to create a distinct ethnicity and a distinct ethnic group that comes with codes of conduct and behavior. So now they can trim the fat. So it's not FBA so you can champion Little Boosie and champion Meg Thee Stallion. No, it's FBA so you can kick them the F out. Get rid of them morons. Throw them in the trash can and say they are not a part of us. But it seems like they're only doing that to welcome them in. So no, FBA, yeah. We are all the degenerate behavior. That's what we created. It's our culture. No. Get rid of that, because you guys created jazz. You created some of the most advanced things that can rival Egypt. Little Boosie, throw him in the trash can. 21 Savage, trash can. King Von, the trash can. Throw them away. You know, Cardi B, even though she ain't one of you, trash can. And when you get rid of those people, now you can start to say, hey, you know, this is who we are. We are the cream of the crop. This is our behavior. We're not with our pants down on our butt cheeks. You know, we're not real G's. Our boys and our men don't go to jail to be real N-words. Our women aren't popping it and having hot girl summers. That's not us. That's what the media wants to say is what black people do. That ain't us. And I think that's a good thing if they can have that type of control. Fortunately, they don't have that yet. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
Okay, let me what's up, everybody? Let me speak. Can I say something right quick, man?
Yes, sir.
I hear, okay, white people can have a universal whiteness. The Orientals are gonna have a universal. They're gonna be universal. All them yellow folks. But when it comes to black people, we seem to have a problem with black people being universal. So I heard him say Rachel Dolezal can be black. That's impossible for Rachel Dolezal to be black. Because we know when you're talking about black, we know who you're talking about. We're talking about people of African descent. Rachel Dolezal cannot be black. I don't care how she braid her hair. Don't care what she do. I think the biggest problem is black people have a problem with wanting to work with other black people. See, me, I'm the type of I would say FBA and ADOS, I would ball that up, put it in a brown paper bag, put the brown paper bag in a garbage can, in a garbage can. Take the garbage bag out, put that shit in the incinerator and set it on fire. That shit is stupid to me. We already had an identity. How many? Because our ancestors knew where we came from, right? So I'm gonna speak from, okay, I'm gonna come from this angle then, right? So our identity, when you look at Mobile, Alabama, you see Africa Town. White people didn't name it Africa Town. White people didn't tell my great grandmama, who was born in 1853, that she came from Africa. She knew where she came from. So we already had an identity. We were African people. We make something simple difficult to get away from one another. If because like I said, you go to Spain, it's gonna be different. But right, when you look, when all these white folks, when Tyson Fury, and I know there's a couple black people I know was pulling for Tyson Fury too, but when Tyson Fury fought Deontay Wilder, all them white folks was pulling for Tyson Fury. Cause of him being white, European, whatever you want to call it. Just like when what's the white dude name who Mayweather became 50-0 against?
McGregor.
Conor McGregor. See, everybody else can have their universe, but we can't because we want to remain tribal. And being tribal, and if you don't know how to cross tribal lines while being tribal, we will remain in this position. We will remain in this position that we're in because we're going to remain tribal and never cross tribal lines and understand that you're of African descent, you're African and I'm African. We supposed to be riding together. And that's my take on that. We supposed to ride together because we're African. We look and see. Everybody clearly does it. So I always ask people, because you spend money with all these people. You spend money with the Orientals, spend money with Arabs, who I absolutely despise, spend money with the Arabs, spend money with the East Indians, spend money with white folks. Do you ever hold conversations with these people about how they run their thing and how they see each other? Since people get my money, if I go somewhere and I have to give my money to somebody, and that's what around my, if you're going to take my money, you're going to talk. If you ain't going to talk, shit, you won't get my money. It's just that damn simple.
Big bro. If Meghan Markle,
she ain't black.
She's
ain't black.
Yes,
she white.
Because
white.
She's of African descent. That's
but
your
white.
rule.
But she's white. But she's also of European descent.
So she's
also of European descent.
But you can split in half though, big bro.
Yes, you can split in half. Yes, they can split her in half. I'm gonna tell you something, right? Like I said, I got two mulatto grandkids, right? And everybody always asks me, say, is it a difference with my mulatto grandkids and my black grandkids? Yes, because my black grandkid is black. My mulatto grandkid is mixed with white. I love the hell out of the black side. It's just that simple. But they're not black. But they're not black.
But you love the mulatto kids halfway, as like for that black side, and these stuff.
I love the black side to death.
You love the mulatto grandchildren halfway because of the half black side, and then the white black side you really don't like that. So you really for the ones who fully black, you love them 100%. For the mulatto ones, you love them 50%.
My love.
So I want to ask you guys a question.
I love
I
my
want to ask you
grandkids, but what
gentlemen
I'm
a
saying is
question.
right. I don't just call mixed people black because if they got something else in them, they can also be the other thing. And see, then the problem become when they choose that other side. Then we mad because they have chose the other side, but they have the right to choose the other side because they are the other side. Now, I'm not mad at a mulatto person. Don't get it twisted. I'm cool with mulatto. I have mulatto friends, right? I think mulattoes have the right to say something about our discussion because they are half us. I just don't call them. Even my mulatto friends will tell you they're not black. They tell you they're biracial. They say they don't even like to be called just one race because that's erasing the other parent. That's erasing half of them.
Big
I
bro.
want to ask you guys a question.
One last thing, Gas, and you could go. One last thing, big bro. If most of us in the West, when we take any DNA test, we'll find our numbers are 80 to 90% African. The other 10 to 20% is European descent. This is a fact that I've been looking at as far as these DNA testing is go. So I mean, I understand what you're saying, but none of us are 100% African. This is a fact in the West.
But most of that was not by choice, though. See,
Granted.
We can't force us to claim a rapist, though.
Right.
No, I try to claim them. I claiming them. I'm just saying, if going off what you say, you have to be from African ancestry, and then you say, well, she's half, but most of us are 90, and we have a higher percentage. But we can't deny the fact that there's a part of us who have been mixed into whoever else because of rape and etc. etc. etc.
But Mr. Untouchable, would you say?
Let me say this right quick, then I'm done. Let me say it right quick. So, Mr. Untouchable, according
Yes,
to what you just said, then, right?
Yes, sir.
She's white because she's more white than black, gonna be according to her DNA. So she shouldn't be called black at all.
50%.
No, she won't be 50%. No. Because of everything that happened, she's gonna be more white than black.
That's true because she was the king. I mean, she in the whitest institution in the world. Of course she can be, but it's not.
No, I'm talking about her DNA.
That's
Where's her mama from? Where's her mom from? Where's her mom from?
Huh?
Where's her mom
She's
from?
from the States. She's from the States.
So with everything that black people went through here and the way you just broke it down,
yes.
we gonna be as 80% African, 20% something else, right? So
I would say take the majority. From my standpoint, I say take the majority.
Okay, but let me explain. Let me explain so you can understand. So that means I'm gonna say Meghan Markle. Okay, I'm gonna say Meghan Markle mama, 85%, right?
Yeah. Yes.
But then she got with a white man who's white. So when they do that DNA, that white man probably 100%, right?
Yes, yes.
So that means she gonna have more white DNA than black DNA.
Okay.
Right or wrong?
Sure, no worries.
So why? And I'm not telling nobody. I'm just saying I just don't call because and I think that's just me. But anyway, I don't. She's more white. That means she's gonna be white.
What do you gentlemen do?
Just consider, Brother Bakari, in New Orleans right now, you have many people in New Orleans who've been passing for a very long time. They have high yellow people down there. We're going to throw away all our brothers and sisters in New Orleans. We're going to do that because many of them, they have high mixed percentages.
I want to ask you gentlemen a question. What do you gentlemen do tomorrow if European concepts of whiteness no longer exist? You wake up tomorrow, whiteness doesn't exist as a concept or as an idea.
We going with the French theory now. This is French theory.
I don't live by their concept because if I live
I-
by that concept, I would be saying Meghan Markle is black. So that's why I say.
No, I'm saying if there's no more whiteness tomorrow, what do you guys do?
Can I answer that question?
Go ahead.
They still won't be the same as us though. But go ahead,
Okay, tomorrow when I wake up, I would still want my kids to look like me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, what's the word? I can't pass. You know what I'm saying? I would want my kids to look like me. I would want I would want my neighbors to have the same mentality that I have. You know what I'm saying? Now, this is an if, because tomorrow they're not going to wake up like, let me give out power. You know what I'm saying? And it's interesting how they came into power by having this conference, because they didn't colonize most of the stuff until they said, we'll put aside our tribal differences. Will Ukraine and Russia shoot at each other? Yes, but then they'll stop when an African, black person, whatever you want to say, a melanated person, whatever you want to say, walk in between, they'll stop, shoot that person, then get back to shooting each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you know, like, yo, all of that stuff is like, you know, like, yo, I agree with having your community strong and all of this stuff, but like, yo, they're not going to, like, number one, give up the power, the identity, the privilege that they have, you know what I'm saying? Because why would you, you know what I'm saying? And I think that generally, you know what I'm saying?
But I'm not talking of power. I'm just talking about the concept of whiteness.
Right, the concept. So like generally people are more comfortable with people that look like them, you know what I'm saying? And that's why generally, you know, like the tribes and all of this stuff, they look alike, they speak kind of the same kind of things, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know that I would still want, you know, I would probably find a woman, and I guess you would say there's no word of black or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But
This is
you
what I'm
know what?
saying, because if whiteness goes away, there's no more blackness. Okay, so perfect
Let me
example.
ask you a question. Let
That's
me
If
ask you a
not
if
question.
whiteness is gone, what happens to blackness? Blackness ceases to exist.
So, guys, let me ask you a question. Whiteness is gone, blackness is gone. Are you and white people gonna be the same? Would you be able to look at them then? Ain't nobody called black or white. Would you be able to look at them and know there's a difference?
Well, here's the thing. To answer your question, I'm gonna answer your question, right? And so to answer your question is very interesting because um, if you look at the world prior to what we call whiteness, you'll see that uh, your so-called race wasn't your identification. It was your town, your lineage, right? That's why if he existed, he's called Jesus the Christ of Nazareth, right? In Galilee.
How do you think
He's
that people
referenced
get
by,
conquered?
hold on, wait. He's referenced back to the town that he came from. So no one was analyzing so-called race prior to the so-called 1600s, 1700s with the miscegenation laws, and we didn't have this concept. This is an invented concept, race, right? These racial differences. So again, what your identity was based on wasn't sexuality, wasn't food. There was no I'm a vegan or anything silly like that. It was who's your father? What village do you come from? What are the functions that you perform in your town, in your village? Oh, okay, you're from here. You're a Gaul, you're a Visigoth, you're a Zulu, you're this, and what comes with the behaviors that come with that. That's how identity was determined. So if whiteness is gone and blackness is gone, and those things are gone, then you can now start to interact with people based on their actual lineage
So what
and
you're
where they
saying
come
is
from.
black people and white. Okay, it's completely because you didn't answer the question. So I'm gonna give another example. You and Larry Bird, blackness is gone and whiteness is gone. Do you think people will be able to tell a difference between you
I'm
and Larry
saying that
Bird?
I'm saying that
Yes or
if
no?
Larry Bird, I'm answering your question. I'm saying that if Larry Bird speaks full Isoko and is in my village and he has gone through the rights of an Isoko man, he will be afforded all the rights of an Isoko man,
But okay,
regardless of
Bro,
his skin
like,
you
color.
got to tell a
listen, yo,
difference
hold on,
between
Bakari,
y'all.
yo, because listen to what you like, bro,
Because he didn't
like.
answer the question. Would
But
they
I
be able to
know,
tell a
like, there was
difference?
tribes, like, yo, it's a reason why there was tribes and the people that in their tribes look like you're saying, like, the people should be a tribe. Well, they didn't have this color, but like they have a different thing, like they digest different food. You know what I'm saying? The sun affects them different things affects them differently, so they would not be in your tribe, and like there would be differences with the way that you live. You know what I'm saying? Even if you erased all of that, you know what I'm saying? And
So then,
then
if that's the case, how come we didn't do that when we first encountered them? How come no other people around the world did that with
but
Europeans when they first encountered them? Not the Asians, not the
that's what I'm
Africans,
saying. Like
not the
we
Australians.
never gave up
Nobody.
our tribe, but that's what I'm
No,
saying. We
no.
never gave
What?
up our tribe, and
What?
maybe that
What,
has been the reason why we have been enslaved like three, four
what I'm
times in
saying,
the last 10,000
what I'm saying, sir, is that we never, no one, when they first saw Europeans, when the Portuguese started traversing the world, no one saw them and said, "Hey, difference." They said, "Hmm, different
Yes, they
skin
did. Yes, they
color."
did. Yes, they
Wait,
did.
wait, hold on, brother Bakari. They said different skin color, but if willing to adapt to our ways, we can inculcate you within our society. Unfortunately, they took advantage of our ability to inculcate people within our society. That is why, for example, you see numerous examples of this all throughout Africa, where one group of people migrate to another place, and within one generation, you can't tell the difference of who is who and what is what, because there's a culture complex. It's easy for people to adapt. So, like I say, if I go to Brother Bakari's village, Brother Bakari, of course, is going to test me out to see if I'm a good person. He's going to, I have to go through some tests. Now, after a while, they're going to see, is Gas Them Up willing to go through our ritual passages, our rites of passage? Now, if Gas Them Up is too old, his son, we'll see if his son is willing to do those things. And then his son will marry a daughter within our village. Within one generation, Gas Them Up is now a Bakarian. And that's how the world worked prior to the European creating strict delineations that said you can never leave what it is that we say you are.
The reason I don't buy that the Europeans created everything, because I think we say they created everything in the rest of the world, especially black people. We were just dumb and can't nobody else create anything but them. So now you can go back to the 3rd century and you can see where people was considered black and white all the way back during the 3rd century. But for me to say the Europeans created everything, and maybe black people was crazy then, just like we crazy now. If somebody can come in my tribe looking like Larry Bird and say, "Oh, he can throw a spear like me, so now you part of my tribe," maybe that's why we are in this position that we are in now. But the people that look like you was not always accepted. You was fighting them. But then somebody can come through with stringy hair who's completely different. And I know we say race is a social construct, and let's say it is, but being a species of human is not a social construct. And everybody, we can look at them and tell they are different. But if we constantly willing to just open our doors to everybody, we can't complain about the position that we in when everybody come in and just put their foot on your neck because you let them in. You wanted them there.
Exactly.
If you take away tomorrow, as you suggested, if you take away these criterias of whiteness and blackness, then I am back to a Bantu African living in the Caribbean, and Larry Bird is an Anglo-Saxon who plays for the Celtics. And if he was to go to, there are some indistinguishable things what would happen if he goes to a place like Norway or one of those Dutch or whatever. If he goes to one of the places, he would be indistinguishable from the people of that nation. If I was to go to West Africa, I'll be indistinguishable from the population that exists in West Africa. Why? Because I am the people. And just like he is, there's going to be familiarities and there's going to be differences. But if you take these terms away, of whiteness and blackness, then I'm back to Bantu African that lives in so-called in the Caribbean right now. That's what.
But I think the problem is, and I don't want to belabor the point, but just quickly so you guys understand where I'm coming from. I think the problem, of course, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be defensive. Of course, I'm not saying that we should put our guards down from what we face from these people. We know that. It's like the guy was saying in that video where he was telling him, "You don't believe in Jesus," and this, and the white guy was laughing like, "We know this already." So again, I'm with you, gentlemen, on protecting ourselves. However, what I will say is that I do think that the modern world has taught us to look at identity based on external markers as opposed to behavior, and I think that's what for the lack of a better term, is the so-called African or non-European way of looking at the world. Identity is behavior and region. So your identity is based on your region and your behavior. It's like, oh, those Bukarians, they're feisty, they're honest people, but they're feisty. Don't play with them. They're straightforward, but if you play with them, they'll let you have it. And that's their behavior. That the people that come from that region, right? And this and this. So I think that's the world that we had prior to what we had to experience with these Europeans inventing whiteness and forcing it down everybody's throat.
The problem what's going to happen is there are some behaviors that has been continued in the West after even long periods of separation from one another. There are some carryovers that still exist within the South and with much within the Caribbean itself and in South America. That is almost indistinguishable from West Africa and West Africans, as opposed to if Larry Bird was to go, he would have to be taught certain behaviors, certain actions, this and that, or whatever. If you was to put many of us who are living Black or Bantu so-called Africans living in the West, you know what I mean? If we was to put us in them kinds of situations, you would see almost like a natural. It's like putting a fish back in the water and allowing him to swim again. It wouldn't be so odd because we wouldn't be like fishes out of water in West Africa. I don't believe we wouldn't be like fishes out of water in West Africa because there are certain mannerisms and isms and schisms that still exist in this part of the world. But like you say, if you put a person like Larry Bird in that situation, he would be very odd. He would stand out because he is not necessarily from us.
But brother Untouchable, you saw my email. There are white people who are going to Africa who speak the language and sit down there and do a better job at inculcating and adapting than the Pan Africans do. So
That's because
I have to watch the video again, guys.
That's because black people still crazy enough to teach them. Black people ain't learned. You teach these people, this what's gonna happen. We still concerned about how well they can speak the language and what they can do because somebody teach them, right? Just like somebody here, the white lady here was showing me, see how the white man, no, he didn't learn no quicker than me. When I asked y'all to teach me, and this was some people here, y'all didn't sit and teach me, but you was excited to have a white man to learn to speak your language. So y'all taught him a few times a week till he was fluent. That don't mean he's doing anything great. That just means the people over there is teaching them and ain't teaching the others. That's all it is. But
I agree. But the Pan Africans, I don't think there's any African village right now today that would not teach a fellow Black person how to speak their language or their ways of their tribe or ethnic group. I don't think that would exist. I think if any Pan African went to any African village and say, "Hey, teach me how to be an Igbo man. I want to be Igbo. Teach me how to be Wolof. I want to be Wolof." If you're sincere, they'll teach you. You'll become part of the group. You learn the language.
You're right.
If I was to go to Ahsoka right now, you know how much wives I would have.
I was this is the thing, right? Once again, and we can go back to getting rid of blackness and whiteness, right? Black was an identifier, right? People look the way they look now, right? Ain't black because people was actually black. Matter of fact, there's still some people that's actually black. Black was an identifier, and white people did not create whiteness or blackness, right? Look at people's skin. But what I'm saying is, right, if the whole world, we can go back and we can study this and this can be shown. I've done shows on it. I can get my stuff in. The whole known world was considered white. What the Europeans created was the whole known world was considered white, except Black people from Africa. What the Europeans created was they are the only white people. They disconnected themselves from them when they were able to, because see, they have long-term memory. So when they was able to defeat the Mongolians and they was able to defeat the Arabs, see, they have long-term memory. So we gonna disconnect ourselves from y'all now, and now we gonna control and dominate. Black people memory don't go past 10 minutes, obviously, because we still trying to figure out a way. We the same. We still trying to figure out. I'm gonna say it's a social. Everything we do, me speaking English is a social construct. They forced this language on me so they can understand what I'm saying. Me spending money, everything that they created, this is a social construct. But for some strange reason, when we talk to Black people, the one part of the construct that we always want to get rid of is being Black. Because if we just be Black, then we can, if we're not Black, then the whole world would be the same. So if this is a new, I'm just going, even though I know it's not, but watch this. Let's say this is something the Europeans created over here in this part of the world. Obviously, they didn't see themselves as the same as the Africans, because Black and white was not invented then, and they still put you on the bottom of a ship and packed us like sardines when we would have been considered the same. So even when we get rid of the concept of blackness and whiteness, there's still a problem that we have to deal with within ourselves with respecting and loving one another.
I appreciate that, Bakari. There was a lot being said in the chat, so you guys have to go look at it in the playback. Azuliism said, "Stop it."
Oh my bad.
Yeah, 1 second. Said, "Stop it." Are you saying that black people accepted Europeans as Africans? Are you saying the mother civilization did not dichotomize different races? Are you saying that black people accepted everyone as black African? What are we saying? So that's Azuli in the chat. Yana B agreed with Bakari. Forecast. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to say, look, I understand. Like, I don't disagree with your point about like the ethnicity or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But you know, like if it was a construct, you know what I'm saying, it's been constructed, and once somebody, you know, acts upon that, you know what I'm saying. And let's be real, like, yo, even if it's a response, you know what I'm saying, to get at, that's what you have to do. Like, imagine if, you know, like the people in Africa, maybe we wouldn't be talking about what's black and white, you know what I'm saying, if the people in tribes united because they realized Larry Bird was coming in, you know what I'm saying? Like, but Larry Bird could shoot a three, so he's at the cookout, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, that's black culture. He's in the club. And I wanted to ask y'all one question, but not to keep it going, but I just wanted to know, is Meghan Markle kid, is that kid black too?
Hell no, but let's hear what the panel has to say.
Miss Untouchable, is Meghan Markle kid black?
No, she's Tariq Nasheed's child. Yeah. no, I think she's black. I would say she's black. I think that like the definition, the only definition what was stated here is they have to have black ancestry. That's what was stated here as a definition.
Is J. Edgar Hoover black?
Did J. Edgar Hoover have black ancestry?
Yes.
I didn't know that. Well, he's a black man if he had black ancestry.
Oh, boy. Okay.
He's a black man, sure. Absolutely. I'm not gonna just because his politics is different. Colin Powell, he killed a lot of black people. He had black ancestry. Matter of fact, many of them go back to Jamaica.
Yo, but Mr. Untouchable, don't all people in the world have like black in them? You know, black.
I see, and this is my problem, and I think that Gas solved that issue for me, because when he starts talking about culture, you know what I mean? Now the definition is it goes from broad to narrow. What culture means goes from broad to narrow. You know, so Gassim has an idea of what he believes that culture should be. We have a modus operandi of what their so-called term Africanness or blackness should be. Black Americans have a modus operandi of what they believe blackness is. You know what I mean? So it extends, because if you say no to the definition of genetics, you know what I mean? No, because they have white ancestors, or all of us go back to the continent. I think that now there has to be other definitions and conditions for the idea of blackness. Now, that's why I don't like when he says we need to dispel with the term blackness. I kind of agree with that. I think that the definition really should be African, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Because that associates you differently or affixes you differently in the world, as opposed to a European, as opposed to an Asian or a Chinese or an Indian. It kind of like gives you a different affectation to the world, you know, but that's just my opinion.
You know what? Meghan Markle's child is white. that child is white. Is absolutely
not based on your definition.
Oh, my definition is most definitely white.
Mr. Untouchable, what happens to them? What happened to the other side? I'm sorry, Bukhari. What happens to the other side? That don't count at all?
What are you talking about? Her white side?
Yeah, or everybody black?
No. I think that matters too. That's why in the UK they call it mixed race. You know what I mean? But if you just rely solely on genetics, she is a so-called mixed race person. What are you gonna do? Split her in half? So it goes. Well, Ricardo want to spit it, bring it out. If you expand that definition, and in terms of culture, I figure from me, I think of consciousness. If you include all them other kinds of things in that mix, then something else will come out of it. Because if you include them things, she's a white person. Because and there are many black people I consider to be white people, and they have both of them may have two black parents. Why? Because their ideology, their mindset, they are pro-white in their thinking. They'll kill me faster than they kill anybody. They'll kill me faster than they'll kill any white person on the street. And I've seen many of them before. I don't consider them to be black people. I don't. Some of the prime ministers we had in this country, I don't consider them to be black people. Some Jamaican prime ministers, I don't consider them to be black people. Why? Because in their mind is some African leaders too, by the way. I don't consider Mobutu to be a black person, because in their mind is polluted. You know what I mean? So just on a genetic basis, we could argue that for days. But in mentality, they had everything about Europeanization. They're Anglophiles. They believe France is better. I don't consider them to be black people. And I can't just limit them to the fact that they had two black parents. That's not good enough for me.
Okay, you say that, but still, Meghan Markle child is white. You said a whole lot and it sound good. You sound very intelligent, but she's still white. The child, whatever it is. But anyway, right? Why is this? I understand what Gassed Them Up is saying, right? But we got so much to do before we get to that, right? Till we get to let's just be tribal and it's gonna be on culture. Because I'm gonna tell you, see, this FBA 80 thing on social media is new, right? Where they want to bang on a black immigrant, right? But for me, it's not new. And I wish Shaka was here now, or anybody who been in the military. I was in this man's military. People from up north and down south. So we ain't gonna be the same. We got different cultures. People down south had more of their African culture left. We didn't talk the same, talk, and we didn't do nothing. Only thing we did the same was be black. And when we were in the military, it was quick to be shown how we ain't the same. People from New York, New Jersey, Philly, all those people ran together. Me, I was a cook. I got to know a lot of people. So therefore, I had friends from, but the majority, all my tight friends were, I'm from Mississippi. My tight went from Atlanta, Florida, Louisiana, Alabama, Arkansas, Tennessee. People from the Carolinas and Virginia, they was a little confused, just according to which one you meet. Some of them say they from down south. The other ones say they want to be from the East Coast and they want it to be like people from New York. So if we gonna stick to the culture thing, I would never deal with nobody from like New York or deal with people from the West Coast, because it's different. When they see us, they call us country bumpkins. When they see us, we can't speak proper English because we ain't talk like white folk. They did, or we ain't talk like the white folk they were around. We talk like the white folk that we were around. Or when they said Ebonics, they were talking about people from down south. That's why I can show you 3 books now when they talked about Ebonics, how they said black people, the way we spoke. And some of this coming from, I got the book from 3 black dudes. I'm sorry, 2 black dudes, 3 whites. The white ones tried to prove them wrong, said we didn't have no African words in our language. The 3 white ones actually found like 15, 20 more words that come from Africa that people from down south used than the black people, because they wanted to prove the black people wrong, showing we didn't have a connection to Africa. So if we just break it down like that and it's strictly on culture, we can look at our situation right now and we'll see that's part of it. We in this situation that we're in. We have too much work to do to just break it down and say, now my culture and my tribe and this and that. Man, in all honesty, black people gonna have to come together on being black. I understand what he was saying when he was like, somehow, because I just want to let him know he said some stuff I do agree with, actually a lot. When he was talking about some of the people we got to get rid of, even when we come together on just being black, it's still some folks that we do have to get rid of. I agree with that. But in order to fix us and where we are now, we're gonna have to come together and we're gonna have to be black. And why until people learn how to cross tribal lines. Gas them up sound like he know how to cross tribal lines. Gas them up seem like, okay, he understand who his tribe is, but I've heard him speak on other people, so he understand what African Americans went through and what other Africans in that diaspora went through, and he understand the black condition. But for most people who speak like Gas them up speaking, they don't understand that.
The problem comes in when that same military that you're talking about, when he's in the military, they are important Afghanis to the United States of America. Which political designation do you think that they're going to get? They're going to get a white designation. It's a political designation that we defining these terms by. These people determine what is blackness and what is whiteness. They don't determine what our African is, but they determine what blackness and whiteness is. They used to define. So when early immigrants used to come from Trinidad and Tobago, they used to give them the status of whiteness, and I think you know that. You know what I mean? And it's a political status that they give these people. So when if we just limit ourselves to the term white and blackness, not understanding that these are political designations within the confines of the United States of America, it becomes problematic. Because anyone can be white and anyone can be black. Well, not a lot of people want to be black, but many people can have that designation of so-called whiteness.
But throughout history, they were considered white. I'm just being honest, man. I'm gonna have to give you my stuff and show you my stuff. But throughout history, those people were considered white. Those Arabs, those Afghan, them damn Turks. Them folks.
There was a guy who came to the White House back in the day when George Bush Jr. was in office. His name is something Ben something. I can't remember what his name is. Now, this dude looked like he was from Harlem. He looked like I can't remember exactly what his name is. And he came from Saudi Arabia. And in his men, he had the status of whiteness. You know what I mean?
I got a friend from Gambia like that. I got a friend from Gambia.
He's from Egypt, actually.
Egypt.
And he's soon to be black. He's soon to be black.
Yeah, he still lives in Minnesota.
He looked like he's from Harlem.
I have Bawana Hagaziki. See, I remembered your name. I ain't gonna say that like they've been saying Mr. Untouchable.
You know what, Brother Bakari? You're the first person. This is a fine African channel, right? No. I ain't trying to throw those stones against nobody, right? And I'm listening sometimes, right? And the brothers, instead of calling me Bawana Haguziki, right? They calling me, I'm still a European.
But
and I laugh at it because it's almost like calling Cassius Clay, even though he's Muhammad Ali. Needless to say, I don't mind it. I just find it funny.
Hey, gas them up. Let me ask you, were you born in the US or were you born in Nigeria?
Before I answer your question, all I'm gonna say is your mama call you untouchable, I'm gonna call you untouchable.
So were you born in the US or Nigeria? I'm asking for a reason. I'm just trying to see something.
I don't answer the personals, but I'll send it to you. Yeah.
I got you. Don't worry about it. I respect that. Well, the only reason I was asking, right, like I have a friend from Gambia, right? I have a friend from Gambia. And you know what you say, look like he from Harlem. This brother right here, yeah, he look like he from Harlem, Mississippi, somewhere, right? But he is literally, he showed me, he was considered white. And me and him was talking one day about Mustafa Hefni. And he said he had never heard that. And he said they go through the paperwork so quick, he wasn't even concerned. But he had to go get his stuff changed on his stuff too, because he was considered white. And it's something else they showed me, right? Like my friend, I have friends from the continent, from Gambia, Senegal, Nigeria. I have a lot of friends from the continent that I deal with, right? And all Nigerians don't be scamming either, man. I always say that when I say, because I got a lot of friends from Nigeria. But anyway, it's something I noticed when I talk to them. I asked them, were they African American? And they say, no, we consider Nigerian American. See, I'm going to show you how they separate us, right? Because I'm just showing what they once say they was considered Nigerian American, Cameroonian American, Ghanaian American, and Gambian American, right? But anybody else that's born on the continent of Africa and move here. I met a white dude from see, when they talking about Africans taking their damn benefits, I met a damn Boer. He was out there selling something. We were talking, and I asked, man, where you from? I heard his accent. And I told the lady I was with, I'm not buying shit from him. I ain't buying nothing from him. He's something, yeah, man. I'm African American. See, they have so much benefits for African American, man. You can get so much money to start. See, they come here and they consider African American. But from what my friends showed me who was black, who come from there, they're not considered African American. They're considered, like I said, a Nigerian American or a Ghanaian American or a Gambian American. But here go this damn boy who's considered African American, and I didn't buy nothing, but I kept him talking. I let him know he wouldn't know African American. Man, you ain't even African. I'm from South Africa, so. But anyway, I kept him talking. Now he went and got $300,000 to start his business because he was sitting there. The woman I was with, she was looking. She thought I was about to spend some money. But once my conversation was up, I'm like, I ain't spending no money with this damn bull. What's a bull? She didn't know what a bull was. But anyway, I just found that interesting that my brothers from over there is not considered African American. They're considered whatever country they're from, then American. But then I met this white dude who's South African, and he's considered African American, and he literally talks about how he went and got stuff that was designated for African Americans and got like $300,000 to start his business. See, I need my immigrant brothers here to go find that secret bank that FBA be talking about so we can get some of that money.
Kevin Carey, did you have anything you wanted to say to the original prompt about this toy partnership?
I forgot the original prompt. The conversation was so good, but okay, yeah. I mean, it's a great start. You know, I mean, just to address what God, I'm losing my mind. God, excuse me if I forget your name. Oni. Yeah, you may not like the thing with the doll. You may say that no, it wasn't Oni. It was somebody else that said something about, yeah, whatever. It is what it is. But hey, it's a start. Someone's doing something. Sometimes all you need is one person to get that doll selling. Yeah, the mainstream will get the majority of your sales, but there's always that one person. How's a forest fire started? By a single spark. But I just want to hear you guys still debate, man. This is a great. Just listen to you guys. Just keep going.
Well, we got to go on to the next prompt, but I want to take that energy over to this next prompt. Should be topic number 4 tonight. Is I cannot believe he said all this with a straight face, but then again, it's Fox Clan. This came with a link as well. I believe it's a video. We'll watch it and then we'll comment.
Carlson, tonight Queen Elizabeth II died today in Scotland, as you likely know, at the age of 96. She was the longest-serving monarch in British history. She was born in one world and died in another. It's not easy to maintain your dignity while living in the public eye. Most of us could not pull it off for an afternoon. Queen Elizabeth did it for more than 70 years. I want to ask you all, she wrote shortly before her coronation in 1953, whatever your religion may be, to pray for me on that day, to pray that God may give me wisdom and strength to carry out the solemn promises I shall be making, and that I may faithfully serve him and you all the days of my life. For the most part, she did just that, and that was not a small achievement given the period she lived in. The week that Elizabeth was coronated, Edmund Hillary, a British subject from New Zealand, a beekeeper, became the first man in history to summit Mount Everest. The achievement seemed symbolic at the time, Britain on top of the world. But in fact, Britain was already over, whether the British knew it or not. To this day, Britain claims to have won both of the 20th century's world wars, but together they destroyed that nation forever. After victory came humiliation. The empire evaporated, and along with it, Britain's self-confidence and ultimately its self-respect. It's hard to believe now, but Britain wasn't always a regional banking center / refugee camp. It was a real place with a history and a language and a culture and a genuinely remarkable people. A country in the North Atlantic the size of Alabama that somehow took over the world and ruled it with decency unmatched by any empire in human history. The British Empire was not perfect, but it was far more humane than any other, ever. It's gone now, barely even remembered. Queen Elizabeth II was the last living link to a truly great Britain. Today on social media, the usual ghouls celebrated her death. Quote, "May her pain be excruciating," a Carnegie Mellon professor called Uju Anya wrote on Twitter of the Queen. "May she die in agony." Various know-nothings in the media, including a columnist at The Atlantic and a couple of employees of NBC News, seconded that thought. The British Empire was evil, they wrote, apparently totally unaware of what came after it. And speaking of what did come after the British Empire, how, for example, did Africa fare after the British left? Let's see. Uganda got Idi Amin, who was a cannibal. Rhodesia became Zimbabwe and then became the poorest country on the planet under the racist lunatic Robert Mugabe. As of tonight, South Africa is still being run into the ground by an incompetent kleptocrat called Cyril Ramaphosa. So it's hard to see any of that as an improvement because it's not an improvement. Sorry, Atlantic Magazine. And now, of course, the entire continent of Africa has a new master, the Chinese government. China is the latest colonial power to dominate Africa. Its subjects will be pining for the British soon, assuming they are not already. In an ideal world, there would not be empires, no empires, only sovereign nations. But we don't have that world, and we never have had that world, going back to at least the Assyrians 1400 years before Christ. In the real world, the one that we live in, strong countries dominate weak countries, and that trend shows no sign of changing. The very least you can say about the English is that they took their colonial responsibilities seriously. They didn't just take things, they added. When the US government withdrew from Afghanistan after 20 years, we left behind airstrips, shipping containers, and guns. When the British pulled out of India, they left behind an entire civilization, a language, a legal system, schools, churches, and public buildings, all of which are still in use today. Here's the train station the English built in Bombay, for example. There's nothing like that in Washington, D.C. right now, much less in Kabul or Baghdad. Today, India is far more powerful than the UK, the nation that once ruled it. And yet, after 75 years of independence, has that country produced a single building as beautiful as the Bombay train station that the British colonialists built? No, sadly, it has not. Not one. So despite what they may be claiming on Twitter tonight, the British Empire was more than just genocide. In fact, the British did not commit genocide, except arguably against the Dutch during the Boer War. The British did give the world the Magna Carta and habeas corpus and free speech. They helped end the transatlantic slave trade, as well as the ritual murder of widows in India. The British Empire spread Protestant Christianity to the entire world. It published some of the greatest literature ever written and produced the finest manufactured goods ever made anywhere at any time, including now. It was an impressive place run by impressive people. We will see many empires going forward, but we will never see one so benign. That's true. And because it's true, the people who would like to run the world in a far harsher way would like to make certain that you don't know it. And so they destroy the evidence that ever existed. Here they are tearing down a statue of a British philanthropist in the UK 2 years ago. Destroy the statue, erase the memory. That's why they're doing it. Slander the ruler, discredit the entire period she lived in. And that's exactly why they're attacking Queen Elizabeth tonight. Not because she was a bad person, she wasn't a bad person, but because she lived during a better time. Subscribe to the Fox News YouTube channel to catch our nightly opens, stories that are changing.
Yeah, let me just say this is fair use because YouTube be on that foolishness a lot more these days. This is a fair use. I don't own that video. That's Fox News, Tucker Carlson. So this is just being used in fair use for commentary, right? With that said, Real Black Gentleman, what say you to this prompt? I cannot believe he said all this with a straight face. But then again, it's Fox Klan. What did you think of what he said? Real Black Gentleman, I need you to unmute your mic if you're speaking. If not, let's go to Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, what say you?
Well, first of all, y'all know I like Edie. So I don't really appreciate him getting up there just lying on Edie, telling a bunch of bush. Then I also like Robert Mugabe, right? So this is my thing when he say Zimbabwe became the poorest country in the world. But what he didn't do was tell the truth about the whole situation. Actually, if you go look it up and study at one time under Robert Mugabe, Zimbabwe had the 15th fastest growing economy in the world. Zimbabwe began to fall when Robert Mugabe took land from white folk, said he was going to give it back to the rightful owners, reached out to African American farmers to come over and teach them, because when white people had the control, it was illegal for Zimbabweans to learn how to farm. They could only like pick crops. They couldn't farm the crops. He reached out and was offering money for African American farmers to come and farm in Zimbabwe. And what happened was, Obarry Soweto, he asked the European Union, or whatever the hell they call, or the United Nations, he called for sanctions. And people upheld those sanctions against Zimbabwe. This sounds like a lot of propaganda to try and put so people could to paint their queen in a good light when there was nothing good about her. And also wanting to let you know that they feel it's okay for them to be in charge. Like the earlier video that you played, and the guy was telling them that the black guy was telling them, if they practice Christianity the way we did, we'll be in charge, right? Well, they're not going to change their rules because they want to be in charge. Like Oni said, they work hard to be in charge. We work hard for them to be in charge of us, right? So for me, and how I see the thing, Tucker Carlson was full of lies, and he's lying by omission, leaving out certain things while he was trying to insult gray black leaders. And yes, I call Edie gray. And anybody got a problem with that, that's all right. He's still great to me.
I appreciate that, Brother Bakari. I see Real Black Gentleman wasn't here when I was calling from early. He's here now. Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
I mean, Tucker Carlson, he's gonna be extra with with like trying to be up what am I trying to say, up what's the word I'm trying to use, upright, I guess. I mean, this is par for Fox News. I mean, I mean, how would I say it? I'm no fan. I'm not a fan of the Queen. I just, how would I say it? As far as like what Britain did, for Africa, and because of the empire, and let's keep in mind that the Queen knighted old Mugabe. So obviously there's something good that they saw in him. So it's not a total shit show in Zimbabwe. These are things that you always have to temper. I don't like Fox News. Fox Soul. I am not really a Fox guy. Sometimes you can like dust off something and find a nugget. I don't really bother with Fox. I don't bother with CNN or MSNBC. I'm not a contemporary like news kind of a guy. I used to be, but not no more. It's just I'd rather get my information about the world by just various outlets and whatnot, and just people saying what it is. He's trying to like big up this old nostalgia Victorian era type what I'm saying, aesthetic, the late the Reconstruction era, the Gilded Age kind of 1870s type, once where black people kind of got kind of got the rug pulled out from underneath them. You know what I'm saying? Where we started to reconstruct, and then not really in the United States. And then with the Jim Crow and all the the lynchings and the domestic terrorism that happened, and that's just how I feel. I'm not like shocked. In a way, how would I say it? Not to compare and contrast too much, but if I gotta compare England to, let's say, France, I gotta pick England. I'm just saying. Although you gotta understand how people do try to hedge their bets. You got France with the CFA in Africa, where they're like, what is it? They take 85% of the money from the various African countries to the French central bank. Whereas basically England, they just have hard business deals in the country, and that's how they roll. I don't know. It's like pick your poison type. That's all I got to say.
In the chat, Yana B said Tucker is paid to say whatever he's told to say. Trick Happy 262 says anytime Zimbabwe is talked about, there is no discussion on the crippling sanctions that were targeted against the nation. He says, so they make it seem like they failed, quote unquote, failed because black farmers can't farm or something when other white boy clubs come in to destroy the country. The matron is here. The matron says the greatest fear on the overseer class and their white counterparts is for the mass of black people to understand how laws are enforced and international commerce. All they have is fear. The forecast said to learning curve, yep, and they use it. Forecast, what say you to all of this so far?
Well, I'll say this, Coco. They certainly didn't have the same kind of energy for y'all queen. I can tell you that. You know what I'm saying? But and by the way, I think I seen you. I don't mean to say Mr. Untouchable, but I don't want to butcher it. I can't say the last name, but I think I seen you, him, and gas him up at the funeral. One of y'all was crying over the casket. I think. I'm not sure, but anyway.
Don't talk about Lizzie like that, man. Don't talk about her, man.
I ain't trying to, forget. I ain't gonna disrespect y'all queen like that, man. But nah. Yo, speaking of Tucker Carlson or whatever, I think that I'm not surprised. You know what? I'll be surprised if he wasn't doing this. I'll be like, yo, what did he just wake up one day and was like, yo, concept of race is just a concept, and he threw it out the window? Nah, I'm just joking, but yo, like with this dude, I expect him to do nothing less than that. That's what he's supposed to do. Like, yo, why wouldn't he not do that? You know what I'm saying? Because you know what? I say Michael Johnson was a hero, but I'll probably get kicked off of here for saying that. But I'm going to take Bakari with me. Yo, Bakari, how you feel about that?
Christopher Dorner, Gavin Long.
Yo, what about that brother who was at the parade? What you think about them?
All heroes.
Yeah. All right, well, that's all I got to say.
Thank you all for that. Yeah, let's hear from Oni. Oni, what say you on this?
Yeah. So what I was saying was
only vacuum in the house or something like that.
No, I got this kid vacuuming. But anyway, no, I just noticed he left a mess, and I was like, bro, all right. Anyway, what are we talking about? Tucker Carlson. Yeah, I never watched Fox News before, so I had no idea. This dude's political. Like he's doing I don't want to say master class, but he's doing a pretty good class on how to do propaganda. Because he just like every 5 seconds speaking out the side of his mouth, he's like, man, England became a refugee camp. He's like, oh man, these the usual ghouls and the know nothings. And then he just went up and called, I think, Idi Amin a cannibal. Like, what the fuck? Like this is like a news station. And sorry, my son. All right, this is a news station, and the dude, he's like, there's no news here. It's like straight up propaganda, but it has a good effect, for white folk at least, a good effect of making it so that they feel informed and they have like their their political words, like now they can say, oh no, England was reduced to a refugee camp. They're not saying it based off of, oh, well, my authority is Tucker Carlson, because they know it's not authority. but they're saying, oh, that's what we're going to say, you know, to get our people mobilized. So it's realistically like that was a good class on how to articulate propaganda, you know. And part of me looking at it is like, damn, I kind of wish black folk had this, you know, in the sense of, you know, if we had a program where we like, you know, the usual ghouls doing so on and so forth. Not to say that we don't have, like, we don't personally, like, that's KWAZ radio right there, but what I'm saying is that that also explains why we should expand and grow as a network, so that more and more people can hear people saying kind of the opposite. Because what this person is doing for white folk is good for white folk, you know. Like I think he showed a picture of Churchill or somebody being thrown. He's like, this guy's a philanthropist, you know. You know, it's textbook propaganda. It's pretty good, because I haven't heard Tucker Carlson in a long time, but he's refined his approach, you know. So he's been in the game so long, and you know, like it was said in the chat, where it's like, yo, he just read anything off. Yeah, he does, and that's what makes him all the more effective, because this delivery was good, you know. As far as what he was talking about, I don't know what the fuck he was talking about. I'm saying, like, you know, it was just a good propaganda piece for the, you know, the British Queen or whatever. And like, the only thing I take away from it, though, realistically, is that you know, we have to recognize that this was a queen to them, you know. Like, this was their queen for 70 plus years, like the longest serving monarch in English history. So for them, like, that is a loss to them. And what Tucker is doing, you know, in spite of the, you know, in spite of the real reaction that black folk will have, he's telling white folk, hey, look, you know what? Don't look too much into this lady, you know? Don't look too much in this lady. She was good, and these N-words are bad. She was good, you know. England was good for the world, and you know, when England lost its power, that's when it was bad. Like, this is good propaganda. That's all I'm gonna say.
I appreciate that. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
Yeah, he is a good propagandist, and unfortunately, we in the community. Well, by the way, thank you, Forecast, for your condolences on the death of the Queen. Anyways, like,
did you get my flowers, my brother?
No worries. Yeah, so he is a good propagandist, and him and people like of Alex Jones, they are great propagandists for their community. We have propagandists like Tariq Nasheed. You know, I would mention him, even though he doesn't really care for people like me, but he is a good propagandist as well. He understands that we are living in a climate where facts don't necessarily matter anymore. There's only feelings and sentiment, and you have to go the way of the feelings and the sentiment of people and appeal to that, not necessarily facts. Or also, Donald Trump was another great propagandist as well, because he understands his audience. You need to give the audience the red meat that they clamor for. So this is what these guys do, you know. Different points. When he talks about Idi Amin being accountable, he doesn't talk about the fact that Idi Amin was working for the British government. Idi Amin was actually one of the top soldiers in Uganda for the British Empire. He doesn't mention that at all whatsoever. And the fact that they used Idi Amin to fight against the Kenyans, don't mention that. It really don't matter. And the only reason that now they run afoul of Idi Amin is because Idi Amin decided to go take his own direction instead of taking orders from the Queen. Or the British Empire. That's one. Two, he mentions Mugabe and talks about how Mugabe is this and that. There's a good documentary on Mugabe right on YouTube. It's called Mugabe, Hero or Villain. And it goes through the details of why Mugabe, who was once hailed as a hero for the British government, was now seen before his death as a tyrant. And even though that how they respect the Queen, I really respect Mugabe. You know how they love the queen and speak up in glowing terms of the queen. I speak in glowing terms of Mugabe, and I have my own reasons for that. But if anyone is interested, just check out that documentary. He also mentioned the fact that the African countries are now governed by the Chinese. See, this is what these people do, and I feel like for me it's sour grapes, because when you decide not to continuously allow certain people to monopolize your economy and decide to say, well, we could, since we are so-called independent nations, we could choose our own partners and have relationships with who we wish. Now this man says, oh, the Chinese are dominating your economy. Why? Because it's excuse you when you was dominating it completely. So now you mad because we decided to get our money from other people besides you. Now he's angry about that. That's just funny. When he says that the British government added and they didn't take away. There is also a good interview that president from the Gambia, former president, his name is Yahya Jammeh. He goes into the detail about what the British Empire left when they decided to leave the Gambia and go back to the. He said they didn't build no schools, they didn't build any hospitals. After 400 years of being there, they didn't build any of them. They only built 2 of them. And the 2 was really just sectored and occupied by the British and the Europeans who was there. Black people couldn't access these institutions when they existed inside of the Gambia. But this man says they only added, they didn't take. So we all understand that this man is this philanthropist that he calls a philanthropist was a slave trader. I forget the name of this man, but he calls him a philanthropist. You know, this is the kind of propaganda these guys them go for. And like I say, we have our own propagandists, but unfortunately, they take the position of militant integrationists. So we ain't gonna mention their names. But I believe that we should also play this kind of game. He has his audience and he marketing, throwing this red meat to his audience, but we also have our audiences too. Because everyone says about how the economy of Zimbabwe was destroyed, but how are Zimbabweans living right now? You know, I saw Dr. Arakana. Dr. Arakana lives in Zimbabwe right now, lives in a lavish home. And she talks about how the economy of Zimbabwe has bounced back and how they use an alternative means in causing that society to function despite the fact that the West has leveled their economy with different kinds of sanctions. But these people are going to sing to their audience. We should sing to our own audiences. I'd stop there.
Appreciate that, Untouchable. Zuli was here for a second. I guess he dropped out and has to come back. Kevin, what say you to all of this?
Me, as I said, I'm the one that gave this one in. All I said, you know, I just had a good laugh. This was just pure comedy. If you know your history, this is just comedy at this point, man. You know, we didn't really need to have a serious thing. We should all come to consensus. This guy's an idiot. But as we said too, if you're not well, you know, versed in history, you're gonna fall prey to this kind of idiocy. But you know, to each their own. But so much. Everything he said it's easily debunked. But you know, I'll pass the mic.
All right. I think I got everyone on that one. No, I'm sorry. Gas them up. Gas, what say you to all this?
All I have to say is rest in peace, my dear sweetheart Lizzie.
Hey, you get any souvenirs from the funeral, y'all?
Yeah, I was on the bus. You know, as an African leader, they didn't let me have my own motorcade, but I was on the Greyhound bus. I was on that Greyhound bus. It was nice, you know. We got to see.
The only African leader that went in their own stuff was that Ethiopian woman, right? Ethiopian president. Yeah, she didn't get cramped up on that bus.
Mm. Yeah, I just saw the news of that bus today. Actually, I saw it. We are a wild bunch, man. To be constantly going through one demoralizing thing after the other. You know, something that we could actually change, right? Like we could put our foot down about this today and just stop it, you know?
Yeah. Hey, can I say something right quick?
Yes, sir.
This to Bawani Hagaziki, man. Hey, look, I really don't appreciate you trying to throw shots at Edie talking about he was working for the British government, man. You know, when Edie figured out what was going on, they got mad with Edie. Edie threw out all them foreigners. I ain't saying Edie was perfect, but he threw out all them foreigners. He wasn't playing with the Jews. He wasn't playing with none of them.
Big bro, I talk good about him. I say when he decide, when Idi, because I like Idi Amin too. When Idi Amin decided to take his own direction, and when he started to dealing with men like Gaddafi, you know, trying to go with that Islamic business, this is when that the British government turned on him, you know, because he was really trying to solicit weapons from the UK to defend his country against, I guess, Kenya, I think at the time, but the British government really wasn't into him, so he get pissed off and he started doing his own thing. And let me say this too, because it goes in line with the whole level of blackness. When Idi Amin decided to expel the Asians out of the country, there were some Asians who stayed in that country. Some Asians who stayed in that country. In fact, there are some Asians who was in support of his government, that whole black business. There are some Asians who was fully in support of that. So that I want us to be clear with history, because history sometimes is murky. You know what I mean? It ain't as dry and black and white as we want it to be.
You know the funny thing that you said that I actually met an Indian guy who grew up over there who actually loved he loved Idi Amin. He say they grew up over there, but you know, yeah, he loved Idi Amin. I have friends from Kenya. They are black. They really, my friends from Kenya and Rwanda, they really loved Idi Amin, because they say when he kicked out those Asians, the ones that was kicked out, he was offering land and businesses to other black people. You know, once he started following his own mind, you know that's who like I keep telling you know, that's who trained Khalid Muhammad on guerrilla warfare, right? Was Idi Amin.
Oh yeah, I know that a lot of people don't know that Khalid Muhammad was over in Uganda, and I don't know if he was sent by the minister, but he was really, you know, he was he was over there too. So he was about that life. Khalid Muhammad was about that life. I don't know, man. I think that his history is sketchy. We could discuss him one day, but he was about that life. Let me just leave it like that.
All right, I think I got everyone on that. If there's no last words, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 says your ancestors owe you reparations, not the crown. Speaking of Queen Elizabeth. Bobby Wright, by the way, said earlier, Idi Amin served in the colonial army, but when Uganda became independent, he was promoted to army chief, and in 1971, he took power. Right. Okay, so should it be topic number 5? Your ancestors owe you reparations, not the crown. This came with a link. Let's check it out, then discuss it afterwards.
Lemon is catching major flack online for this exchange made on air about colonial reparations. Let's watch.
Those who are asking for reparations for colonialism, and they're wondering, you know, $100 billion, $24 billion here and there, 500 million there. Some people want to be paid back, and members of the public are wondering, why are we suffering when you are, you know, you have all of this vast wealth? Those are legitimate concerns.
Well, I think you're right about reparations in terms of if people want it, though, what they need to do is you always need to go back to the beginning of a supply chain. Where was the beginning of the supply chain? That was in Africa. And when across the entire world, when slavery was taking place, which was the first nation in the world that abolished slavery? The first nation in the world to abolish it. It was started by William Wilberforce, was the British. In Great Britain, they abolished slavery. 2,000 naval men died on the high seas trying to stop slavery. Why? Because the African kings were rounding up their own people. They had them on cages waiting in the beaches. No one was running into Africa to get them. And I think you're totally right. If reparations need to be paid, we need to go right back to the beginning of that supply chain and say, who was rounding up their own people and having them handcuffed in cages? Absolutely. That's where they should start. And maybe, I don't know, the descendants of those families where they died in the high seas trying to stop the slavery, that those families should receive something too, I think, at the same time.
It's an interesting discussion, Hillary. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Well, let's get right into it. Joining us now to weigh in is Newsweek contributor and business consultant Denise Long. Denise, I know you're fired up about this subject. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Good to be here.
So tell us what you made of this clip. I think you disagree with the guest.
Yeah, I think it was a shit show. I think it was colonizers and those responsible for exceptional crimes against humanity around the globe to wash their hands and place blame completely elsewhere. So my take on this is that perhaps Don ran out of time, let's hope, and or he didn't have a response to this egregious bastardization of accountability. So for me, as a 7th generation American descendant of slaves, my thought on this is really that all parties are responsible, including if we're able to locate and find the Africans who were responsible for trading their people into slavery, but we also know exactly where to find the Brits and those who continue to live high off the hog from slave labor. And it's amazing to me that this woman talks about the 2,000 people who died to make right egregious 300-year history as them getting reparations, because we already know that the British spent what is equivalent to 17 trillion, is it billion in reparations to the slave owners once the slave trade was finally abolished in 1807 in Britain. So they don't get a pass for ending what they shouldn't have been involved with in the first place. Nobody told them to go buy enslaved people.
Yeah, this argument is really interesting to me, and I talk about it a little bit in my radar today, that somehow the existence of people who sold other people into slavery cuts off the responsibility of people who actively participated and profited handsomely from a slave trade for years. If I were to buy a defective car that someone then recklessly drives into me, the law doesn't say that I'm not allowed to hold a reckless driver responsible just because there was also a defect. There's something called, shared liability here, contributory negligence here. The other thing that I do feel like I really must correct is that people have been saying this a lot. England 100% was not the first country to ban slavery. Haiti was. Haiti had a slave revolt. It was not ended at the benevolence of the white overlords. Haitians rose up and freed themselves, and as a consequence has been punished harshly by the international community, which saw that as a real threat to their slavery across the world.
That was
their
a really
colonies.
bloody incident, though.
Yes, it was.
They killed all the white people on the island.
Yeah, they killed all the people who were enslaving them, correct, on the island, which happens in war, and it's something that we celebrate in the context of the American Revolution when we threw off our colonial overlords, and Haitians obviously have the right to self-determination and do that as well. And it's very much celebrated by enslaved people across the world, and it was an inspiration to the abolitionist movement here in the United States. And here's an important point, and I want you to respond to this as well. After that happened, Haiti paid to France reparations in the amount of 112 million francs to France. So, what do you make of this return to this theme that it is the people who were enslaved that have all the responsibility here in terms of paying reparations in these kinds of contexts?
So France needs to pay that money back with interest. It's absolutely ridiculous. And we know the ways France has been involved with subverting and let's go ahead and call it assassinating leaders on the African continent, and how that has also slowed, been a barrier to growth and development there. Yet there's this narrative going around that people are trying to sell, especially as reparations in America and with CARICOM, freedom increases its momentum and its public support, both among the descendants of the enslaved, as well as among regular folk who understand that when you build a nation based on slave wealth and you deprive those people of citizenship rights, wealth accumulation, and the like, you are indebted to those people to repair the harm that has been caused if we are ever going to get to a state of peace and reconciliation. And I just want to correct something that I said earlier. I said no one told them to go and purchase slaves. That's actually not true. The Catholic Church was heavily involved, the Church of England and the like, and actually issued papal bulls, letters from the Pope, edicts from the Pope saying, go forth and colonize Africans, Muslims, and Native Americans and the rest of the Western Hemisphere in order to take their lands for the glory of their version of Christ. So there's multiple elements of accountability here, top to bottom, left to right.
Yeah, look, I think, but so my hang up here with the whole kind of reparations discourse, look, if you can demonstrate that, if you are a descendant, maybe a more direct descendant, a child, grandchild, great-grandchild, great-great-great-grandchild of slaves, and there's a specific, the enslavers, their descendants are still around and still have wealth in their estate, then I could see why maybe you're owed something from them. When you get into the realm of, like the entire society owes everyone of a certain ethnicity or some independent of their circumstances, that's when I think most people or many people say, well, now we're just talking about a general like transfer of wealth independent of any legacy of slavery.
Well, what about the crown, since that's the topic here?
I'm not going to defend the monarchy. I wasn't even defending the monarchy. You made me sound like I was defending it because you were defending what that crazy professor said. But no, the crown should end and give that wealth back to whoever. I don't care. But that's different than what I'm getting at. Go ahead.
Let's address that. The entire nation and the entire world, particularly the Western world, which is European, benefited from chattel slavery. And if you've mismanaged the wealth that you stole for 300 years in the case of Britain, and then, 100 some odd years, 150 years, or actually 250 years, what am I saying? If in the case of the United States, are we now to write that off because you have wasted the wealth? And the reality is the wealth has not been wasted. They are still very wealthy countries, the United States and Britain. And we know that Britain, or England, is responsible for seeding the United States here and contributed to the enslavement here. And so it's not just the families who participated in it, because the government allowed it, codified it in a way into the Constitution. Think about the Dred Scott decision and what that led to eventually with the abolishment of slavery. So yes, the entire country is indebted to the descendants of slaves because there are ways that we could not get justice while our enslaved ancestors were still alive. And it's not just enslavement, it's a lineage of people, specific groups of families, 40 million in the United States of America, who can tie their family back to at least the 1800s in the United States, who were under the weight and burden and terror of enslavement. But not just that, the 150 years after emancipation that led to the lynching era, Jim Crow, and deprivation of wealth. And we still experience that discrimination today. So it's a lineage-based claim, not an ethnic claim, not a racial claim. It's a specific harms that happen to a line of descendants of families currently alive in the United States.
That's most certainly the case. I'm happy to share my the papers from my great-great-grandfather who fought for his freedom in the Civil War. Thank you so much, Denise, for joining us for this conversation today.
Thank you.
All right. That was good. Yeah, like the forecast said, shout out to these sisters, They really carried themselves well, I felt, in the conversation. Speaking of the forecast, what say you to this prompt? Your ancestors or your reparations, not the crown?
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, those sisters, like, at first I was like, they're just gonna get on there and explain, but they did a good job of like telling history and things that happened, bringing up like the doctrine of discovery and all that stuff. But like with that, and this will have to be like a whole nother thing. So I'm just putting it out there. Like we would have to have this conversation, you know what I'm saying? Because I got questions about the slave trade thing, like because people just throw it out there. I want to know like which tribe, leader, nation sold slaves, the time period they did it in, and the amount of time they did it in. And there was another question, but I forgot. But they did give like the white dudes here reparations in America. I think she's talking about like Britain, Jamaica is going for reparations from Britain. I'm not sure if that's what she was talking about. But yeah, with the other sister, she's right. And you see how the dude got mad about the Haiti thing, you know what I'm saying? He was like, oh yeah, kicked out all white people. But I would say this though, I would go with their story more so because I don't agree with saying, except for the Germans, the white girls, the children, and because they only kicked out their enslavers, you know what I'm saying? But I agree with their story more than what happened because how we are, kick them all out, you know what I'm saying? Like Khalid Muhammad said, he said, why kick out the babies? Because they're babies that grow up and oppress our babies, so I'll pass the mic.
I appreciate that. Gas them up. What say you?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting perspective. I think, in terms of reparations, when people ask the question, I don't know, from the research I've done, I don't think, for the most part, Africans were so-called trading their own people. A lot of times, there was a lot of internal destabilization. And so it was more of people were trading, so-called trading, other groups, not necessarily themselves. And so then the question now becomes, how do you reconcile that, right? So that's the hard part. And then the funding, the source of the funding still goes back, the insurance companies, Barclays, all these people, still goes back to Europe. So no one's removing African culpability, but for the most part, you can determine which leaders and which groups, like you have Madame Tinubu, notorious slave trader. Ironically, one of her great grandsons is now trying to be the governor. I mean, the former, he was the former governor of Lagos in Nigeria. He wants to be president, and so, the cycle continues. But yeah, you can trace who was selling who, and you can know which groups were doing what. You had the Arochukwu, especially in the Bight of Biafra area. You had the Arochukwu, you had the Shakiri, you have Nana Ivy Shakiri, you had Jaja of Apobo. They're so you can see who is doing what and know who was engaged in what. The documents show. So I think when they say Africans were doing this, I think it's just this vagueness, and people benefit from the vagueness, as opposed to being able to pinpoint to say, well, actually, no, these groups were notorious, for raiding and engaging in that genocide. But I don't think, they were selling their own people. That's just my little thoughts on that.
Okay, well, Gas, so basically you feel like, reparations should come from the crown in terms of the Caribbean. Should come from the crown, not from the African ancestors.
No, because like I said, if you go to let's say you find a particular group in let's say or your empire that collapsed, you say, well, yeah, we have the documents here. There were this many cargo ships that left your land. What if the king tells you, yeah, you're right, we did, but we were at war with those people. They killed 4 of mine, we killed 4 of theirs. We always had a beef. We didn't like them, they didn't like us. We were the Crips. We were the Oyo Empire, such and such Crips, and they were the fuming such and such Bloods. So we had beef, we got them, and we got them out of there. What do you say to that then? Right? it turns, and again, not removing the culpability, but I'm just saying, how do you address that?
In the chat, Marcus Garvey is the way it says, word up to Khalid. Good night to you all. So good night to Marcus Garvey is the way. She goes on to say, a friend from Mali once told her Africans trading neighboring villages made no sense because their families also lived in those villages. Yana B says reparations should come from all who were involved. She goes on to say, and we need to start in-house with Africa. Marcus Garvey's way says, if you mistreat any adopted dog, do you blame the owner or pet store? Europeans owe reparations only. So that's how she feels about it. Who did I not get to yet? I guess Mr.
Me.
Untouchable, right? Oh yeah, but Bakari, you go
Okay.
on there.
Okay. See, this is my thing, right? I know I heard a couple people say shout out to them sisters. I ain't gonna give them no shout out, right? Because you set up there in front of them. Because I won't give them a shout out at all. Because you set up there. First of all, she done made sure she divided herself from other black people. This is lineage based. Then she set up there in front of with that white dude. Africa owe us, and what she is doing, she's dividing herself from other black folks. And don't get it twisted. She's ready to fight other black folk. Do you? I don't hear no other people talking about what their people did. It's out in public. If we have a problem, maybe that should be discussed in house. So they don't get a shout out from me. Africans don't owe us reparations. Europeans owe us reparations. You know who I never hear people say, Coco? Don't nobody ever say the Jews owe us reparations. Didn't they build the ships?
I agree.
But we focus on each other and we keep the focus on one another because of the fear of that white boy sitting next to her. Then she gonna say, lineage. African people is owed reparations. See, we think we the only people that went through something. What do you think the people on the continent went through when they losing their son, their daughter, their brother, their sister, their mama, their daddy on their ship? How you think they felt? You understand? So black people lost. And as long as we are trying to cater to white people to make sure we can say we did it, I don't think you're gonna get nothing no way. But if you're gonna get something, right? The only way black people gonna get something if black people learn to stick together and be ready to fight. Because I'm gonna tell you, and I have an unpopular opinion on reparations. I say white folks don't owe you nothing. Don't nobody owe you nothing you ain't willing to try to take. Talking to them, trying to appeal to their moral side, talking, if you can get up there and you can speak like that and make sure I can divide myself and I'm an FBA or I'm an ADOS. This is a lineage thing. I'm a 7th generation American. She ain't no American. Is she treated like one? Because if she was an American, they wouldn't be complaining about America. The Constitution still says 3/5 of a human being. But as long as we have these weak talking points and these weak stands and ain't willing to do, like His Excellency, the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey said, if we ain't willing to do what other men have done, we'll never get nothing. If we ain't willing to say, you know what, we're going to cross tribal lines and we're going to have to fight for what we want, you ain't going to get nothing. So until I hear more black men saying, oh, we got to take what's owed to us. I know when I say wall, I scare folk, but it ain't necessary. It ain't the first physical wall, is the last part of wall. You got an economic wall. See, we keep focusing on white folk. We want reparations. Start going past them Arabs, them East Indians, them Oriental stores in your neighborhood and finding black businesses. And then holding black businesses accountable, right? See, you got to have, when I mean by holding them accountable, you got to have our youth. Our people got to get a job here. We gonna empower you. We gonna make you rich. So we the reparation, because them white folk ain't gonna give you nothing. Now one of them Europeans, them European Jews, none of them is going to give us anything. None of them. We can always look and say, well, see, and that's the problem I had with the movie The Homie Tribe. Because even when they showed the trailer, people just started doing shows. Well, we got to admit, we did it to ourselves. What did we do to ourselves? What did we do? Slavery was a little different. I'm not saying even being indentured servitude was good, but Africans didn't put us in chattel. Could it? Do you really believe they thought? Do you really believe they knew they were selling people, or the people was going to this hell that we came to? But see, black people is the soft target. So we can always twist it and make it be us. You understand? Them white folk, all of them, owe black folk reparations. Then once we get down to it, and then once we get and we figure out, okay, them 5 people right there who was Africans. Like one of my friends from Nigeria was telling me about how some of the Hausa tribe, say, because when the British first went into Nigeria, now me, I haven't studied this. He say he gonna give me the book, but how when the Hausa tribe, he say when the British first came, they were defeating the British. He said, actually, at that point, he said you could see people wasn't concerned about tribes because everybody was trying to be, and they came together and fought. And he was like the Hausa tribe. They were just going on what someone from Nigeria told me. So then the Hausa tribe helped. You understand? Not all, but some. Some they didn't physically help, but they could tell what they could tell what other people was doing. You know, they from there. So they could tell the hiding place. They could tell what's going on. Because the Armenians, I'm just saying what I was told, how the Armenians, who was Muslims, started working with the Christians. Because they both white. And Hausa is Muslim, and they chose the Armenian. So chose the Muslim side, right? And you know, so if you can pinpoint something like that, if that's factual and you can pinpoint it, y'all 5 people owe us. Do y'all have anything? But no, nothing until we get, if you owed something, until you get it from the Europeans that owe you. And if you're scared to stay focused on that point, and you're scared to say, we our reparation, we finna go to war, we gonna have a economic war, a social war, a political war. And if it come down to it, we got men out here who training, we got men who ready to get suited and booted, and we gonna do what we have to do to make sure we gonna get what we want. Other than that, all that FBA and ADOS and reparation nonsense, as far as I'm concerned, they can just shut the hell up because they ain't gonna give you nothing. And I'll yield the mic.
Yeah, you know, Bakari, I agree with you 100%. I think my my shout out to them was on their although they're, you know, like Bobby right in chat
Don't
said,
take it back, Coco. I shot them sisters out.
No. What I'm saying is I think I'm more speaking to their poise than to the content of what they was actually saying. You know, especially as it has some FBA type leanings to it as well. But I did like the energy, you know. I did like that. So I see BB Rodriguez has returned to the chat in a big way. Let's go to Oni. Oni, what say you?
So I was just thinking about how to write this out. Now, this is what I'm gonna tell y'all. Look, this is first off, I want black folk to get it through their head. Kind of like, see, Brother Bakari, that's my brother. You know what I'm saying? That's my brother from another mother, man. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm gonna say is this: we have to know the difference between slavery and chattel slavery. You know what I mean? It's not like white folk were in, you know, Tennessee saying, you know, what we're gonna do to these people. Like, no, they're not engaging them. They're on a different side of you know, Africa did not have long range you know, navies in the same sense, you know. So, or especially the people who weren't by the coast, they did not have long range like it wasn't like radios, internet going on. They're like, oh, look what's going on. Like literally there's something else going on. But what I want to say is this, right? For black folk to get, well, first off, no, I just want to do this example, right? Say I attack somebody, like let's say y'all listening, I'm not really going to attack any of y'all, but you know, let's say I attack one of y'all and one of y'all decide, hey, you know what? I'm gonna call the police on this guy. Okay. Now you call the police on me. I'm arrested, clear case, guilty. I spend, let's say I spend 30 years in prison. Now, obviously, because we black, I'm probably not gonna spend no 30 years for attacking no black person, but still, right? But let's say that happens, right? I spend 30 years. Now, when I'm in prison, I'm gonna go through some torture. Okay, I'm gonna go through some bodily harm. I'm gonna be worked for 20 cents an hour or some shit like that. I'll be exploited, right? Now, if I come out of prison, now I might be mad at you for calling the police on me. I ain't gonna hold you, right? But if I come out of prison saying you owe me money because the prison profited off of exploiting me, that'll make no damn sense nowhere. Okay? So what we know about Africa is that, now, first off, if you're talking about who was stealing whom, real talk, it was probably us. Like we was part of the people stealing other people, like duh. You know what I'm saying? like you know what I'm saying? Like, duh, we were part of the people who were stealing other people. It's not like it was a group of us. It's not like they were African Americans or they were Jamaicans or Caribbeans in Africa, and the people in Africa were like, all right, you Caribbeans, time to go. You know what I'm saying? Like, we weren't Caribbeans. We were all in it in the same way. You know what I'm saying? So there's no delineation. Now, what I want to say about this lady, because I was like, low key, I was like, yeah, she kind of cute. I could imagine Mr. Untouchable, even if you want to change his name, I can imagine Mr. Untouchable saying she good for the stroke. But I wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? I looked her up because I was like, oh, wait a second. I looked her up. I saw her at now. She's at P. Denise Long. Because as soon as she started talking that FBA stuff, I was like, shit. You know what I mean? And then I looked into her, I Googled her quickly. And I was like, oh, yeah, this lady on Twitter. Like, I'm surprised I even block her, right? She's just an annoying FBA type. You know what I mean? Like, she presented herself well. She was cute for an older lady, right? But yeah, she's an annoying FBA, just talking big about this. Because the reality is this. I'm gonna say it this way: this white boy got no incentive to transfer the wealth back to you. Okay? He has no incentive. So you saying France needs to pay the money back, right? And you are indebted to those people who are like, what do you like? What, like, on what planet do you think are people with the wealth, right? Because like I said, like it's like even with the prison situation, because the one thing to be like, yo, hey, you call the police, therefore you was a part of the exploitative system too, right? That's one thing, right? But the other thing is this: real talk. If I spent 30 years in prison, I can't sue the prison for exploitation, for lost wages. That don't make no sense. You can't do it because you have to recognize. It's kind of like I think it was somebody. I think matter of fact, it was the Queen of England who was asked. It was like they went to her and said you should pay reparations, and she told you it was legal then. That's it. You know what I mean? Like you can't pay for. It's kind of like there's. I remember when I was back in school, public school system. I remember learning about the U.S. Constitution or some shit, and they were like, one of the things they put in the U.S. Constitution was this idea that if the government makes a law, right, after the crime, you can't be held to the crime. You know what I'm saying? So as to say that they were saying to themselves, it would be like some sort of tyranny if that were the case. In the sense of, if you said, all right, well, it's illegal to wear red shirts starting tomorrow. No, still wear red shirts. And since you wore a red shirt 5 years ago, now you going to jail. Like, you can't do that shit. That's arbitrary, right? So the reality is this, that if it was legal for these crackers to enslave you, which they decided because that's what their nation was, right? There ain't no way they're going to retroactively say, you know what, that was illegal and that was wrong, and therefore I'm going to pay you, right? They're going to pay you for it. If white folk do it, if you could convince white folk, that's all well and good, right? But the reality is that white folk got no incentive to do it. And it's very unlikely that they're going to do it. And just talking big like, yo, France needs to pay the money back. Like, make it. I used to watch, cartoons or whatever. They used to say something like, you in what army? You know what I mean? If you want France to give you money, you don't even got to have a pretext. If you could make France run its pockets, then do it. But you trying to moralize and be like, yo, well, I want you to run your pockets because, you know, it's the right thing to do. I mean, these are the motherfuckers who enslaved, like, these are the motherfuckers who did the worst things you can think about. Like, the worst things that we know in history, right? These are the people who've done it. And you're now telling them, well, now the right thing to do. Like, what? Like you knocking on the rock. Like, if you went to, you know, I'm not praising this Asian guy, but like, let's say if you went to the Buddha and you were like, hey, you know, this is the right thing to do, that would make a little more sense. Now, I'm not praising it. I'm just saying, like, this guy is esteemed as somebody who does things that are whatever. But you go into the, you know, as in fact, let's say what the NOI says, you go into the devil, you know, using the Christian lingo, you go into the devil, talk about, well, the right thing to do. The fuck? Anyway, so all I'm saying is this. One thing I'm going to say is that, you know, first off, that whole, you know, like I said, she was FBA. She's always annoying. I see her on Twitter. She's annoying. I mean, she's presentable, but she's annoying. First thing I noticed was the other girl was, you know, doing her research, talking about contributory, blah, blah, blah. The white guy was clearly like, you know, these N-words, what are they doing, right? But as far as I'm saying is this, that, you know, looking at Africa, who was ravaged by war, who were fighting each other, you know, we were the people fighting each other, no less, right? And if we weren't fighting each other, then what the fuck were we doing, right? It's like all out war, and we were just, oh my gosh, don't sold me. Like, yeah, you're gonna be the first one sold if you wasn't fighting. So you it's better if you were fighting, right? A lot of people died. Africa lost. The people who profited was the prison, was America. You can't sue for lost wages because there was no wages that were lost in Africa. You just went straight to the West. You ain't lose nothing. Now, what I would think is you could say, hey, you know what? I would like a claim on some land. You don't know what land you might have had, but I could see that being make more sense. But saying, oh man, you know, your guys profited from me. How in the world did they profit from you? When they lose 2/3 of their population? What are you talking about? You know, Africa was the big loser. And we just the offspring of people like prisoners of war, you know, like, come on. So, yeah, I mean, like me, I don't like this reparation talk. I'm just, you know, I just want to say I don't like this reparation talk. I think it's stupid. I think that it don't make no sense. You knocking on the wrong door, talking to the wrong people, asking the wrong questions. But what I would say is that if you're trying to shift it to Africa, then you out of the African mind. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
I like that, Oni. I like that. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, BB Rodriguez is doing her thing. Real Black Gentleman says she's a troll. Real Black Gentleman, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, first, I think you need to check the troll because I mean that syntax and that context he's spitting out over there is that's off kilter. But about the reparations, you know what I'm saying? Well, let's just talk about slavery. You know what I'm saying? Let's not ever forget that these Europeans ran up into Africa and stole people. You know what I'm saying? They went up into the Congo. There was a note from one of the kings of the Congo saying to the Portuguese king saying, "Stop raiding our people." So all this like intermediate talk, no. There was hard slavery, hard raids, you know, hard capturing of people by European powers, by white folk. Now, again, let's talk about, you know, when you talk about how even the slave trade evolved, you gotta go around the curve of Africa. You know, initially those hard raids, you had the hard weaponry, but then you gotta understand the peoples were starting to understand. Then the Europeans used that whole divide and conquer. Well, we'll try to pit tribes against each other. They may have started to do that on the western side, and then kind of pick off, find a tribe that they could trade goods for the captives, and so that they didn't have to involve themselves. And maybe they would go a little bit further and no one was having anything. And then they may have had to go back to those people maybe 100 years later type stuff. Because the whole slave trade was a 100-year thing. Maybe the peoples that may have resisted early, you know, after 100 years, conditions on the ground changed and they were more susceptible. You know, not everyone, you know what I'm saying? There's always people who always resisted. Let's always keep that in mind. There's some people who always resisted the slave trade. Let's not assume everyone's on those coasts had something to do with our gaps, where there was always strong people. We can always go back to the documentation that, you know what I'm saying, that even the Europeans have. All this, you know what I'm saying? Baby, I'm not even trying to give credit. It's just like, you got to watch the syntax. I mean, there weren't 9 nations back then. There were a whole bunch of tribes, and tribes evolved their whole territorialisms and stuff. Let's just keep it a buck and just make sure that as we look back into the past, we're not overlooking stuff. We got to do some compare, contrasting, cross-referring through time. A lot of African people held their own, and we can look at and again, it's not all of Africa naturally. I mean, it's just like, you know what I'm saying, them 100 or so miles from the coast. These Europeans ran up into the Congo. That wasn't no intermediate stuff. And yeah, you make sure you don't major or minor. When you lay out the culpabilities, you make sure you put shit in the right perspective, in the right. You don't talk about that one tribe did it, you know. That's not the king. That woman said, well, African kings were rounding up our people. What king? You got the document? You should plaster that all over the news every month. Where's these? You know, it's funny how Europeans have a way of wanting to document, but when they say this is anecdotal, African kings, who? You know what I'm saying? Show and prove. Nah. You know, anything, you know, all these artifacts, anything that these skulls that Germany have, and about Germany, something that gets me about the Herero genocide. You know what I'm saying? Look, if German Jews happen to be in Namibia committing genocide against the Herero peoples, look, and then genocide were to happen, I'm just saying, when Germany went in, hey, yo, was this Jewish is involved in that? I'm just saying. And that's all I got to say.
Bakari, I see you have a little back and forth going with BB. Describe what's going on between you and BB in the chat.
No, what she said, there's nothing documented where Europeans came in and invaded Africans. What's documented is African was offering their people. And I just say she seemed dumb by making that statement, because she said there's nothing documented where Europeans invaded Africa. You know, let me say this right quick, because he just touched this point. Then I'm gonna get in my car and listen. But I also saw somebody, Yona B, put in there, said they wasn't doing nothing. We were just selling our own people. I keep telling you, man, the problem is the respect that we have for the people that enslaved you and did this, and the lack of respect that you have for self. How can somebody actually believe that we didn't? How can somebody actually believe that those people didn't do nothing? We did it to ourselves. And I'm going to say this once again. Do you ever hear anybody, the brother who just spoke? I always forget his name. But what's your name again, brother who just spoke?
Oh, you're a real black gentleman? What's up?
Real black gentleman. I always say his name wrong. When he mentioned the Jews, right? And I'm gonna continue to say this because they're the great example for me. Have you ever, just be honest, if you have, enlighten me. Have anybody ever heard the Jews say, well, you know, Jews was in the Nazi army? Has anybody ever heard them say that? Have anybody ever heard to say, well, you know, the Jews was doing it to Jews? Have anybody ever heard? I'm just asking, have anybody ever heard that?
Never.
But y'all do know Hitler. Y'all do know Hitler was a Jew, right? Hitler was Jew.
He was financed by a lot of Jews too.
Now, yes, he was part Jew, financed by Jews, had about 200,000 Jews in a Nazi army. Matter of fact, I was watching a documentary when they was talking in Lithuania when they killed them, right? When they killed the Jews, they buried them for a week, then dug them up and set them on fire till they turned to ash to make sure they was dead. Like burying them for a week ain't killing them. But anyway, guess who they found out was the people volunteering to line them up and shoot them and bury them and set them on fire. It was Jews. But you never hear nobody, you never hear other groups of people talking about that. All these so-called Aboriginal indigenous, right? Do you think Native Americans wouldn't fight one another over here? But you ain't gonna never hear no Native Americans talking about how we sold each other. You ain't gonna only that's one of the things that I can say that's what black people do, and that's only for black people, because we have so much fear and respect for the people that have been in control so long, right? That we have been in control for so long over us that we can't see where they did anything. Nobody. That's why these people, it's a lineage base. They 7th-generation Americans. They don't want black immigrants here. The replacement theory, they use the white people replacement theory. The black immigrants, they're taken from us. They're replacing us. They're taking our jobs. But it's way more white immigrants in this country than black immigrants. You understand what I'm saying? But you're going to meet and that's what the basis of this. Because when you find black people, we did this to ourselves. We did this because if we did it to ourselves, Koku, we wouldn't have these British or French or Portuguese or Spanish last names. You understand what I'm saying? We would have African last name. That only makes sense because the last name that you was given is really not even your last name. It's the name of the people that owned you, right?
Yep.
So wouldn't I have I would probably have the same last name Gassimov had. Instead of walking around with something that might be British or something that might be French or something that might be Portuguese or something that might be Spanish. But we did it to ourselves. You understand? We the only people get out of here and we gonna say all this in front of everyone. I'm starting to believe, I think BB Rodriguez is a white Mexican anyway. But you know what? I'm gonna I'm gonna have to listen because I'm gonna get in my car, so I'm gonna try to get back on my phone if my phone let me.
Okay. Thank you, Bakari.
But let me add this though. I want to add this. So my thing is this: like we have to be like, if you talk about lineage, because this is what what is it? Yvette Carnell came out and said. She said she's not African. She's a descendant of the enslaved and the enslaver. You know what I'm saying? She's the descendant of the slave and the slave master. So my thing is this: if you are a descendant of the slave master, then why aren't you paying reparations?
Right.
You understand? If you are the descendant of the slave master, then you are the population that exploited the African people. You understand? Now, some of us are going to say we're gonna make excuses, but see, y'all were having a conversation already about, oh well, somebody who's mixed is not black. You understand? Somebody who's mixed is not black, so on and so forth. But here's the thing right now, right? If you know, and so what happens is this now: if you have a Chinese person go to Africa right now, have a kid with a black woman, right? You're not going to say, well, it depends on how the Chinese father treats the black child, right? Whether or not that child is black, you're going to say that child is mixed or what have you, right? And you're also going to look at that child, or you should look at that child, that mixed child, as part of the Chinese empire or guilty of what the Chinese are doing, right? So again, now you have this character in the chat who's talking about, oh well, black, oh well, this is what these people did. But if you are telling us that you are the descendant of slave masters, right, and lineage is important, right, then shouldn't you be paying reparations? And if you're going to pay reparations to anybody, then you should be paying reparations to the black people. If you're talking about real logic, because nobody who's descended from the people who are in exploiting other people should be getting the reparations. They should be paying it. That's what I'm saying. We use the facts.
Mr. Untouchable, you heard what everyone had to say, and you see our friend BB in the chat. What say you to all of it?
No, I was. Let me first refer to what he said. I would smash all them chicks. That's a cute joke. That's very cute. what I would say is I would have liked to see a person like Matron or Barbados or my sister Tan deal. I wish they was on the panel because they're very brilliant sisters. They're very erudite, and this ain't simple. And I think that if asked that question, I think that they could have masterfully handled that question. But for me, I think that, in my opinion, I think that reparations is a legal fantasy. I think that is I think that what people are really asking for in the West, they're asking for cash payments for the free labor of their ancestors. And I don't necessarily think that's reparations. Stick a pig in spin in that though. What happens after you receive the cash payments from the free labor of your ancestors? Do you continue to exist in the West, working alongside the same empire that is going to continue to exploit Africans on the continent? Or are you going to separate from that enterprise and say, hey, since they pay me back my money now, I've been made whole, so now I could go off and create my own situation for myself? I'm curious to find out what the answer is for that, because since it's just solely based on cash payments, the reason why I say that reparations is a legal fantasy is because reparations is really, even the word itself is to repair. That's the derivative word, to put me in the position that I was in before the harm was done. And the government of the United States or England or France do not have the ability to do that. Why do I say that? Because if I say, put me in a position, which is repairing me, in the position I was in before the harm was done, that means that all the rape, the murder, the pulling, separating me from my family, and all of that good stuff, I would be back to where I was before all these things existed for 400 years. They do not have the ability to do that. That's an impossibility as far as reparations is concerned. Another thing too is it's my position. I don't think that most people in the West want reparations. I don't think they want reparations. Why? Because if you put me to the position I was in before the harm was done, I would have, like the brother Bakari was saying, I would have my last name. I would have my language. I would know where I'm from. And as a matter of fact, I should be placed back there. Most people in the West, first of all, don't want to be African. They don't consider themselves African. If you was to try to teach a person in the West, in particular a Black person, an African language, you would find a lot of resistance and contention with even that very notion, let alone giving them an African last name, because they be so attached to our European names right now. You tell a regular person on the street, well, now your name is Akite. My name ain't no Akite. My name is Johnson. We go back to the plantations of the South. They don't want to hear that shit. So the whole notion or the idea of reparations in putting us back in the position we was in, for me, it becomes an impossibility. Not only the fact of the West or any government having the ability, to take away the rape, to restore us in our African mind. They don't have to. These are Europeans. How they gonna restore your African mind? To restore all your culture, your language, all the mores, all the things you would have learned being on the continent before the harm was done against you. They do not have the ability to do that. Not only that, the victims themselves do not want to be African. So even if they was provided with an out, so we have a school of African thought. We have a school to give you the African languages. We're going to give you your culture back. We're going to restore you to this so-called idea of Africanness. Many people will reject. They say, well, what African school? I can go to Harvard. Because we have the mindset of the white person's ice is colder. Else we would be in Ibadan, Nigeria right now, getting educated there. Because their schools are cheaper. They serving up the same kind of education. They can teach you how to be a doctor, engineer, all these other things. I don't think that we really want that. I think that we should really deal with reality in terms of what we really want. We want cash payouts for the free labor of our former ancestors. And I don't consider that necessarily to be reparations, because you will not be repaired. Consider this. If I'm being raped, like how their God Tariq Nasheed says, if I'm being buck broken and someone pays me $100,000, am I repaired now? That's a joke. That's a joke. You know, so like I said, I don't think that these people have the ability to do these things. I think, for me, I think it's a legal fiction. What we really want is cash payouts. And after we get our cash payouts, we're going to continue with the same empire that abuses and mistreats Africans all over the globe as it stands. Now we're going to join the band of bandits since we get our money. This is where we are. So for me, I really don't. I don't care for this argument at all. I think it's, for me, I think it's an ugly argument. I think that we need to do what we need to do for self. I'll stop there.
Well, Mr. Untouchable, before you go, I want you to address this question that Daily Affirmations by Pauline had in the chat. She says, why don't the countries who had our ancestors enslaved and reaped the rewards pay the reparations? I'm assuming she's talking about African countries. Well, how would you go about explaining that succinctly?
It is a difficulty. It is a difficulty with that particular thing, because when slavery was instituted in these places or whatnot, these countries was not countries. These countries were territories. They were, and they're still territories right now after the Berlin Conference. So what you are specifically talking about is the African nations, in West Africa in particular, because we use this very broad term of Africa. When Egypt, I don't think Egypt had nothing to do, well, Egypt had to do with the Eastern slave trade, that's another matter, or Southern Africa. We are dealing, when you talk about the slave trade, you're dealing with West Africa. Then you have to boil that down to the tribes that existed who participated in the slave trade themselves within the time frame of when slavery existed. Then you have to go down to the specific chiefs and the specific people, because if I existed like in certain kingdoms, I may not have participated in the slave trade, but my king was participating in the slave trade. So he may have sell and bartered and sold slaves all over the place. But me, just a regular citizen living in that nation state, may not have participated in slavery. So why do I have to owe within it as a Klan or Yoruba, etc., etc.? Why do I now have to? Why do my ancestors have to owe when they didn't themselves participate in it? It becomes very complex. It becomes extremely complex. You know, so I just think that for me, I don't say I want to let it go. I just think that we need to start from where we are, you know, and it's not to say that we should start with nothing. I think that we need to start dealing with each other, because I think that we are more powerful together than we are apart. This whole idea of being distinctive and separate, I think that that's our greatest failing. And I think that we can continue to fail until we deal with each other on that level.
In the chat, Yana B said, that's an excuse, sir. That's an excuse. Trigger Happy 262 says West and Central Africa, Small East, and Malagasy. Yana B says they will pay as a collective, one nation. BB Rodriguez says they were always kingdoms. KW Don 7 says, to pro-black perspective, she is not doing anything but the same type of videos she has always done. There's no progression. I guess he's talking about the sister in there. So let's bring in Uzuli. Uzuli, how are you this week?
Yeah, I'm fine. I didn't see this video, but I don't know if it's the same video I had posted about the woman king involved in that. But I guess the point is saying about that we should pay, our ancestors should pay because they participated in slavery. And I'm saying, yeah, we'll get to them too, but you're gonna pay first. So I don't understand what they're saying. I mean, are they lying? Did those people, the history that they told us, didn't our people participate in there based on that history that we've been told? So if that's the case, yeah, they're gonna pay too. So you sold us. So there's only one right. There's only one way to make it right. Everybody gotta pay for what you did to the people that are to this day suffering mentally, physically, and financially. They all have to pay. So I mean, I understand what they're doing. They want to diminish their play and the transatlantic slave trade. You say, oh, it's not our fault, it's them. But that's based on what they told us. How do we know that we really sold each other out? But if we did, if we're going by what they're telling us, yeah, they gotta pay too. Because we've been suffering on this side for a long time. And what they're gonna say, what they thought they was gonna come for them. So at the end of the day, I mean, it's a funny style maneuver. Ever since I saw that they playing chess. That movie they released was for them to get to this point right here. To be like, that movie specifically was put there for this argument right now, to alleviate them from their participation, to saying that, oh no, we just came to the shore and your ancestors sold us. So I don't know anybody. One thing is, we learned that through our history, and then African people say they sold us out too, based on what I heard. So if y'all did, they got to pay reparation too.
We're going to talk about the Woman King in a couple of prompts away from now. In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 Plus says, if everyone has to pay, those in the diaspora who have any ancestors who participated must pay too, I think he said.
No, I agree with him, because I saw something too that said there was a bunch of those so-called FBA, ADOS, they had slaves too. Y'all Negroes got to pay too.
That's what's Zuli. That's another thing that's left out of the discussion, because in the West, even in the Caribbean, you had black slave owners in the Caribbean and in the United States. So where is that? You have to get reparations from these people as well. So who are these people? They've been so mixed and amalgamated now. I mean, you could really get the names of some of the families of these people, but that becomes a difficulty. I don't know, man. I'll leave it.
One way to do that, if you own slave, if as a black person you own slave, then you don't get that reparation if it's supposed to be given. If you don't want to pay, then your family don't get jack if you are part of that. That's all. That's a way I could solve it. But if you took part of this, you got to pay the person that you held in bondage. So you don't get away with it because it was the time. You mistreated your people. And I think the ADF, the FBA who did it in America were the worst. Because at least the people from across the West, maybe they could say, oh, I didn't know it was that bad. You knew.
Right.
So,
wait, but Julie, let me ask you this though.
Yeah.
But if you are descended from a slave master, then how come you don't have to pay?
What do you mean? If I'm descendant of a slave master, what do you mean?
No, not you. I'm just saying, like,
no. I don't get the question.
All right, so Yvette Carnell, like, clearly she's, whatever. But like, not just her, but like generally, like even the other guy who's saying, "Yo, I'm part Irish or I'm part British or whatever," right? Basically saying he has, European American ancestry. Now, you said if you were a black enslaver, right, then you shouldn't get any reparations. But the reality is this: that if you are the descendant of a white person, right, then clearly your ancestor was also a white enslaver, right? Like they weren't they might not have been a black enslaver, but they were a white enslaver. Clearly, if they, if you were the
you mean like if you're biracial, some shit like that.
Well, if your ancestors were like basically, this white man was on the plantation and he messed with black women, right?
And then he had a kid.
Like for instance, like Frederick Douglass, that child would then be, like you said, biracial, but they will have a black ancestor. I'm sorry, they have a white ancestor who was an enslaved.
But it depends, though. Was that person turned into a slave, or did they?
That's what I'm saying. But their ancestor was. That's what I'm saying. So, like, if you were to pay based off of your ancestry, right? All right, like I'll give it this way. Let's say it was is 1863 or whatever, right? Frederick Douglass has his father. His father is a white rapist, right? Now, if he's on that plantation or whatever, the other people who are not descended from Frederick Douglass's father or whatever, right? They if they're suing the slave owner, right, and the slave owner's lineage, right, then how does that exclude Frederick Douglass?
Yeah, well, if Frederick, the only way it excludes Frederick Douglass if Frederick Douglass then participate in it. If Frederick Douglass was with us in the field, or Frederick Douglass was a slave too, he's part of the trauma.
Well, here's the thing, though. Again, if you sue him based off of lineage, right? You sue him based off of, because basically, you know, like just let's just be realistic, right? You talking about something that happened. Now that's something that happened. Let's say it's happened 20 years ago, right? For Frederick Douglass, but for us, it's like something that happened 100 years ago, something like that. So everybody, like nobody's really literally involved unless they're doing it right now, right? Otherwise, they're not involved per se. But you would sue them based off of what their ancestors were doing, right? But Frederick Douglass's ancestors was enslaving people, right? And just the same, Yvette Carnell's ancestors were enslaving people. She even says, "I'm a descendant from the slave and the slave master," right? So if Yvette Carnell's ancestors was enslaving people, Frederick Douglass' ancestors enslaving people, and a lot of black people in America have their ancestors who were enslaving black people in America. Why aren't they paying?
I don't like when you said a lot of black people were. I don't think that's the case. I don't think a lot of black people were enslaving people. I think there's a small number.
No, they're saying that they descended from, like, because that's the rumor that a lot of black people, you know, in the Caribbean or, you know, the diaspora are descended from like this rape thing, right? But basically their lineage does include
I hear what you're saying.
Not Haiti, bro. Not Haiti. You know what I'm saying?
No.
But like the other places.
What I'm saying is that Yvette Carnell, this is what I'm saying. Let's use Yvette Carnell. If you find out that if she benefited from her father being a slave master and then she didn't get trauma, maybe she don't get reparation. But if the children of the rape or of the consent were still slaves, why would they not get reparation? Just because if I'm a slave master and I have sex with a slave and the kid is still a slave, why would the kid not get reparation if reparation is being given? Unless the kid didn't get that treatment and started participating with his father or with his mother.
Well, I'll say this right here. One, I mean, let's be honest. There was this, you know, blue vein society in America. Not just that. There was a lot of colorism in America. It's not just that. But Frederick Douglass straight up walked off his plantation. Like straight up fought an overseer or some shit, or fought his father and walked off of a plantation. You know what I'm saying? Like it don't even make no sense. Like you reading it, like this is like not even like a bullshit story.
What I'm saying is, as we look, just because you were a child you're a biracial child during those times, that doesn't mean you benefited from that. Some people benefited, some people passed as white, some people did that. But if you didn't and you was with the field Negroes, why shouldn't you get reparation?
But here's this: why shouldn't you pay it if your ancestors, if you based off a lineage, why shouldn't you pay it if your ancestors were enslaving black people?
But why should you if you were the product of a rape of a slave, why do you have to pay? Who cares? I don't understand. If I'm a product of rape or whatever.
But they don't consider the rape part though. They don't.
But Izuli, they brag on it. They brag on it, Izuli. They brag on being descendant of the slave owner.
Yeah, not just that. Your ancestors still did it. It's like if this white boy has a child, if this white boy rapes a white woman, has a child with her, and then you know he treats the white woman like shit, he treats the child like shit. I'm still saying this is motherfucking crackers. I don't care if it's a rape or not. I mean, you know what I mean? Like as far as I know, that's how white people take it low. You know what I'm saying?
The reason I say this, I said so because if I'm a correctional officer and I work at a correctional officer and I have consensual sex with a woman it's still rape. It doesn't matter if she consented. Because
Okay,
I'm
but
in
if your
I'm a position of
lineage,
authority.
you saying that the slave, like who, like basically, let's say I'm an unmixed African, right? And somebody else is, has white ancestry. Then how are they not, like, if we talking about
What I'm saying is only
Africans suffered.
if you participated with your father and you use that whiteness to oppress people, then you paying too. But if you was with us, mistreated and whatever, how could I tell you have to pay?
Well, again, because you going back 300 years. You
And
understand?
they don't have records?
So what happens is that, like you going back 300 years now, you're basically saying, well, it depends on how the children turned out, how the children were, and it's no longer being a lineage thing. You're basically saying, well, if this, like for instance, let's say there's this white guy who had a plantation, and then one of his kids was like, you know what, fuck you, I'm not into this shit, and he walks away, leaves the plantation life and does some other shit. And you basically saying that dude, now that he said fuck you to his dad, don't gotta pay.
No, I never said that.
He still gotta pay because
I never said that because at the end of the day, at the end of the day, whether you walk away from it or not, as a Caucasian person, you still benefit from that.
But you mixed.
No. Oh, are you talking about a mixed person? Yeah, if the mixed person didn't participate on it, how could I make them pay? I don't understand.
So you saying the white person who didn't participate has to pay, but the mixed person who didn't participate don't have to pay?
Because even though you didn't participate, you still benefit from it today. You may not have hands directly, but okay, what did you do? Did you create shit to reverse the shit 100%? Did you do that? Were you out there overthrowing those fucking stupid countries and fighting with us? If you didn't do that, yes, you have to pay.
Well, man,
I don't care.
I don't know if anybody's going to pay regardless, but as far as I can tell, if Yvette Carnell is descended from the slave master, right? And the slave master is the one that did all the wrong, and the slave master, the people descended from the slave master need to pay, then clearly I don't see why she doesn't need to pay. But if you're saying she doesn't need to pay, then all right. You know what I mean?
She already said her and that dude Tom say they are closer to white people than they are to a Nigerian because they're American and they're white. That's the side they're leaning on. I understand what I understand exactly what Oni was saying. Let me say this right quick, then I got to listen. I ain't gonna be able to talk no more. But look, check this out, right? Like I said, we got on the reparation thing. People come on here, they talk about black people on the reparations longer than they talked about the Europeans. They can say the Africans old, they can't tell you which African, but all they got to do is look at their last name and they know which white person old. But we gonna skip over the African got to pay too. We focus on our people and we want to put this out in public. I already know we gonna talk about us. We gonna talk about what we have done to one another more than anybody else. But watch this. We always say that white folks are great liars. That's what black folks say. How you know they ain't lying when they say Africans help? I'm just saying. If you ask me what I believe, I can tell you that.
Bakari, that's what I said, bro. That's why everything I said based on the history they told us. So I'm not even acknowledging it, but I'm saying. But I agree with you. Yeah. But I'm just saying. Go ahead.
No. I got you. I got you. But I'm gonna tell you this, right? If people ain't got up and fought, you don't deserve nothing. I ain't talking about the DVD guy and the billboard guy sitting on YouTube. I'm just saying, for people who ain't willing to get out here, who ain't hitting up none of these city council meetings, ain't registered nobody. Voting used to be important to black folk, and it still is. So I still go help some black folk vote. You know, we get out here, we feed, we do something. But most of these YouTube folk, most of them, won't bust a grape with a sledgehammer, other than on YouTube. They ain't trying to do nothing. Just like the lady that was in the chat. I ain't gonna disrespect her, call out her name. I was already disrespectful when I say she seemed dumb, but she came in disrespectful. So That was me just hitting back. BB Rodriguez. Man, these folks, they ain't doing nothing. They ain't gonna try. They think the movement on YouTube and screaming, cutting the check is gonna get them some. And when they get that check, hopefully by the time they get that check, I got me a corner store with me some Arabs or Indians that are working in there, so they can come spend their money with me, because they ain't gonna spend it with no black folk. And on that, I'm on this.
I appreciate you coming through, Bakari. Yana B in the chat says, "Sir, if you're living in America, you're getting reparations. Now I need mine from Africa." BB, of course, agrees. Yana says, "It's all very simple. Stop making it hard." Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to answer two people in the chat section because they asked me questions. Forecast asked me about slavery in the Caribbean, if the slave owners were mixed race. Some of them were mixed race. Some of them were Africans, black people. They call them, it was free men, but they did own slaves, and also in the Americas. And Bibi Rodriguez said that if she say give me evidence of it. There is a book called Black Slaves by Larry Koger, Koger. I think his book is on Amazon right now. You could get it if you need it. It explains the amounts of people who did own slaves in the South, the old South. And there's another book called Black Masters. It's on Amazon as well. The name of the author is Michael Johnson. So if you want to have documentation of me stating the fact that blacks did own slaves, not only in the Caribbean and in the South as well, you could just read those two books, purchase them on Amazon if you wish.
My thing is, even if Mr. Untouchable just gave those people the books, even though I don't know if I trust it, but based on that, if you was a black person that owned slaves, Negro, you have to pay to. You don't get no pass because it's worse. You knew how they were treating us. You knew how harsh the Western slavery was. So if you did that, you're the worst of the worst. I think you're even worse for the people that slaved our ancestors across the sea, because you knew. And so I don't want to hear nobody talk about, oh, it was the time. You're the worst of the worst.
So you're falling into that thing that the forecast talks about, where
we always got more smoke for black folks.
Yeah.
No. I don't have more smoke for mom. So okay, I'm gonna make a perfect example. If I'm walking down the street and my brother's talking to me and call me an asshole, versus somebody I don't know who called me an asshole, which is worse?
The black one, right?
What I'm saying is, if you're supposed to protect me and you're doing me dirty, I think it's worse than the enemy. But what I'm trying to say is
we get it, bro. We get it. Black folks.
I'm not. Hold on. I'm not saying that. I don't agree. I just said from the beginning that they're trying to alleviate themselves from the. No, you're gonna pay first. Then after you finish paying, then we go for the ones that sold us. Now we're looking at you. I did say that. So I don't understand what you're talking about. I have more smoke for black people. Are y'all serious right now?
Bro, we agree. You have more smoke for black people.
No, you're just patronizing me, but it's okay. But whatever.
If we have no last words on that prompt, let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 6 tonight. Usually I'll do a station ID here just to remind you guys of all the shows on KWAZ Radio. There's the Bitter Medicine Podcast, of course, the Pro-Black Perspective, the Brother Bakari Podcast, the Forecast Radio, Tanzan African Mind, the Learning Curve with the Revolutionary Matron, and the Harsh Reality Podcast. Make sure you guys are tuned in, subscribe to all of those shows. Shooter Breeze Talk number 6 is just LOL. This came with a link. Let's check it. I think Oni's going to leave after this one, so let's get his input. So this takes us to an article, High School in Canada, standing behind trans teacher with giant prosthetic chest. A transgender high school teacher in Canada has gone viral for showing up to school in a gigantic set of prosthetic breasts, prompting parental concerns and significant backlash. Images of the teacher showing up to class have spread widely around the internet, with one particular photo being especially disturbing due to the ineffective mask being worn as well. So this is the trans person with the prosthetic breast there. Far from addressing concerns from parents about such a person educating children, the Halton District School Board in Ontario said they are standing behind the accepted teacher, according to Toronto Sun. The chair of the distinct board, Margot Shuttleworth, also told the Sun that they are going through creating a safety plan to ensure that the teachers not disturbed in case protests erupt at the school. The story also explained that protecting any person's gender rights is the stance the school board is taking, and they're standing behind the teacher. While the school claims that there haven't been any significant issues as a result of the teacher's appearance, the Sun found a student on Twitter who admitted that they don't believe it's normal, but feel that they can't say anything. The kids here most definitely don't think it's normal, but realistically, we can't say anything. Last year, the teacher was a man. I don't think the school can fire him. I think we get the idea here of this insanity going on, and yet some of us still send our kids to this madness. Real black gentleman, what say you to this? Real black gentleman, you're muted if you're speaking. All right, forecast, what say you?
What is it asking really?
Well, the prompt is just LOL. So I guess, are you laughing along with it? What are your thoughts about this insanity?
I mean, no, not really. It's talking about protecting gender rights or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw something earlier, but I forgot what it was. It was talking about protecting like the gender rights or whatever. But I mean, it's crazy, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't really know what I can say about this one.
Yeah, it's kind of an odd one. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this one?
Protect your kids, you know what I mean? Save your kids if you can. If you have the monies to, try to see if you could put them in a private school where they have certain conditions are met, and that's all I could say about this. It's a crazy world that we live in and exist in, and it's nothing because how the laws is within the system. It's nothing you could do about these kinds of people because they are protected. So all I could say is protect your kids as much as possible, man.
I appreciate that, Mr. Untouchable.
Oh man, I forgot, y'all. It was the Umar thing, did you like when the person responded back to him or whatever?
Oh yeah, no, I didn't. I saw like a YouTube video headline or something, but I didn't get into it. What happened?
Yeah, the person, the dude, it was a dude, bro. It's a dude, you know what I'm saying? It was like, oh yeah, you was turned on and all of this stuff, and you must have liked me. Because Umar was like, I don't want no beef or whatever. They should have told me it wasn't a woman or whatever. But that person was like, got offended and started kind of going in on Umar Johnson, like, you must have liked it, or I could fool anybody and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of weird,
Wow. Okay. Yeah, so Mr. Untouchable gave his response. Let's hear from Oni, I guess.
Yeah, that's it's another one of those weird videos. I mean, not video, but
prompts.
Yeah. I mean, it's like white folk being white folk, just doing confusing shit and being confusing. I'm not even like, my thing is why do we allow them to sit over us and waive their sense of morals, and like we're just gonna pay for it pretty much. I don't really know what else I could say about that though. It's weird, but what I found really strange was how white folk were arguing with each other about, oh, you can't even say why they can't be a teacher type shit, So it's just kind of like a big whatever. Good for white folk, hopefully they like their confusion is good. You know what I mean? like good for them. Like them losing their society is like I don't draw a tear from that.
No
Anyway.
protest. Yeah, no protest. Only what do we have looking? What do we have to look forward to for your show tomorrow?
Oh yeah, so quite a few. I mean, just more enemies within. Obviously, I forgot to make the flyer, so I'm gonna have to do that. But it's just gonna be more enemies within, more, all over. Hopefully, it'll be a good time. Anyway, appreciate it.
All right, see you then. I think Brother Bakari stepped off. Is there anyone I didn't get to in this prompt? If not, we can go to and if anyone out there wants to join the prompt, the panel, just click the link. Azuli, you should come back on because this next prompt is yours.
Yeah, Barbados, come on, man, come on. We need a female opinion.
Yeah. Let's do that too. Should be stopping number 7 tonight. So you always know who created these prompts based on how the prompt is written, right? Woman King opened the floodgates? ? This was a chess move. Now they want to expose and deny their accountability. Oh, they are so good, but hey, whatever. Great Amazonian women beating up men. Great Amazonian women beating up men. This came with a link. Let's see what the link takes us to. Looks like it's a YouTube video. Let's watch it, then we'll discuss.
Then Don Lemon pushed a royal scholar named Hillary Fordwich to join him in lending credence to the reparations narrative that we've been hearing about the royal family, that the royal family should distribute some of its billions of dollars in wealth to descendants of slaves and people who are living in former royal colonies. Now, of course, it's CNN and it's a race issue, so Don Lemon expected full capitulation from his guest, which is what everybody expects on issues like this. It didn't work out that way. Take a listen.
Which was the first nation in the world that abolished slavery? The first nation in the world to abolish it. It was started by William Wilberforce, was the British. In Great Britain, they abolished slavery. 2,000 naval men died on the high seas trying to stop slavery. Why? Because the African kings were rounding up their own people. They had them on cages waiting in the beaches. No one was running into Africa to get them. And I think you're totally right. If reparations need to be paid, we need to go right back to the beginning of that supply chain and say, who was rounding up their own people and having them handcuffed in cages? Absolutely, that's where they should start. And maybe, I don't know, the descendants of those families where they died in the high seas trying to stop the slavery, that those families should receive something too, I think, at the same time.
It's an interesting discussion, Hillary. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So we let that play out because I think it was important to hear the full conversation and the context of it, because it was a pretty powerful moment. I think you'd agree with that. Hillary Fordwich joins us now. She is a royal commentator and global business analyst. And I want to thank you so much for coming on tonight. I think one of the most important things that a lot of people learn from this clip, which has just gone incredibly viral, is that slavery and reparations, the narrative behind this is not simple at all.
You're absolutely right, Rob. It is an immensely complex, and might I add, sensitive issue, and it actually should be. We are all actually Homo sapiens. Right. This is an issue that should concern us all of mankind. It's something that we should all be thinking about. It's something that we should all be looking into, and maybe we could read about. Someone that reached out to me, a fine young man, and actually we're sort of dear friends, is Rashid Walters. I would like everyone to look up Rashid Walters. He is a fine young man. He is a historian. And one of the many books he recommended for me to read, because he said he was so glad someone had given a voice to this, is about the richest man of all of history. Do you know who he is, Rob? I bet our audience doesn't know.
I don't.
He makes Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos pale due to his wealth. I bet you haven't heard of him, as you say. Most people have never heard of him. Do you know, I had never heard of him. Manu Musa. Do you know who he is? He is an African who sold gold ivory, salt, and was so involved in the slave trade.
Yeah.
And it almost makes me cry to say this. He took over 12,000 slaves of his own to the colonies. And what he did, and what he did with gold. I haven't read it yet, but I recommend to all of your readers, all of your watchers, we start reading and we start learning. I am just interested, and I've always been interested, in the whole truth. It's a very complex and a very sensitive issue.
It is. I mean, it's, you know, it was just the other day. I think it was last Friday. Bill Maher's show, it had a very similar clip that he talked about how for the longest time, slavery was the rule of the world and not the exception. How everybody, every culture, every land had slaves. I think we actually have it, guys. If we do, let's go ahead and let it play.
Everybody who could afford one had a slave, including people of color. The way people talk about slavery these days, you'd think it was a uniquely American thing that we invented in 1619. But slavery throughout history has been the rule, not the exception. The Sumerians, the Egyptians, the Greeks, Romans, the Arabs, British, the early Americans.
So, you know, I don't know how you see this, but I think that this is, it's a topic that I think is used because it's politically divisive, because I think it's useful for some people to bring it up and to create, you know, and what they're doing is they're creating, you know, a war in society where you've got people that, you know, we're rehashing things that happened hundreds of years ago, I think, for political usefulness for some people who want to bring this up, who want to push some agenda, whatever it might be. And it's gutting the West. I'm sure it's happening in England. It's certainly happening here in the United States, creating all of this hate for no reason whatsoever. And it's so dangerous. And it's so nice to see people realizing it, no matter what your political faction is. We're starting to see that on all. I mean, Bill Maher is a huge liberal. He's obviously had a bit of, he's changed in recent years a little bit, but you know, he's not a Trumper. He's not a right winger. I can tell you that.
No, you're absolutely right. And Rob, a few things on that you're right about. And actually what Bill Maher said, think about this. Probably actually, you're a descendant of slaves. Most of our viewers are probably descendant of slaves. Most probably white people are. You know how we know that? Because of what Bill Maher said about the Romans. The Romans built roads all across Europe, colosseums in many European places, towns, cities. Who do you think built those? They would invade and they took local slaves. That's where most people come from, is Western Europe, if they don't come from the African continent. So we basically really all are. But I think perhaps it would be healthier and better in some ways to focus on what we can do today. 300 years from now, Rob, we will be judged on what we did about slavery. What about what's happening to the people that are actually making these right now?
There you go.
What do you make your phone calls on? Because what's happening to the Uyghurs, right? What's happening to the Uyghurs right now, we should be doing something about. They are wage slaves. They are paid. I think some of them. I actually am not in great amount of depth about what's happening with the Uyghurs, but I do know what's happening, probably at the level that most people know about it. Why?
All right. Okay, we get it. The prompt says, "Women King, open the floodgates?" ? This was a chess move. Now they want to expose and deny their accountability. Oh, they are good, but hey, whatever. Great Amazonian women beating up men. Real Black Gentleman, what say you to what you saw in the video and the prompt? Unmute your mic, brother.
All right, am I unmuted now?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I haven't seen the movie. I'm not really going to see the movie. I just, again, the whole thing about, you know, black people enslave black people too. And it's like, look, I'm not pro-Islam. Again, I'm not going to sit here and what am I trying to say? I get it. I see the Arab slave trade, the Islamic slave trade, the whole slave trade through the medieval era. That does not mean that everyone did it. You know, everyone didn't have a slave. A lot of people, a lot of cultures were actually like havens for other cultures that might have had bondage systems, and they kind of like, look, you can come here. Like Igbos were like that in a lot of cases. Like the Inri Kingdom, was, you know what I'm saying, a big place for a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, for various, you know, regional cultures would kind of flee to. So the idea that everyone was a slave at all times, nah, it's, you know, that's real tepid and real flimsy. You can poke holes through that easily enough. How'd I say it? I don't really know too much about, you know what I'm saying, the female warriors in Dahomey at that time. I haven't really read up on them like that. Again, let's not. My biggest thing, again, I've said it earlier tonight, you don't want to major in minors when it comes to that, because you'll spend 30% of your time talking about something that's like 3% of the issue. You got to be smarter than that. You got to, like, you know, just negate that 3%. This time, you know, 4 times down the road, you'll mention it a good like 5-6%. Give it, weigh it out, you know. You cannot major in minors. These white people will just find a new fact, like, they've rehashed this whole, you know, and be real slow about it. But black people, enslaved people, their own, you know, they'll be real slow about it. They'll just roll it out, you know what I'm saying, like they don't see it in here. And Mansa Musa, you know what I'm saying, and again, like. Again, the whole slave trade, the whole region of the realm, you know, is tightened to the close to the. I mean, and again, if you can pinpoint people who was in Mali or let's say Chad, but I mean, from what I see, the most of the numbers are literally like coastal, even like a Burkina Faso. Like, there's a little bit, but not too much. All the peoples came from the coast, and this is why, even speaking about it, like, I would only encourage that more details are brought so that we're not majoring in it. Because these white folks, again, they either ran up and raided, or they played the two sides against each other and kind of like got the scraps to people from the captives and kind of somehow cajoled the on the coast to give up their own people or the people from who they were fighting. And it takes years, because you can go along for a period of 40, 50 years playing the same game. Because you're out on the coast with your telescopes, you're just kind of seeing the culture, you're seeing our people do what they do. You gotta put flesh on the bones when you talk about slavery, because again, some people fell for it, they didn't know what was going on. Some people was like, no, we're not getting our part. Even they may have had captives and shit. They wasn't gonna give them to these white folks. That's all I got to say.
Thank you for that, Real Black Gentleman. Bobby, you're right. I see you trying to get on the panel, and I do appreciate you trying to come up, but your device is not connected. I think you may have to leave and come back and look out for a notification that says allow the app to use or whatever, to use your mic or something like that. But your mic is not connected, so I can't get you on the panel. Real Black Gentleman in the chat earlier said rock tools with a rule are not the example for 500 bajillion years. So what's his point? Bibi Rodriguez says chattel slavery was never used in modern times. She says this woman in the video is a whole lie, paper trail lies. Yana B says they're trying to belittle slavery now. What they're not doing is talking about chattel slavery, which was a monster in Western society. Trigger Happy 262 says someone made a good point on Twitter. Yeah, I saw this point made. I can't remember if it was Omar Wali or who, but someone made this point. They said if Africans had the type of slavery that Europe and other places had, where are the slave revolts on the continent? Right? It goes on. The only slave revolts you can point to are the ones oriented by Arabs and Europeans, but authentic African slave revolts, I don't think, existed. Bibi Rodriguez says chattel slavery meant trafficking of children straight out the womb, families being sold away from one another. Traditional African servitude was a peonage system, not chattel. BB says, dude, you can't articulate the reality, so stop trying to wing it. She's talking to Real Black Gentleman, I guess. B. Rodriguez says, being beaten for the minute offenses, sexual abuse of children, Colombo, I guess. Let's go to I think Bakari's gone, right? Let's go to forecast. Forecast, what say you?
Well, yeah, they was definitely well, that's their job, but they was definitely saying misinformation and stuff like that. Like, and I haven't seen the Woman King or nothing like that, but like, yeah, that's their job, is to spread misinformation. Like, for one, like they didn't even follow their own damn rules when it came, because the sister, and I still say the sisters earlier did a good job, because they brought out a lot of information. I don't hear a lot of people talking about, like she mentioned the doctrine of discovery, how they can come to somebody's land and just take it or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And she's trying to act like the doctrine of discovery. Well, hold on real quick. Yeah, my bad. I was getting a phone call. But yeah, it's like the doctrine of discovery, like I mentioned earlier. They trying to act like they didn't even follow their own damn rules. You're not supposed to enslave another Christian for life. You know what I'm saying? That's why it was a brief time period where if you accept the ways of an Englishman and adopt Christianity, you could sue for your freedom. And there's people who try to do that, you know what I'm saying? But then they cut that off real quick. You know what I'm saying? They came here, like they said, we're going to enslave children. It was the Pilgrims, not even like the 13 colonies. It was the Pilgrims was the first to go on record to sell children. You know what I'm saying? Then they did every unimaginable thing that they can think of. And most of the stuff they came along as they was making it up as they went along, you know what I'm saying? To address problems they may have, to do certain things, and like they didn't even see you as human, and like I don't see that happening nowhere else in history. And white on white crime is white on white crime. That's none of my business, you know what I mean? But for her to say that, they didn't even follow their own rules, and I don't see that. I see this kind of being unique in history to the level and the extent and Europeans came over here. They try to be like the Irish was slaves too. Well, the Irish don't have to argue about their Irish. We sit here and argue about where we come from, all of the things from our past. No other group does that. They came here by choice. So indentured servitude means you'll get your freedom one day. You're supposed to get paid and all of that. Slavery means for life. And by the way, they also say a black man was the first slave owner in America, and that is completely false. It was a straight white dude. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'll pass the mic.
Thank you for that forecast. Bibi Rodriguez and Real Black Gentleman are having an interesting back and forth in the chat. I won't read those on the air, but Trigger Happy 262 says he thinks it was Great House. Yeah, Great House. Yeah, that could very well have been Great House. I think you're right, Trigger Happy 262, who made that tweet on Twitter. How come you didn't see those indigenous Africans having slave revolts if the slavery was so bad, right? Before this European and Arab came. Actually, let's welcome and observing immigrants. Observing immigrants, how are you this week?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I sometimes I forget to whether I should call you Marcus Garvey is the way when you're up here, or try to remember observing immigrants. But thanks for coming through.
No problem.
Yeah. So what say you to this?
Well, at these times I wonder where the ancestors to make these people choke on their words. I noticed she choked for a little bit, but where the ancestors to help her choke out a little bit more when she was talking her nonsense. So she showed the telephone, and I'm like, well, if the phone is built on slavery, why are the Europeans who supposedly end slavery, why are they building their economies around the phone anyway? I mean, if you feel that strongly and you want to boast that you ended slavery, but you're showing a phone and saying, well, slavery still exists, why are you still participating in having phones and building your economies around phones? I mean, if you're that pressed about it. And with the slavery, they're saying, the slavery was going on everywhere. So if they felt so strong against it, why did they end? Why did they get involved? Like, okay, you again, it's like the phone thing. They're saying, oh, slavery existed, everybody was involved in it. Okay, so if you want to boast about ending it now, why did you get involved in the first place? Because again, we know that Europeans made whole economies and built their 2-bit backward countries of the enslavement of African people, especially African people. They enslaved and colonized the planet, but they did it with African people, and now they act like they want, gold stars for claiming that they're ending slavery. But okay, so you ended slavery, and we need to thank you for that. But then what happened with the lynching and the segregating and the manipulating? Like they they act like they ended slavery and that was the end of that. But you were still lynching people after that. You were still participating in the genocidal whims and fantasies of your savagery towards Africans and other colonized people. So yeah, you get a gold star for saying that you ended it, but you didn't. Your actions didn't end. You know what I'm saying? So, I noticed they want to say that nowadays. Oh yeah, England and America ended slavery. They were the first to end it in the world. But right now, slavery is going on in Libya. Yeah. So who's ending the one is if you ended it, why does it still exist in different forms and different ways? Like why are you not ending it now? And yeah, the Europeans may have made laws to end slavery, but they also made laws to end animal abuse, but animals still getting abused. They made laws to end drug abuse, but it's still there. So what is their point for trying to keep bringing up, oh, they ended slavery? Like, they can keep that to themselves.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I see, Bobby, you're right. It's continuing to try, but it's still saying not connected. So you're gonna have to continue trying. I don't know if you have a PC or a laptop or something with a mic. If you can join from there or join from a phone, if that's not the case. But in the meantime, Razuliism, what say you?
Like I said, this was it was a great, commendable strategy to bring this about. First, that release of that movie opened the floodgate to say, even though they put it out there as a win for women, but they knew this conversation was going to start. So first of all, I want to address. She said that they were the first to abolish slavery. No, you did not. The black man did that. Wherever he went, he fought. No, you did not. If we want to attribute it, let's attribute that shit to the Haitian Revolution that started that. And she just said this, and Don Lemon stood there and didn't say nothing and let her carry on with this. You didn't end slavery, mama. Your peoples didn't end slavery. We ended slavery. The black men and the black women fighting every day together ended slavery, not you. Because you knew if you didn't end it, it would have been worse for you later on down the line. So what I feel about this is brilliant propaganda. So she want to mention Vincent Musa or whatever. Vincent Musa, did he own slave? Yes. But it's not your business to tell us who to go after first. We could deal with Vincent Musa after. But now you are benefiting from it. You the one in all these other European countries that separated Africa and then colonize it. Colonization is another name for slavery. We ended chattel slavery. You never ended nothing. Because you know why? Your people gave reparation to the slaveholders after that. And you stole more from the people. So the thing is, we don't have a lot of people to check with people like that. And I see what they did. See, they had a woman saying that. So it would look less aggressive. Do you see the manipulation, the strategy that they're using? So
did you see the Woman King?
No, I never. It's not yet. It's not on yet. But when it's not on yet on those websites yet. But
right.
So when I watch it, if you want to still, or if you're gonna do it before, it's okay. So I'm just saying. And then I no disrespect to women. They know. You see how they use the Woman King or the black woman. Most people don't know that the Dahomians were slave traders like that. But people say that the Dahomians themselves were slaves, so they acted like this as a reaction because they used to be slaves. But why are you putting out our trauma like it's a positive? Because they were women? So this is another strategy to have no accountability for themselves. And the sad thing is, on the YouTube world, a lot of black people are agreeing with that lady and those people. That's the funny thing. I'm saying that Mensa Musa and the slave, no, that's another conversation. We will get to them too. But you are the one, and that somebody had said something. We can't go and ask them for reparation. Those kingdoms are not even standing no more. You destroyed them.
Mm-hmm.
The people that were selling you slaves, you came back for them and destroyed them.
Yeah.
You see the bullshit? So nobody, okay, they participated, but what happened to those people that were selling you the slaves? Didn't you come back and make them slaves? So nobody checks these people. And again, you gotta. I respect that brilliant, the way they do this stuff to just confuse, divide, and conquer, and just to say that, oh, our hands are clean. And the nerve that the lady said at the end, oh, those 2,000 soldiers are owed reparation too by the people that were selling us on the shore because they put their life on the line. Can you imagine this?
How come they don't bring up reparations for the soldiers that went and saved the Jews?
Why would they do that? Why
You know
would
what I
they
mean?
do that? How come they don't? How come when they talk about that, they don't talk about the Jewish people that participated in destroying their people? But this is how it is. This is a hit piece. But I said, I looked at it, I said, wow, this
And the
is why they
Native
released that
Americans.
movie.
The Native
This is,
Americans sold each other out too, and nobody don't bring that up.
Right.
you're right. And they got reparation. So I don't understand where this lady is coming from. The problem is, there's nothing wrong with her saying that. She's supposed to do that. She's supposed to difference her man, her man that gave her all that wealth. But where are we to check that? Where are we to check that? Lupita amazingly said she's not doing that part. Why? Because she did the research. So this is crazy. This is disturbing, and this is why a lot of the time when they do movies about slavery, they always want to give the white women the pass. The white women, you see, it's a white woman saying this. But again, they use her because if it was a man that said it, it would have been more aggressive, and people would have probably been more on it. But now, even black people are saying this stuff right now. Oh, everybody was slave. Bill Maher. That's got everybody. Really? No. Maybe in Europe, y'all was fighting each other, was turning into slave. You see how big the continent of Africa is? How are you going to say that? That slavery was whatever it was, everybody was doing. No, not everybody was doing it. But in the end, we don't have a media. We don't have economic. We don't have nothing that could counteract this falsehood that was put on live TV. And not only that, there's another one in Australia where they're talking about the Australians are agreeing with this lady. Meanwhile, the Australian genocided most of the people on that continent.
See, as Louis said there, you have to have a media that counteracts this. Trigger Happy 262 mentioned it earlier in a comment that I didn't read. He said, this is why we got to start making these films and stuff too, because you see what's going down, right? Like, this is why you have to support media. You know, choose whoever it is you want to support, but, you know, support the group that's trying to push the right message.
BB Rodriguez just said something. Yoruba or Akan are still here. They're not here as a nation. They're here as a group of people.
Yeah.
So you can't go and sue. Oh, let me go sue all these Yorubas. Let me go sue all these Akans. Let me just sue. They're not here as a kingdom, meaning that they're not here as a nation. So it's not like you could go and be like, you know what? We're gonna bring lawsuit against this kingdom right here that's still alive that we could point to. You can't do that. What I'm saying is we could go after these people that sold us or whatever based on what they told us, on the history they told us. But who we seen is y'all. Y'all the ones that are making all this money right now.
Right.
So why there's level to this. When we get to the final boss, maybe the final boss is you, but you're part of it. So we're coming after you first.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I feel. I don't know.
Really stick around. There's some other good topics coming up. Does anyone have any last words for this topic right here?
Yeah, I didn't go yet.
Okay.
I think that's all right. I think that with the Queen, with the British, with this lady right here, I think that one of the things that's not mentioned, since she brags about the British being responsible for ending slavery, my thing is why don't the British return the wealth because the queen wears a big crown on her head, and within that crown there's a huge jewel that is worth hundreds of millions of dollars that they pilfered from Africa. Why don't you all return that to Ghana? Why don't you all go into the British Museum? Not only Buckingham Palace, is after you finish getting all the things that they steal from Africa out of Buckingham Palace, since you're like bragging, why don't you go to the British Museum and return the Ashanti stool and all the things you all stole out of the African continent, since you're all proud of ending slavery? Return those items. I think that with us, we practice a lot of, let me say begging, but we practice a lot of sincerity. Be very nice, and maybe that's a good, and I feel like sometimes it's a bad thing, because I like, and people, I've been criticized for this, but I like people like Winston Churchill, because Winston Churchill and his lot, they practice in Africa, they practice this thing called gunboat diplomacy. Get down or lay down. I'm just waiting for the people, if not the African governments themselves, but the people from these nations, Ashanti, etc., 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 where all these items are stolen, just pull up on these places and say, listen, gun if you got to. Practice gunboat diplomacy in the UK. Yeah, I mean, I think that a message needs to be sent. These items are our items. You know, y'all don't even bury our people. Y'all keep them in the museum and have them and wrap up in coffins and have them exploiting them and having people to pay to look at their dead corpses. You know what I mean? It's like they can't even rest in peace. They're resting in the British Museum. I think that we don't practice the same kinds of gunboat diplomacy, because this lady just talking. Nothing what she says bothers me. Not one thing. Because I know when the British was inside of Africa, they practiced gunboat diplomacy. And you have to speak in the language of the people who they worship, because Winston Churchill get the highest British honors, OBE, great man in history, you know, man of war, you know, all these kinds of people. If you go around the UK right now, they worship their mercenaries and gunmen and bad men of their societies, do all manner of different things. They don't do all manner of different things, and they get statues. And we sit here trying to play Mahatma Gandhi. And I just don't understand that. I think that it's just something that is within us that's stopping us. I don't even, maybe it's death. Maybe it's the fear of death. But they fear death too. But we still practicing this idea of being nice and respectable. We're playing this respectability politics with these people who have no qualms. They creating stories and narrative now to assuage that what they call white guilt. And I feel like we are beyond the stage of talking, because they'll have us talking forever about reparations, about fairness, about doing the right thing, while all the while they do the alternative forever. And I feel like we need to sometimes, you know, when I get on my forecast kick, you know, I feel like going beyond the levels of talking. You know, because I don't listen to these people, man. It means nothing to me. I'll stop there just to be brief.
B. Rodriguez says, please research and read on West African indigenous slavery. Trigger Happy 262 says, lots of things that were sacred too, that was stolen. Yana B says to BB, that's correct, but if we sue, it'll be a win if we do it as a collective nation. They don't identify as Yoruba. They say Nigerian or Ghanaian instead of their tribes. BB Rodriguez says to Miss Untouchable, you worried about traders getting their golden stool back. What about us, the 350 million descendants of the enslaved, betrayed? One thing with BB boy, she sticks to that branding, huh? BB Rodriguez says to Yona, these people are dubious. They tell and show us that they identify solely with tribe and don't
So I got a
move without
question.
them.
So I got a question for BB. So what she's saying is that we should go sue them first, go after them first, instead of the people who are clearly on top right now? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah,
because I'm not trying to alleviate what they did to us, quote unquote. I'm not trying to alleviate them. I'm just saying that the people who are running the world right now, we know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
So is she saying that we should not go after them, go after the people? Like, I'm not trying to alleviate them from what they did to us. So I don't understand her point.
BB always pushes the point of Africa needs to atone before anything else. And so, yeah, she wants to go after Africa first.
But how is Africa going to atone right now when when Boots is on their neck too?
And Boots been on their neck too.
Been on their neck. They're not benefiting from nothing. Actually, they are paying for what they did to us because they thought it was going to be sweet.
Right.
They're not benefiting from nothing as a group. Maybe a couple of people in their family could get some money, but most of them are. Africa's not even benefiting from anything that the natural resources that their land is producing.
Hey, Coco.
Yeah.
So would you go for the coons first or the enemy?
Yeah, I gotta go for the real talk. I gotta go towards the real enemy, the main enemy. I'm gonna have to take out some of the people close to me to get to them.
Nah, I think I agree with you. The coon goes because the coons are always gonna go first because they're the one they're gonna be sent to destroy us. The coon go first and then everybody else.
Yeah,
but,
I think.
But there's a final boss. There's a final boss, and I believe the final boss.
For time's sake, let's go to the next Shooter Breeze topic if we have no last words for that one. Good conversation, guys. The chat has been good. Bibi Rodriguez doing what she tends to do. Yana B chipping in. Bobby Wright has been trying to get on the panel, but has been having some difficulties. Hopefully he can get that fixed soon. Should be topic number 8 is, can two black men knowingly share the same woman conflict free? Now, you know this is some shit here. This comes with a link. Let's check it out, and then we'll discuss it.
These twin brothers share everything, but what is interesting is they share the same wife and they seem happy despite critics from different people in the neighborhood. It's now been 2 years since they started living together. Surprisingly, the woman fell in love with them accidentally as she had loved one brother. But due to the way they are identical, she mistakenly confused the two. When they realized she confused them, it was too late as both had feelings for each other and the woman is receiving a double dose of love. This polyamorous throuple says families never understood why the two loved and got married to one woman. But ever since the woman loved them all, they developed a unique bond and they are okay with it. To them, this proves that 3 isn't a crowd. They all can't wait having their first babies and hope it will be better if they produce twins. All they're looking for is living a happy life. This is Afrimax English. Remember to subscribe. These twin brothers share everything, but what is interesting is they share the same wife and they seem happy despite critics from different people in the neighborhood. It's now been 2 years since they started living together. Surprisingly, the woman fell in love with them accidentally as she had loved one brother. But due to the way they are identical, she mistakenly confused the two. When they realized she confused them, it was too late as both had feelings for each other and the woman is receiving a double dose of love. This polyamorous throuple says families never understood why the two loved and got married to one woman. But ever since the woman loved them all, they developed a unique bond and they are okay with it. To them, this proves that 3 isn't a crowd. They all can't wait having their first babies and hope it will be better if they produce twins. All they're looking for is living a happy life. This is Afrimax English. Remember to subscribe.
Oh boy, I wish Tanzan was here to have this conversation as well. BB has a staring look emoji going on. She says, in today's time, no. She says, shaking my head, this ain't right. I don't care if in Africa, Yana B says, LOL, I can't, with the laughing emoji. Let's start with Ozuli. Ozuli, what say you to this?
Usually I'll go against this or whatever, but I think I could do this if it's my brother.
Really?
Yeah, if it's my brother, because number one, this is what my belief. If my There has to be something that happened for this to happen. That's not my first go-to. But if I do end up in some shit like that, I could do it with my brother. I'm not doing it with because our mind got to be in the same direction. We got to be thinking the same way because the kids that's gonna come out of this, I don't want no confusion. But nature doesn't favor this because she can't carry two babies at the same time. She can't do this. But they're twins. I could see it because maybe the two brothers share the same ideology. Then that could work. Me, I can't do that with no man. That's not my brother. If my brother don't share the same ideology as me, we're not doing that shit. But that's a last result or whatever. Maybe because I don't know the way these men and women are going. Maybe if there's one left, maybe I'll share with my brother or whatever. But if I had it my way, I wouldn't do that because you know what? Men have different ideologies. We have different ways to raise our kids. If we believe in the same shit, all right, cool. Me and my brother could do this, and I trust my brother. My brother wouldn't want the end of me. But to do this with somebody that's not related to me or that's not from my that's not.
You're talking about the brother who came from Haiti and is playing basketball with you last weekend.
Nah, I'm not even doing that with him. I'm not even doing that with him, bro.
Okay.
I'm not even doing that with him.
Play some ball and pound, huh?
Yeah, I'm not even doing that. But they say they twins, but this is a what is this trauma? Like this is not supposed to happen because biologically she can't give those two men kids at the same time. But she, because they brothers, they could wait. But hey, I'm not mad at it. At least they're not doing no sexual deviant shit. I don't know if they are. Maybe they are. Then that's another issue. So
I feel like just by being brothers is sexual deviancy.
I see. Okay.
I think just the fact that you're brothers, especially identical for some reason, I just feel like it's just degenerate. Like you damn well know you're treading over waters that's been dirtied up already. Like it's like this is some bullshit.
Oh, so Goku, your brother can't hump the same chick you humping.
No. That's a no for me, dog. No.
I get it. I'm saying for me, it's the last result. If there was like 10 women left, 10 good ones, and then I had to share, maybe. But go ahead. I get what you're saying, though.
Yeah, that's weirdo stuff. Forecast, what say you?
I say, look, I don't know about that. Like people can do what they want, but I'm gonna say no. I'm not that mature yet. I'm gonna say no for me. I'm good. Yeah, I got a lot more maturing to do before I get to that level. So yeah,
I had to be Nicodemus and be born again or something. Like, nah, that's just nah. Let me hear from Bobby. Right, you still have a mic issue, not connecting. I hope you can get it together so we can hear your opinions here tonight. Untouchable, what say you?
I don't see it. You know, two men knowingly, because I know unknowingly,
right?
They do it all the time. Mm-hmm. They do it all the time. To keep it real, knowingly to me it's like a train, but I don't see it. I think that what will happen is somebody will end up murdering someone else, because I think that somebody can get mad, catch feelings, and someone can get either they can murder the woman or they can murder each other. You know, either or. But I don't see it. Maybe it's been done before. I just don't see it.
I agree. There's some hand in it too, man. Let's just keep it real. There's some hand dog in this kind of thing. Observing immigrants. Could you have two men conflict free?
Hey.
Okay. The way I see this is that we're looking at it through a Western Christian viewpoint. And we must remember that people were existed in different family structures outside of what you would call normalcy. Before our encounter with the one man, one woman. So other cultures were doing it differently. So yes, anything they do is odd. Let's not forget that these brothers are having another woman. They're not having sex with each other. We're living in a world where siblings and family members are having sex with each other. Let's not forget that the Queen was married to her cousin. Let's not forget that Elvis was also married to his cousin. Let's not forget that Hollywood had an actual brother and sister do a kissing scene for a movie back in, I think, the late or early 90s or something like that. So these are not siblings having sex with each other. There's another person involved. So these people have agreed to this lifestyle. We're in a world where men are walking around with fake titties saying that they're women. So there's worse closer to us than being voyeurs to these people who have come together and made an agreement on their thing. And yes, a woman can have children from two different men. The person that asked that, there are women who have had twins from two different men, where the twins come up fraternal rather than identical. So it's not impossible for a woman.
Usually the child dies though. Usually.
No, I've seen documentaries where it's happened, where a woman has sex with two different people and give birth. But again, that doesn't mean that she's having sex with both of them in the same night. So it's like polygamy. When the man has multiple women, is he having sex with the same women the same night? I don't know.
Kogu, you hear Barbados in a sophisticated way trying to justify having a trade.
Yeah.
I saw that too, Mr. Untouchable. I saw what she's trying to do.
You're trying to get away with that.
Mr. Untouchable, I'll give you credit for that. You picked that up too, because it's clearly stated in the video that people in that society look at it weird. Now she's trying to say, oh, they are looking at it different because here in America, the video clearly states
but
that
Africa
the people in there said it
also
was
have
weird.
been Christianized and colonized.
No. No man will make a. Let me tell you this. I don't like when people say it's because of. Are you telling me African men used to let their women sleep around like that and still take them as wives?
No.
I don't know.
You don't see? See, you're right, Mr. Untouchable. She's slick. She's down with the train shit, but she want to be. Yeah. Okay.
You are here projected, my God.
Yeah, that was a slick way.
That's not projecting, because I don't mind trains. I'm just not making you my wife if I rent a train on you. That's what I'm saying.
I just don't see it happening, man. It's a difficulty for me, maybe because I shouldn't say jealous, man. I don't know. Maybe I do jealous, but I don't know. I can't.
I just said it if the person is my brother. Maybe, and I got to be tight with my brother. Maybe.
No, you sound worse with that. You sound worse.
Especially now, my brother.
No. What I'm saying
That's weird. That's weird, dude. That's weird.
No, it's weird because you're thinking. So hold up.
Yeah.
So y'all never. So hold up. Let me ask you fellas a question. Mr. Untouchable just said it. Sometimes two men be courting the same women and don't know about it.
Exactly.
What's because it's my brother and I know. Sometimes my brother and I.
Ignorance is bliss.
So hold up,
ignorance is bliss, and I hope you brush your teeth.
Yeah. Hold up, Koku. Are you trying to tell me you have a brother, Koku?
No.
Okay. So anybody on the chat, y'all never hit a chick that y'all brothers hit?
No.
But that's just you. But a lot of
not a girlfriend or wife.
Oh, I have a brother, and he can't go after me because he ain't gonna go after me because he's a clean dude.
What?
But y'all can't say it hasn't happened. Y'all can't say it hasn't happened. We've seen documentaries where the father has stepped in where the son left the girlfriend. So it's not like it does not happen. It happens, but not at the same time that we know of.
That's what I'm saying. But she said something that was funny style. She said, Yo, Mr. Untouchable, you right. She trying to support the shit. Even when I said women can't have two babies for 2 men at the same time, she said, yes, they can.
Yeah, I've seen a documentary. So you can't unsay what I haven't seen. What I've seen.
That's what's the word? Anomaly.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen.
And that situation is also an anomaly. So, I mean,
Knowingly, yes, that's
Yeah.
knowingly.
Knowingly it's an anomaly, but a lot of fellas have been cutting the same chick and just being like, oh, yeah.
Hey, Azuli, how would you feel like knowing like you at work and then knowing your girl or your wife is like at home with your brother? You'd be cool with that right now?
But what I'm saying is I have to be, me and my brother and the lady have to come up with that together. If I didn't know, with an agreement. I'm saying, I'm looking. Yeah.
Your brother is dirtying up your woman. Like,
I mean, just completely just
No, Goku. It's our woman.
This is soft talk.
Y'all start early tonight.
This is soft talk.
You sound like
your brother's dirtying up your gal. What are you talking about?
So what
Goku?
So what y'all gonna do? Both of y'all want affection at the same time, and she said only one at a time.
No. First of all, that's not gonna happen. If I'm saying, I don't know what they doing.
You take the front, I take the back.
No. See, Mr. Untouchable, you're watching too much of that Bahamian porn. Stop. I'm just saying, to me, I mean, if they made the agreement, I don't see, but that's not, like you said, they're only 3 years in. Let's see how that relationship is in another 5 or 3 years, see if they still together. So
I don't need 3 days to know.
Yo, Goku, I already told you. That's not my thing. But what if there was only like 10 women left?
He have 5.
You gotta look for the other 9, bro.
What if the other 9 got taken and there was 1 left for you and your brother? It's your brother, bro.
Yeah, but I can't follow up behind my brother.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
What if you was Goku? Hold on, Goku. What if you was the only one? You always went first.
No, but then even you become last. The first child become the last because after you finish, you last. You understand?
Let me ask a question. What if, let's change the rules a little bit. What if your brother dies and he was married to a woman, and would you date her or marry her after the fact?
Well, he not there to dirty her up no more.
Right. So would that be justified? Is that justifiable?
I think that would be justified. Oh, damn.
That's
the Bible says you can do it, right?
Yeah. That's what that's. I don't know all of that.
Yeah.
I just ask it.
Yeah.
I mean, if
he's not there actively dirtying up this woman the same time I want.
Why are you using that word, Goku? Why you keep using
because that's what it is.
Because Goku gets dirty.
That's what it is.
Goku's a dirty scrounge. What is, oh my God.
Goku gets like a scumbagish. But I'm just asking, would it be okay if he dies and she's what do you call it? What's it called when
a divorcee?
Tenzin said the last week that a lot of men acquiesced their brother's wife to when they passed away and became part of their wife. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. So I mean, he not there no more. What he gonna say?
He not there.
He gonna say? He gonna tell me not to. He gonna tell me not to do nothing?
No, because I'm thinking to myself, oh, you was a scumbag. You always had eyes on my woman. It's just because I dead now.
But Mr. Untouchable, you dead. You're not here. What you gonna do?
Yeah,
argue with me in my dream? Shut your ass up. I'm hating it.
I'll haunt your ass for the rest of your life.
Instead of focusing on your next life mission, you want to focus on me because I'm tapping that. You crazy?
He gonna watch you slow stroke.
Watch me in the afterlife slow choke while I jerk it and cry.
Yo, I'll haunt you every night too for the rest of your life too if you did that.
But what if she was depressed and I was the only one there?
Buy her a drink or something.
Boy,
buy her a drink.
Look how you condemning me, but look at how you're trying to make.
No, the difference is
you trying real hard to justify this.
No, I'm not justifying it. I'm saying if my brother died and his girl is dead with no one there, and she want me and I want her, I'm going in. I didn't try to touch my shit.
That's fine. That's fine. But before you said you could share your thing with your brother.
That's the last resort. What are you talking? Yes. So if I die and my wife is there and she's lonely and my brother and they want to start a relationship, who am I to tell them no? I'm not here no more.
That's fine. You're gone. I get that one. But you are willing to every day share your gap.
Oh my God, Coco, shut your. I said that's the last resort. I'm not willing to do that. But if that was one left.
So
you know
now
what I'm
you
saying?
see how that person is in the anomaly. It's an anomalous situation, and this one guy here only, right? Is it only? Who's the person talking?
Really?
No, that's God. That's Ezuli.
Okay, Azuli, yeah. So you see, Azuli is the one person in this whole group that is willing to do it. So again, that's why it's an anomaly in that African village, because there's one person, one group, the brothers who have agreed that this will work. So
First of all, I
it's
didn't
not
agree
an
to do it. I said that's
impossible
the last
task.
resort.
It's not
I
impossible.
said that's the last resort. That's the last resort. That's not my go-to.
But you've rationalized it. So they've rationalized
Yeah,
it. But
yeah.
It wasn't the last resort. Yeah.
Nah, them they just.
It's weirdo. It's weirdo.
No, I could get it. I get the weirdness.
Yeah. Let's go to Shooter Breeze talk number 9 for time's sake. But that's a weird scenario. I couldn't see an African woman really bringing that to me, to tell you the truth. That's a problem. Shooter Breeze topic number 9 tonight is who's in the wrong here. This came with a link. Let's check it out.
Confrontation during a Sunday sermon in Brooklyn landed 2 people behind bars, including a bishop who argues he was protecting his family.
CBS 2's Jenna D'Angela spoke with both people involved and has the video from Canarsie.
We're going to pause right here.
During a live stream Sunday service at Leaders of Tomorrow International Ministries, Bishop Lamore Miller Whitehead appears to get disrupted.
You want to come preach? You want to come preach? You want to come preach? Come on up here. Come on up here.
The bishop says it all started when 2 women came into the church mid-sermon.
One of my ministers told them that you cannot record. You can't record. And they began to make a scene.
Police say when a woman was asked to stop recording and leave, she began to antagonize the bishop and approach him on stage.
They take pictures and they want to be on social media. Take the pictures. Take the pictures.
As she walks past Bishop Whitehead, he appears to grab her from behind and they move off camera.
Seen her walk in front of me, going at my wife and my daughter, and I grabbed her.
He says he was worried about his family and thinking back to the moment in July when he was robbed at gunpoint during a sermon streamed live online.
That's the only thing that I can remember. This lady had a bag under her arm and she was going after my wife.
The woman in the video, 47-year-old Tarsha Howard, was arrested and charged with trespass and disrupting a religious service. She showed us her injury and made a brief statement.
I am telling you right now that I did not charge after his wife. It's on video and everyone can see that I was the one that was assaulted. And after this statement, he will hear from my attorney.
The bishop was also taken into custody, but shortly after released, now criticizing the NYPD's handling of the incident.
I was treated like a criminal. So I went from the pulpit to the cell for no reason. The New York Police Department failed me and failed my church.
The NYPD says because of crowd control, both the bishop and Howard were taken to the 69th precinct for further investigation. Bishop Whitehead says he wants the NYPD to take action so there are no copycat crimes. In Canarsie, Brooklyn, Jenna D'Angelis, CBS 2 News.
And the bishop says he believes this was all a setup. He says he thinks 2 bloggers sent the woman his way for clout. Both of the men, religious commentators, spoke with Jenna over the phone. One said he didn't know the women before this. The other says the women have been guests on his show, but he doesn't personally know them and he had nothing to do with this incident.
What nonsense. What utter friggin' nonsense. Let me start with observing immigrants. Observing immigrants, what's your take on this?
What happened to let go and let God? I didn't see none of that happening. He
Right.
took it into his own hands. He's a preacher. He should let go and let God. That's all I gotta say.
Yana B in the chat says, this idiot pastor again. Was this the same dude who got robbed a couple weeks back?
We have the same guy.
Yeah, it's the same guy.
Same guy. Okay. Forecast. What do you see here?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they said why didn't he have the same energy for the black dudes that robbed him or whatever? But one interesting thing, I heard the sister, I think she said she was writing a book on charismatic leaders, especially like in cults or something like that. I know Tanzan talk about cults a lot, so I thought that was interesting. But with this dude, I think he just be looking for attention and, you know, just trying to put himself out there, you know. You know, he got issues. So yeah, I mean, you know, but people follow him, they follow him. What can you do, you know? I'll pass the mic.
Right. Let's go to Azuliism. What say you here?
Well, I mean, I don't know the guy. I think he's a fraud. He's like, how you got all this Fendi shit and whatever. But if she attacked him and he was protecting his wife, I don't see anything wrong. But these people do anything for clout, so I don't know what the truth is or whatnot. But he got a strong hand, though. The way he grabbed that neck, boy, damn. Never thought a short person like that could have this power. He guided Shorty out of. I was, god damn. But I don't know, man. If she charged, he got to protect his wife. But this guy is like a clown. So I don't know.
All right, Mr. Untouchable. What say you?
I actually, I'm on the Bishop side. You know, I really didn't. I think with that lady, you see the Haitian flies in the back. Maybe it's a Haitian trade. I think that that sister went there to be disruptive intentionally, and I think that considering the mom was raw before in a bad way, I think that it bring out all kinds of crazy people. And for me, I don't believe in harming anyone, black women or men. I believe in defending myself, but I believe that there's a point that you shouldn't cross. So I think that grabbing her up, maybe I don't know, man. He seemed very impulsive, but she I think that she went there to provoke something and happen, and then it happened. So I kind of like siding with the pastor. You know, I'm on the pastor side with this one. You know, and the first one, I think that he kind of set up that robbery, but with this one, nah, man, you don't go on a Sunday service, and I'm not even a Christian person. But I think that you should leave people in that day of worship alone to do what they need to do. Why go there to be disruptive just for clout? Even if you think that he's a corn artist, there are 100 other corn artists all over Brooklyn and all over the place that you could have gone to. Why stop at him? Because his name is in the hemisphere, so we feel like you could get some clout off of him. You know, I'm thinking, man, I'd take a head and ram it against the wall, but I don't believe in violence, so I wouldn't do it. I'm thinking I'd do it. Yeah, but I'm on the Bishop side with this one. You know,
I appreciate that, Mr. Untouchable. Does anyone want to add any last words here? Because we're about to be right on time. We're gonna end at
yes.
2.
I don't think that it's a females issue. I don't think that it's a feminist issue. I think that this law that we have where women, you don't supposed to touch women, I question that kind of philosophy and thinking, because there are women out there who would do harm to men. So what should they do? I need that to have that explained to me. What should
jails
they
full
do?
of women. There's jails full of women for killing men. So yeah.
Killing mine. So I don't think that this whole idea of hands off she's a woman. No, I don't believe in that.
She's a threat. She's a threat.
Yeah, if she's a threat, she deserves to. You need to deserve to defend yourself in any way, means, and as you what you could. You know?
Yo, why BB Rodriguez all of a sudden now she want to be soft? Oh, what? So if a woman is attacking a man, she should not get hands put on her? I don't understand. If you're aggressive toward a man and you don't know your place, somebody needs to put a check on. Check that. What is that all of a sudden? See, women want equal rights. They don't want equal rights. They just want to get away with anything. And what is going on?
Let's hear what observing immigrants has to say to that.
Oh boy, I wasn't even involved in this conversation. All I know is if you put your hands on me, we fighting like two bitches. That's it's simple. I'm keeping it simple.
Well, who was wrong in this story here?
Who's
Marcus
wrong?
Rodriguez.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know. He says, she says. So I have no clue. I mean, I guess the law is gonna have to figure out who's telling the truth. But there's too much. He's saying one thing, she's saying another. So, I can't say. I'm gonna be diplomatic about it.
Okay.
And both sides was wrong.
Just blame the two sides, huh? That's what them white boys like to do. They like to, when they know that they're in the wrong, they like to say, well, everyone was in the wrong here. Let's not dwell on it any further. That's how they deal with conflict disputes.
Yeah, dude grabbed her by the throat. But if she was threatening to harm his wife, the man is supposed to be the protector. If he's trying
Let
to
the wife
protect his
fight
wife,
and defend herself.
what you said?
Yeah, maybe he should let the wife fight and defend herself.
What? Men don't operate like that. What does that even mean?
I think the
It's
wife.
two women, a woman to a woman. I'm just saying, if two women.
So let me ask you a question. Thing. So if a woman is about to fight you and she's busting your ass, your husband should just let you get your ass bust, right?
I don't think he could fight as good as I will.
Okay then.
That's all this answer. That's all this. I think she was holding the baby at the time, Barbados.
I don't know.
I think she was holding his baby. So.
Well, I've threatened to take my baby and beat somebody over their head if that's what it came down to.
My thing, if you come and attack my wife, I'm not gonna, and my wife don't want to fight, I'm not gonna let you just fight my wife. I'm gonna grab you and escort you.
So no fair one.
No fair one. If my wife says it's a fair one, okay, I'm gonna let it go. But if she don't want to fight, you're not putting hands on her. I'm just grabbing you and moving you out the way, just like he did. He didn't put hands on her. He just grabbed her. Yo, go where you going. Leave my wife alone. I don't understand. If he didn't protect the wife, y'all would have said some other shit. We can't win nothing with these modern women. God damn.
All right, you know what? We're gonna get to the last prompt tonight. Shoot the breeze topic number 10 tonight. Why so many red, black, and green flags at the African American Day Parade? Why aren't they, quote unquote, on code? This came with a link as well. I believe it's a YouTube video. Let's check it out.
The drumline and dancers letting it be known that this celebration is back in a grand way. Mayor Eric Adams and Public Advocate Jumani Williams were among the first to help kick off the celebration. The 53rd Annual African American Day Parade bringing out the who's who of New York City politics and government.
This means celebrating the contributions of the African American community, and as the first African American and female elected bar president, I stand on the shoulders of ancestors that have come before me.
I stand on the shoulders of so many great people, my ancestors, and I would not be the first African American woman elected DA in the state of New York if it wasn't for African American heritage. So thank you so much for this parade.
The parade route stretching along Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Boulevard between West 111th and 137th Streets. It was packed with spectators who had been missing it for the previous 2 years. The event was moved to a virtual celebration in 2020 and 2021 because of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Parade means to me a show of our pride and our culture, and that's why I'm here, to celebrate our pride and our culture.
Show some support and love for my neighbors and the rest of the city.
The parade has a specific theme each year. This year, it's Good Health is Essential and honors individuals dedicated to promoting good health in this community.
Everything that we do is for this community, always will be and always has been.
The annual event was founded during the Civil Rights Movement, a time of deep racial turmoil. participants say its mission to empower and embrace African American culture continues to resonate today.
Yeah, I gotta tell the truth. I've attended that parade years ago because I used to say, you know, I'm going to the Caribbean one on the Parkway every year. This is back in the day, and I say, let me go and support our American brothers and sisters out there. And I gotta tell y'all, I ain't trying to be divisive. That shit is so dead, it ain't funny. It's just different, and I kind of believe a lot of the FBA ADOS stuff is a flag envy type thing. By the way, I think they look at things like how can these Caribbean folks come here and in Miami in October and in Canada in late summer and here in Brooklyn, how can they come and have this huge celebration, man? You know, just celebrating their culture, et cetera, et cetera. I think that is what caused a lot of the animosity that we see from the FBA in particular and ADOS in general. Let me go to the forecast. The forecast, why are so many red, black, and green flags at the African American Day Parade? Why aren't they, quote unquote, unquote?
All right. Well, I mean, I don't know what they trying to get at with the question. I know it's kind of like whatever, but I think it's a good thing for Black people to celebrate our history. You know, now like with that ADOS, FBA, Pan African argument. You know, I try not to get into it. You know, my original definition of African American is like Africans that's been Americanized. Like Sheriff David Clark would be an African American because he's been Americanized, you know what I'm saying? But that's before any of this stuff, you know what I'm saying, took place, you know. And you know, even with that though, you know, like I said, like earlier, what the brother was saying with the ethnicity thing, like I understand that point, you know what I'm saying, because like no matter what point in history you go, like, you know, we have individual things where we do you know, just based off the land, and you know, each thing may be a little bit different than somebody else's, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that our differences should be celebrated, but it shouldn't be something that we would put in between, especially when we understand that the main goal, like because it's true. Like if you go any country in the world you go to, is the people who look like us, the darker you are, the worse you are treated. You know what I'm saying? And we got to stop acting like, you know, that's not the truth. You know what I mean? But you know, but like I said, I don't really get into the to that argument because like like the stuff that we talk about, like people agree on a lot of stuff, and that'd be the one thing that they disagree on. And people have think tanks to keep us from doing the things we have to do. You know, if we have to build in our communities, let's build in our communities, and then you still have to work with your neighbors, you know what I'm saying, or at least do business, you know. But this hatred that we have for each other, you know what I mean? And I kind of get like, you know, this is a diss. And I want to say one other thing, but you know, I don't, but like, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and say it anyway. But like, even if you're gonna be like against FBA, ADOS, you know what I'm saying, but then you have another group, like you said, like have like, you know, you would have to question them representing like the Bahamian thing. If you're against like Black people in America, like each group would have to be eliminated. If we're eliminating groups, you know what I'm saying, all of them, you know what I'm saying, or you know, let everybody have their group and just work together and support each one. Like the British in Jamaica, I would support Jamaica getting reparations, you know what I'm saying, for me personally. But you know, but like, you know, that's a whole nother argument. But like,
yeah, forecast. I don't have a problem with the Africans in America, you know, establishing themselves as a group. I don't have a problem with that. My issue is, why does it have to be a divestment from Africa when clearly your ancestors knew who they were and knew that they were African? Why is there the xenophobia? Why is there this sitting up and talking shit all day about cake soap and akata and all this old stupid stuff? Like,
well,
why?
that's the thing though, Koku. Like, because I don't give them a pass. Like, when they did the like the Haitian at the border thing and they getting whipped, like I don't know how we could see like white people whipping Black people and be cool with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but
holy or not.
Right, but at the same time though, I see it on both sides. Like, you know, like because I see like that's the thing. I think that people on certain sides give other people on their side a pass. You know what I'm saying? And like that's why I try not to get into it, because like I see because I'm not gonna act like I haven't in my life met like some African people who had that kind of hatred and disdain towards me, but I've also met some cool ones that have looked out for me. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not gonna act like the coon thing is limited to America or is limited to Africa or none of that. You know what I'm saying? I think it all should be called out equally. You know what I mean? But you know, like at the same time, like I do think that like it has to be like equal, you know what I'm saying? Because I do think like some of the stuff is like you know, like saying that like when you be like, oh, we never did this and never did that. A lot of Black Americans don't know our history. I didn't know it until I had to go to a deep thing. Like there's a reason why we are getting miscommunications, but it's no excuse right now because we got the internet. Like we can literally just talk to each other instead of going by what other people say. And then one more thing, you know, I'm not like for myself, I cannot support like something like immigration. I get Mr. Untouchable saying, or you know, my brother saying why they do it, but that doesn't mean like with the Mexican, I'm not gonna like, because they do have an anti-blackness. All of these immigration groups have an anti-blackness, but me, I am Black first, Black only, and before I allow other groups in, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, any other group, Hispanics, Asians, or anything, you know, I would be Black first. But you know, it is what it is.
I appreciate that forecast. Urzuli, why so many black, red, and green flags at the African American Day Parade? Why aren't they quote unquote?
I don't really understand the question. Like, are they saying why don't they have FBA flags or something like that?
Yeah, and by the way, I see BB Rodriguez saying this is a new thing. No, when I went out to this parade years ago, red, black, and green, red, gold, and green was flying heavy. You really didn't see American flags out there like that. Real talk.
Where is it located?
In Harlem.
Uh,
In Harlem. Are you in America?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes, in Harlem, New York. You know?
So, I mean,
go ahead, Urzuli.
I don't know, man. If they want to do that, I'm not against it. It just shows you the majority, the FBA and those are small minority of retards, to be honest. So Garveyites are not mad at that because we realize we all won. So I mean, it's hypocritical. It'd be hypocritical if some of those FBA was doing that, but I don't know if these people are FBA or if they know anything about it. So I mean, I don't have any issue with it. Hey. It did look dead though.
Yeah, it was dead. It was dead years ago when I went out there. It's not the same as the West Indian Labor Day Parade. I'm just keeping it real. Bobby, you're right in the chat says American flags with the Garveyite colors. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I saw back in the day. It was RBG. You know, you very, very seldom saw an American flag. Same thing with the West Indian Day Parade. You very seldom will see someone with an American flag, probably two flags, you know, but you very seldom see an American flag. That was kind of the understanding that we had as Black nationalists, you know, this place that America has or doesn't have with us, you know.
But Goku, even in the West Indian Day Parade, I don't see the red, black, and green like that. I never see that.
It's there, but you're right. Country flags usually take over.
Because maybe it's our mentality too. You know what I'm saying? That could go both ways.
I think Bakari. I think it could have been Bakari who said it one time on the panel. How, you know, perhaps, you know, we should just be done with waving these individual country flags anyway.
I agree with that.
I just go out there on some RBG type stuff.
I agree with that. I think that this is where when I see this, I'm happy. I'm happy because it seemed to me that this audience of Black people have a sense of consciousness that the rest of the Caribbean don't have, because we holding on to our little small territories. But when Garvey was in Harlem, he said there is a bigger picture, and these people, my African American people, they latch on to that, and they say we are under this flag, because these people from all over the place, you can't distinguish who in that group is African American or have roots from different places. They are really indistinguishable, you know. And I think that is for me, that's a little bit of a difference that we may not have in our little small distinct enclaves, and that's the unfortunate things, because we so much like each other. We so much like each other, you know. We are each other, in fact. We are each other. So we playing a little game that or we distinctively different because we've been away from each other. If I've been away from my brother for 40 years, does that stop making him my brother? Of course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. You know, and I think that this is, I really like this. I think that it's a beautiful thing that they have kept within that community. And I don't see no United States. I see red, black, and gray and all over the place. But when we go to our parades, you see all kinds of different flags. And it's not to say and dismiss that and to say that's not beautiful either, because that's a nice thing, because it's still people coming together. But these people are coming together under one distinctive flag, you know, and I think that that's what we should want to reach towards. Let me put it like that. I don't think that that's a bad thing at all. I think it's beautiful, if you ask me. As far as what as far as what Forecast is saying, some of the things he's saying, some of the things I agree with. I think that there's legitimacy to the arguments as far as immigration is concerned, because from my opinion, and this is just my opinion, I think that I'm in the Bahamas, and I think that I'm supposed to be the biggest person in the Bahamas as a Bahamian. And because the people say we have blood in the soil, etc., 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 I think that the African Americans should have a large say. And I wouldn't want to take that away from them. I'm not forgetting the fact that people who come to the country and have contributed to the country have paid taxes, but there's still a greater thing that you shouldn't just throw out of the window. People have blood in the soil, have been there longer, they've been contributing longer, they've fought and things like that. So I don't want to dismiss that fact, because that's an important thing that the ties that some people like to hold on to from time to time. You can't just easily dismiss that. But I think it's a beautiful thing, you know, to see this parade. And even though I feel like when I went to the UK, when they had that carnival, I thought it was garbage too. So I feel like something was missing. I feel like the soul of it was missing, because I'm in the Caribbean. So you have to understand that from this celebration, take it for what it is. You know, we just do things differently, but that don't mean we are different people. One people, just the experiences are different.
If you were to check out the Labor Day parade in New York, you would feel at home. You're right. There's a gap. There's a gap.
Hey, can I say one thing too?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and just to what Mr. Untouchable said, you know, me personally, for myself, you know, I'm not talking about other Black people, especially other Black people down for whatever, and not necessarily the cool ones, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm not trying to save everybody, but I don't blame them more than anybody. But you know, at the same time, like with immigration, you know what I'm saying? It's not that, you know, like it's not a thing that you would go support a Democratic whatever just because they support, you know what I'm saying, immigration, because like and on top of all the other policies that'll hurt us, you know what I'm saying, like because the Republicans don't really be supporting it, and on top of that is Black people who get bought in the least amount of anybody, you know, especially the revolutionary ones. But yeah, I passed the mic.
In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 says, I don't think that's realistic or necessary. Just wave both your flag. But if it has to be, but it has to be imperative to wave the RBG flag under revolutionary government. Goes on to say, and then that would get into a muddled discussion on how we shape nationhood or Pan-Africanism. Do we abolish ethnicity, or do we make ethnicity cohesive? Lastly, he says, I don't think it's realistic to abolish ethnicity, just make it cohesive. So, any last thoughts on this prompt and what we saw in the video?
Yeah, I want to say something. Somebody's Mr. Untouchable said about, I'm not dropping my flag for an RBG flag. 1804, baby. I'm sorry. I could wave both.
No,
of them.
I feel you.
I'm not dropping. I'm not,
I understand.
And I agree with what Trigger said. Yo, we could do both.
Yeah,
just
I understand what the different arguments is. I do. I think
because
it's
we gotta
more.
respect each other's. We gotta respect each other's culture. You do this
I-
differently.
I-
You gotta rep that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
but I
As-
do agree. I
Yes,
do
yes.
agree that we need at the Labor Day we have to start waving the RBG flag because we don't do that. We're just
Yeah.
petting and partying and pelting wines. That's it.
Hey, boy, let me don't go there. Let me don't go there. But I think that they should. You know what? I really never went to the New York Labor Day celebration. I went to the one in Canada, the Caravana. But they should have a representation of RBG flag more in New York Parkway. That is true. And you could carry two flags. I agree with that because the Haitian flag is something. All the flags. I mean, two flags is good. I'll agree with that. I could agree.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Any last words from anyone else here? Well, that's the show. That's the 10 topics for tonight. Again, make sure to check out the forecast. Do you know when you'll be on this week?
I don't know. Probably Wednesday. I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah, this was a great show though. I appreciate you letting me come on though.
No problem. Anytime you want to come on, just click the link. I see Medjay Commander joined us late here, saying peace. Hotep to the chat. Hotep to you too, Medjay Commander, as Mr. Untouchable calls it, Mississippi.
Yes. Respect, Mississippi. Respect.
Yeah. So so make sure you guys tune into all the shows tomorrow, man. Pro Black Perspective, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna have Brother Bakari. I want to say he's around 2:00 Eastern Standard Time. Casidra is somewhere around 3, I believe, Eastern Standard Time. D-Web and them, we had a good time. In fact, we had a great time in the chat last week with the Hosh Rowdy podcast and the crew. We were in the chat cutting it up. It was cool. It was cool. You guys should check it out. Make sure to subscribe to all the shows. If you go to my YouTube page, you could go to, I forget how they call it now, but it's like feature channels or something like that. You could go there and subscribe to all the shows on KWAZ Radio, and check out Bakari, check out Oni, check out the Hosh Rowdy podcast crew. I'm sure Tanzan will be back this week on Tuesday. I'm sure a lot of you like Tanzan's show, so check her out. And check out the Matron on Monday as well. Forecast later in the week, Bakari as well. We gotta get Casidra situated. We gotta figure out Casidra's thing, but check her out as well. All right, Casidra Cheeks, and check out our website, realminthebush.com. Bobby Wright said it was a great show. I appreciate that, Bobby Wright. Sorry you couldn't get on tonight, but yeah, that's it. That's another episode of Shoot the Breeze, man. I want to thank everyone who's been here. Mr. Untouchable, you want to shout out anything?
No. Good night, everyone. I hope you all have a great week. Support when you can. We can need to start to get the donations up. But it's been a great show as usual. I appreciate to hear from all of y'all, man. It's a very good conversation.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you too, Mr. Untouchable. I saw about Untouchable actually moderating a channel this week. I think it was Pan-Africanism Strikes Back or something like that. Yeah, I think you were a moderator.
I got a question. Why Pan-African talk like that? What's wrong with his voice?
Who?
Brandon.
Pan-African Attack or whatever his name is. Why he talk like that?
That's my guy. That's my guy. A guy came on. I wasn't moderating. A guy came on and said he had slapped the taste out of my mouth, and I just because what he was saying, he was talking about what did he say? He is one of these 80 FBA types.
Yeah,
and I guess because I was basically disputing what he was saying about a rapper, LL Cool J, I think. And he gets so offended. So when he see me, he'll slap the taste out of my mouth. And I said, well, I ain't gonna threaten nobody over the internet, man. It's the internet. So we could say anything. The internet is a safe space for all keyboard warriors to be as strong as they want to be.
Yeah, but Brandon's been putting a lot of energy into Tariq lately, man. I would just leave Tariq alone. But I will say about the Tariq thing, we got to have deeper analysis. A lot of our people were saying Tariq wouldn't build no museum, but that's a shallow analysis. Of course, he's going to buy property. They gave him $2 million. They gave him money to buy a nice piece of property in LA. He's going to come through with that. You know,
they give him $2 million. He buy a $600,000 property. Where a $1.4 million gone.
Right.
Interesting.
Right. And I bet you he'll hire immigrants to refurbish the place because they're cheaper, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And they just gave this man, I'm sure that thing is in a trust where you can't even sue him for that or nothing like that. So you just enrich his family for the next generation or two with some property in LA that he didn't have to come up with the funds for whatsoever. And now he could do whatever he wants to do, you know? Anyway.
I just realized Tariq didn't say nothing about Viola Davis playing an African character, but he'd be butthurt about African people playing FBA, though.
Right. Magic Commander says, your shadow banned on my side. I saw this on Twitter and came right over. LOL. I have to get on Discord. My bad. Yeah, I didn't realize. I guess, yeah, for some people, I don't come up as well. But anyway, thanks to Mr. Untouchable for all the great topics. Azuli as well. Kevin Carre. If you want to add topics, just join the Discord. The link is in the description. Join the Discord, and you too can post topics that we can discuss. Yes.
Goku, I have a question. Did you do the BDF video, rapper video, or I just missed it?
No, I'm gonna do it first thing next week.
Oh, okay, no. I just all right, cool, no problem. All right, bro.
Yeah. All right. So we'll talk next week, guys. Again, thanks for coming through. I'll see y'all during the week on all the other shows. Trigger Happy 262 says, bro, even Will Smith was playing a Nigerian surgeon. These people aren't serious. Medjai says, LMAO, leave Brandon alone, LOL, but he does have to move on from Lil Nasheed. Mr. Untouchable, you want to add something?
No. I was just saying good night, man. Good night.
All right. I'll see you next week, all right?
Yeah.
All right, guys. You guys be good. I'll see you all next week. In the meantime, peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.